Rudi and the others of the old religion waited in respectful silence with their heads bowed. Courtesy, and also duty to their host, and then signed their plates with the invoking pentagram, and quietly murmured, "Harvest Lord who dies for the ripened corn, Corn Mother who births the fertile field, blessed be those who share this bounty, and bless the mortals who toiled with you, their hands helping earth to bring forth life." He didn't think Edward Vogler noticed what they were about, or perhaps he very thoroughly chose not to. Several others, the housekeeper among them, did, he thought. A girl carried around a tureen of the soup. Wander Vogler wielded the ladle for the table, and Rudi accepted his gratefully. Baskets held half a dozen types of bread, fine white loaves with a crackling glaze, black rye, rich, coarse-textured pumpernickel, round rolls with crosses cut on their surface, squares of slightly sweet cornbread. He cut a slice of the rye because it was rare at home, and wielded the spoon with gratitude. The soup had a deep, savory, smoky richness that was just what you needed after a day's hard work in brisk fall weather. The bratwurst were sizzling on the grills, and a team split crusty rolls, buttered them, and set out mustard and sauerkraut and sautéed onions to go with them. Rudi took several when they were borne around. His brows went up a little as others pulled back the cloths on tubs of honey-glazed chicken breasts and steaks kissed with garlic, pork chops, racks of ribs and skewers of venison and lamb and onions ready to go on the coals, and it became apparent that the brats were merely the introduction. "My Southsiders will be happy," he thought. They had a carnivore's idea of food. Then the vegetable dishes came in, on wheeled trolleys. "Yeah, hey, scalloped potatoes with bacon," Ingolf said, rubbing his hands as a heavy ceramic pot was lifted to the table and plopped on an oakward coaster. It bubbled under its brown-gold topping of grated cheddar. "My favorite." "Topped with cheese," Mary Havel said. "It's good cheese, all of it, but don't you ever get tired of cheese here?" Ingolf grinned at her. "Tired of food?" he said. Edward Vogler called this his study. They seated themselves in big, comfortable chairs around a table of polished dark wood. A desk stood in the shadows of a corner, and books lined the walls. Rudi had a chance for a quick glance at them. You could tell a good deal about a man by what he chose to read. These seemed mainly practical. Tomes on agriculture and stock breeding, war and building and metalworking, along with rows of account books. A few were recent titles, their printing and binding less machine-perfect. One read Salvaging Gears for Millwork, and another Modern Body Armor. And up in a corner were a few tales he recognized, well read but looking dusty and neglected now. Joris of the Rock, one of Mathilda's favorites and her mother's before her, and Sir Guilhem by Donan Coyle, one of his own beloved since boyhood that he'd been given by Sir Nigel. He suspected those had been Ingolf's, along with the Tarzan and the Wizard of Oz series. Wanda bustled in behind them and set out a tray with a pot of hot, comfrey chicory so-called coffee and oatmeal cookies rich with walnuts and raisins. Then, a little to Rudi's surprise, she seated herself near her husband, taking up a half-finished sweater from a basket and setting to work. A white-bibbed black cat took up station beneath her chair, occasionally darting a paw at the skein of wool as it jerked upward to the click of the knitting needles. "Drink," the sheriff said. "We do a good applejack if I say so myself, and I do." Rudi accepted his with a murmur of thanks. It was a comfortable room, smelling of polish, old tobacco smoke, and leather, and lit by good alcohol lanterns, with a couple of comely, if worn, rugs on the floor. A brick fireplace held a pleasant crackle of burning oak. On the mantelpiece above it were two black-bordered photographs, one of a thin, hard-faced woman in late middle age, and another of a man who looked enough like the Vogler brothers to be their father, and probably was. Unlike the woman's, it was a pre-change piece, with sharp edges and bright colors. He wore dark glasses, a khaki shirt, and an odd peaked cap with a metal star on his breast that Rudi recognized. The master of Reedstown stuffed a briar pipe as his guests settled in, and Ingolf did likewise. They grew tobacco here and were proud of the product. "A habit I do not admire," Rudi thought, coughing a little. Smoking was rare in the far west, and he wasn't sorry for it. He'd never used the weed himself, save as an aid to ceremony among folk to whom it was sacred. But it would be tactless to protest a man's diversions under his own roof, and impious as well. After all, every home was a little world in itself, with its own customs and guardian spirits, whether it was a crofter's cot or a manor like this. Instead, he sipped at the excellent apple brandy and tried not to feel too bloated. Those had been the best sausages he'd ever eaten, but even an hour of vigorous square dancing and polkas afterwards hadn't worked most of the feast off. The others here to talk business were Father Ignatius and Mathilda. Rudi thought the sheriff had been a little surprised when they'd automatically included her. "And I am somewhat surprised that the sheriff brought Pierre Walks quiet and on things right away," he mused, nodding to the old Indian. "Even if he does manage the sheriffry's forests and game, the which is a position of importance and honor." "They aren't kidding when they say princess, Ed," Ingolf said, with an inclination of his head towards Mathilda. "Her family runs half the country out there beyond the Rockies. Most of what used to be Washington and part of Oregon, too. She stands to inherit it. Only child." Mathilda nodded with regal courtesy. "And parts of British Columbia, Sheriff. None of it's nearly as densely populated as your country here in the Midwest, of course." "And Rudi's relatives run most of the rest, one way or another." The older Vogler nodded. "I've heard a little," he said, "that there was a bunch of King Arthur stuff out there, at least." "That would be Rudi," Mathilda said. Her smile was half rueful and all charming. "His other name is Artos. It's quite famous in the West." "Yeah, news travels so slow these days, and it gets twisted. All sorts of wild stories. And Fred's the son of the president of Boise." "The black kid?" Ed asked, surprise in his tone. Yeah, though his elder brother is running it now. They're not friends. He's okay. The brother isn't." Ed's face twisted a little for an instant, and Ingolf cleared his throat and explained the others, starting with Virginia and the twins. His brother's eyebrows went up, turning his high forehead into a mass of corrugations. "You've gotten quite a collection together, Mr. Mackenzie," he said. "And you're all heading east," he said. Rudi nodded. "To Nantucket itself. Ingolf has been there." The sheriff's eyes went wide, and he stared at his brother with the pipe halfway to his mouth for a full 15 seconds, before puffing it to a moment's glow, and then trickling smoke out of his nose. "I always thought you were crazy as much as you were brave," he said bluntly. "I knew you'd gotten to the Atlantic, to Boston. But Nantucket, that's where the change started, remember? Dad was watching TV then, and I was with him. That TV, right there." He pointed the stem of the pipe at a glass-fronted box. Rudi blinked at it, recognizing it from ones he'd seen, though mostly in abandoned ruins. He shook his head a little. His host had seemed so at home that it was a bit of a shock to realize that he'd been a man grown at the change, or nearly. Enough so that he kept this bit of junk around. "Nah, I was asleep, remember?" Ingolf said. "You came down crying." "I did?" Ingolf asked, shaking his head. "Damn, that's completely gone. But Nantucket, yeah, I remember that damn well. Even if I was off my head a lot while I was there. Spookiest damn place I've ever seen. And that includes Corwin." The elder Vogler brother crossed himself. "God might not like people sticking their noses in there. Like poking around Noah's Ark." "My son," Father Ignatius said, "God works through human beings. Even miracles only open possibilities to us, to act as human beings in this world. We have excellent evidence that something of overwhelming importance awaits us on Nantucket. Holy Mother Church has given her blessing to this expedition, and the Cutter cult, the Church Universal and Triumphant. Ed crossed himself again. "Yeah, I know about them a little," he said. "We've had a few of them through these last couple of years preaching. I always told him to keep moving, with a boot to the butt when I had to." Pierre Walks Quiet spoke. "More of them north of here. I hear stuff from my relatives. They're bad news. Bad Manitou. Wendigo." Rudi bit back an exclamation that was mostly sheer irritation. "Is there any place they're not making themselves a nuisance, to be sure?" he thought. Beneath the annoyance came a small, cold, crawling sensation down his spine at the word the old man used. His blood father, Mike Havel, had been a quarter Anishinaabe. His mother's mother had been of the Ojibwa people, and Rudi had heard more than one tale of those spirits of cold and eternal hunger, and how they could possess a man. He remembered dead hands squeezing his throat, and eyes that were like a window into nothingness. "Yes," he said softly. "Yes. Wendigo would be as good a name as any for them. For their adepts, at least, and for the things with which they traffic." Ignatius continued to the sheriff. "Then you will know how they are heretics and misleaders of innocent folk. Far worse, we have substantial evidence that they, their inner circle, are diabolists as well. Actual agents of the adversary." Ed Vogler grunted and crossed himself again. "Yeah, from what Pete tells me, I'm not completely surprised. He's got a steady head, Pete. Richland gave me a rap on the knuckles. Hell, young Bill Clements had the nerve to give me a lecture on religious toleration, the damn pup." "I heard Bill was boss man now," Ingolf said. "Yeah, hey, by the time everyone stopped talking after Al Clements died, it was a done deal. I've got no objection. That seems to be the way things are done nowadays, and you have to keep up with progress. He's a smart guy, even if he really likes to hear himself talk." "So did Al," Ingolf said. "I remember what he had to say about that stump." Edward Vogler grinned for a second. "So do I. Why do you think I kept it around?" Then he sobered and continued. "It's not that he likes these cutter types. Nobody much does in the Free Republic. No farmers or sheriffs, at least. Nobody who counts. But he doesn't realize. Hell, they're not a religion, they're a disease. I put up with all kinds here. We got some strange people settling in after the change, but not them. And if the boss man doesn't like it, he can come up from Richland Centre and kiss my Harry Reedstown ass. I've got plenty of other sheriffs who would back me up on general principle. This isn't goddamned Iowa where you need a permit from the boss man's clerks to visit the outhouse on your own land." Walks Quiet rolled himself a cigarette and added its tendrils to the haze beneath the rafters. "Lots of people up north turned Wendigo in the bad time," he said quietly. His eyes looked through the smoke as if he was peering through the veil of years. Ingolf leaned over under the guise of reaching for a cookie and murmured in Rudi's ear, "That's how Pete lost his family, and why he headed south." The Indian continued, "Not everyone. There were plenty of people who knew how to hunt, fish, find wild rice, grow stuff like spuds. But plenty, yeah. The land couldn't carry all the people there with nothing coming in, especially after we got us some refugees turning up looking for a meal. It's not like down here in the warm places, where there was lots of grain and cattle once you got far enough from the cities." "So there were eaters," Rudi thought, "but not quite so mad and desperate, and with plenty of what my Southsiders would call clean settlements in the same territory. That was sparsely peopled land even before the change, but it's bleak from what I've read and heard, and what little Mike Havel told." The Indian went on, "Nowadays they do pretty good up north, most years. But people remember just exactly how it was the neighbors pulled through. Lots of fights since over that. Preachers telling you it's the way all the big Manitou wanted things to happen, that you're not so bad. They get a hearing up there from some people." Ed Vogler stirred his pipe's bowl with a twig. "You planning on taking the northern route down the lakes and out the St. Lawrence?" he said. "It's been done now and then, but rough way to go. You haven't got all that much time before freeze-up." "And after freeze-up, we thought," Rudi said. "Ingolf says it can be done." "I always said Ingolf had more balls than sense," the sheriff said. "Never was a Vogler didn't have guts. But brains, now." Ingolf stiffened and flushed a little, then made himself relax with an effort that only an expert eye could see. Rudi thought that Wanda Vogler did detect it. Her eyes rolled slightly ceilingward, and she sighed. "But her husband did not, despite being the man's brother," he thought. "The tact of a bull buffalo, to be sure." Instead of barking a reply, Ingolf tossed back half his applejack and followed it with a sip of the coffee of roasted roots. "Ed," he said mildly, and set the cup down with careful gentleness. "There's something you're missing." "What?" the older man said impatiently. Yeah, when I left Reedstown, I did have more balls than brains. But that was more years ago. I fought through the whole damn Sioux War as a paid soldier, and other places too. And then I went into salvage work. When I say salvage, I'm not talking about a trip to Madison for some rebar or leaf springs either. I've been all the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific and back. Yeah, we heard, so? And I'm still alive, Ed, when hundreds of poor, brave, dumb fucks I crossed paths with are well and truly dead. Pardon my French, Wanda. "I've heard the word, Ingolf." He inclined his head to her and went on to his brother. "I saw them die, and I lived. My balls are doing fine, but my brains took over the thinking job a while ago. Or I would have taken my last trip through an eater's guts." After a moment, the sheriff's head moved in a slow nod, and he studied his brother for a full minute, stroking his gray-streaked beard before he spoke. "Point. But, yeah, hey, it's easier to move on sleds over snow than on the roads the rest of the year, the way they've gotten wrecked. You can haul a lot more weight that way with the same horsepower. That's why we move freight in the winter and do our lumbering then. And yeah, the lakes freeze, or at least enough of them does. But man, supplies." "It's possible," Ingolf said. "Going the southern route in winter, there's too much mud and wet snow most of the time. And we're not going to wait until spring. Plus, the cutters had a river galley waiting for us south of the Iowa border if we try to go up the Ohio. There are still just under 100 of them at least. Hard men. And they'll jump us when they can." "Easier to move the supplies to it would be," Rudi said. "And the folk on skis. From what Ingolf tells me, men on skis can travel 3 or 4 times as fast as those on foot. Faster than men on horseback, unless they had a string of remounts each and left a trail of dead horses." "Yeah," Ed Vogler said. "As long as you didn't get caught in a storm. But 3 weeks. Or run out of fodder for the horses pulling your sleighs. You can't exactly buy hay and oats up there, most places." "Some places, if you know who to ask. I'll go part way with them," Pete said, and the sheriff gave him a surprised look. "Not all the way," the Indian went on. "Got my woman and kids here to think about. And I'm getting too old. Not much good in a fight anymore. This is my home now. But far enough to get 'em started." "It's your life, Pete," his overlord said. Yous could get big sleds built around here, convert your wagons maybe, and enough provender." He looked over at Wanda. Her square middle-aged face was tight with concern for her brother-in-law. "For him at least," Rudi thought. "And the rest of us too, I think, even on short acquaintance. Mother would like her, I think, even if she talks a good deal. And I notice she's been quiet here." "Yeah," she said, slowly and unwilling. "We could spare a lot." To Rudi. "We keep a 3-year rotating stockpile." "It was 2 when I left," Ingolf said. "Ed's a careful man," his sister-in-law said. "And it's easier since we've got the stuff for cannon and pickling as much as we want now. Lots of mason jars and good tight barrels and such. So we're always running down the older part anyway, as we add new. And the out farms do the same." Enough with some hunting, Pete said. As far as the mid-lakes, I don't know much of what comes after, say, Duluth. Just that things get worse the farther east. Mathilda broke away from the long kiss. Spare my healing ribs, Rudi, and my reputation. Rudi ground his teeth silently. She hadn't objected to his hands for quite some time, and the taste of her was upon his lips, along with that of the sheriff's excellent apple brandy, of which he'd had more than she in the long discussion. It was silent now in the guest quarters, past midnight, and all others asleep. Mathilda saw the look despite the dim light of the passageway, and smiled a little sadly, patting him on the cheek. Waiting like this isn't easy for you, is it, poor lamb? Just you wait until we're married, and you'll never regret the witch girls again. That I won't, he said, catching his breath. Then he drew back a little, his hands on her shoulders. Mati anam charamain. Are we betrothed? We haven't said the words. Her smile died. Yes, or at least I want us to be. And myself also. The next kiss was long. He pulled away with difficulty and remembered associate custom. From one knee he spoke. But some things it's better to say aloud. Mathilda, will you marry me, pagan clansman that I am? Yes. She caught his head to her, and after a moment he felt a warm drop on it. When he rose, he touched a finger to the track of a tear. Why are you weeping, my heart? Because I'm happy, you great gangling idiot. Because I can just be Mathilda and happy for an instant, not the princess. Then she wrinkled her nose at him. And yes, I've thought about it carefully, the politics as well. If you weren't going to be High King, it would be harder. But I think Mother will approve, and I think the Cardinal Archbishop will give us a dispensation. That's just bargaining, though. I want you. And me likewise. Now, when? Tomorrow? Perhaps a week? We've good Father Ignatius here, after all, and my folk have no problem accepting a Christian marriage as valid. We can have a grand celebration when we're home, when the war allows. But there's no reason we should be apart the now. Her hands fell away from him, and the joy in her face faltered, as if the shadows that lay across them in the dim hallway had entered there. Rudi, we can't get married here and now. Why not? He said, and grinned. Besides the delightful prospects it raises, it would be better if you were my heir-in-law. Someone must lead our folk in Montreal, and, modesty aside, you're the next best choice after me. For some of it you're better. I'm not immortal, and we're in just a wee bit of danger, you might say. Her eyes fell. I can't marry without Mother's permission, Rudi. He felt a chill pass over his own happiness. As you said, she'll be happy enough. For one thing, she cares little for the matter of our different faiths. Then he cursed himself as she winced. That was not something that Mathilda Arminger liked to remember about her mother. And for another, the kingcraft of the thing will delight her. I wouldn't be surprised if she hadn't had something of the sort in mind. Mathilda nodded. She's mentioned a dynastic marriage before, but I may think I'll get her permission, but I'm not sure. Matty. He wagged a finger at her. It's all our lives we've known each other, or nearly. Do you think I can't tell when you're making an excuse? And the same for Cardinal Maxwell. Rudi. Her voice was half desperate. Rudi, if I'm your wife, we'll have to sleep together. And much else, Rudi said happily. I mean, it's not really a marriage unless it's consummated. A kushla. My thought exactly. You man, she said, and punched him on the chest, then winced when it jarred her healing arm. You single-minded tomcat, you... He took a step back and raised his hands. It wasn't the first time a woman had said something of the same order to him, but it was a blunt surprise now. "Matty, darling girl, what's the matter?" "What happens, you idiot, when a man and a woman are together? Babies! Why do you call your goddess the mother, Rudi? It's not because she spanks you." He opened his mouth, then closed it again. "Yes, there's that Gyasa," he thought unhappily. "They think it's wicked to prevent conception, and it's a strong custom. Matty wouldn't break it." It was also a real impediment. They were just about to start a journey through some of the deadliest wilderness in the world, and in midwinter at that. They would certainly have to fight at times. Matty was a warrior of considerable skill. No great champion, but well above average for an associate of her age, and easily as good as, say, Odard. But she couldn't swing a sword from behind a yard of pregnant belly, or ride quickly, or run and hide, or— She saw his hesitation, and followed the blow with a prodding hunger. "And don't tell me about the rhythm method. It's good enough for home, but it doesn't work all the time." "To be sure, not all methods of sharing pleasure lead to babies. But that would require a great deal of willpower, and that particular method is the crux of a marriage to one of her faith. Without it, there's no true handfasting, no matter what the rites and ceremonies. It's the thing that cannot be undone to them." "Do you think you're the only one who's tempted?" she said angrily, her voice raising. She shrugged off his hand as she turned her face to the wall. "Don't tempt me, Rudi. It's so hard to keep saying no. I don't want to, but I have to do what's right." "It's truly sorry I am," Rudi said soberly. "Truly sorry, and very bewildered, and wishing you were a follower of the old religion, much more so than I ever have before." She turned back to him and went on more softly. "Rudi, I can't chance being pregnant in the wilderness. I just can't. I'm scared of it. And what if— Mother had a very hard time with me. They had to cut. We nearly both died, and that was with all the doctors and the protectorate on hand, and Mother couldn't have more children." He winced. "Matty, all that is as true as gold. But we're going to be on this road a long time," he said unhappily. "We've been a year and some months already, and we're only 3/4 of the way. Matty, having the beauty of you there is going to be a torment, that it is. We're betrothed now, not fancy-free. And it's extremely awkward I would feel trying to take back the words. It's yes I expected, or perhaps even no, but not yes in 2 years." "I know," she said, and kissed him again. "It's hard for me, too. We'll make an offering of the pain, and when we're married, it will be all the sweeter for the memory." He stared at her. "Ah, Matty, I know that makes perfect sense to you, and as the gods of my people witness, I respect it. There are many paths to the divine, and they have their own rules. You can see it shining from Father Ignatius, and he's not the only Christian I've met who is a holy man for all but the blind to see. But I'm not a Christian, you know, Anamchara. My Gyesa are different. Sometimes I don't think you realize quite how different for all your time on the clan's land. And also, a man and a woman are different in that way." This time she hit him in the pit of the stomach, where even a very strong man had no protection. The breath came out of him in an oof. He wasn't really winded enough to be helpless, but he did have to struggle with his half-paralyzed diaphragm for a moment. "Rudi, I love you dearly, but sometimes you drive me crazy," she said in a rush. "We'll be married in Portland, when we get there. Now go away and come back when you're civilized. Tomorrow, when you haven't had so much to drink." The door closed. It almost slammed. Rudi clenched one big, shapely hand into a fist and cocked it back as if he were going to punch it through the plaster-covered planks of the hallway's wall. "I drive you crazy, woman," he snarled, softly,
Said the crow to the raven, "What an exceeding blackness your feathers have."
There were times when it was best to just walk away from a quarrel, even if you had just the telling word on your tongue. For example, the fact that her father had notoriously leapt on anything female that moved, and shaken most that weren't to see if they were really shamming death, which was where he'd draw the line. For that matter, Aunt Judy had told him the reason Sandra's delivery of her daughter had been so hard had probably been that Norman Arminger had contracted a case of Aphrodite's measles from one of his numberless concubines.
Now that I can never say to her. It would be cruel. And perhaps she does know it, and it accounts for some of all this. I'm still angry enough to chew on nails, that I am.
At the end of the corridor, he did kick the door. Luckily, it was a heavy thing of beveled oak planks. The pain in his toe made him want to punch the wall again. He stopped the motion with a slight snort of laughter at himself, and looked at the fingers of his right hand, wiggled them, and sighed before making as if to kiss them.
"Not so fair and sweet as Mathilda you are," he murmured, "nor as dear to my heart, nor does the thought of you torment me with fair longings and warm dreams. But, darlings, you've never said me no, have you the now?"
He was still trying to curb his thoughts as he took the staircase to his own room 3 steps at a time, sure-footed as a cat in the darkness.
"Discipline your mind," Master Howe said. "Easier to do when faced with a death-mongering evil magus than close to the sweet-scented, curved, warm pleasantness of my Mattie," he thought. "And I am not a Christian. To me this makes no sense at all."
He wasn't a sworn virgin either, and hadn't been a virgin of any sort since that pleasant night in Dunmelin when he was 13. Nor had he and Mathilda ever been formally betrothed. Until recently, when it just seemed to have sort of happened without any particular day at which you could point, and now he'd gone and made it explicit. Still, with her eyes upon him 24 hours a mortal day, this trip had involved more imitation of monkish chastity than he'd ever desired or practiced. When you were the chief's son, and tall and handsome, and had a way with words, he hadn't needed to, given Mackenzie belief and custom. For that matter, according to the clan's way of looking at things, if she didn't want to lie with him, she had no grounds for objecting if he lay with another. From now on it was going to be far worse, because she would object, and most mightily, and by her lights with reason. If they were to be handfasted, he couldn't just disregard any part of her beliefs he didn't happen to like.
"I don't know how poor Father Ignatius does it, or doesn't do it, so to say. With fidelity after we're handfasted, I have no problem whatsoever. Mathilda's all the woman a man could need, and more. With years of waiting, a great many problems do arise, and arise, and arise, to coin a phrase. And from my time in the association lands, I know a great many Catholic ladies aren't as stiff-necked about such matters as Mathilda either. She wouldn't be the darling she is if she weren't sincere. But oh, how I wish it were otherwise."
The guest quarters of the sheriff's house were in a part that was all built post-change, of honest brick and stone and timber. There were plenty of rooms, since a wealthy landholder and leader had to be able to extend hospitality to many. All the travelers who weren't paired had one to themselves, with empty space besides and between for their gear. His was a story up and around a 90-degree turn that put him in a different wing. They were all grateful. Good friends as they mostly were, privacy and quiet had been in short supply for most of their trip. He stopped suddenly as he came close. There was a leak of candlelight under the door, and he certainly hadn't left one lit when he went down to dinner. Nobody played carelessly with naked flame, if they had any sense at all.
"So, someone is waiting for me," he thought. "Now isn't that interesting?"
Right now, he'd almost welcome a fight. There was no sword at his belt, but he did have his dirk. The 10 inches of double-edged killing steel slid into his hand, and he approached with a lightness that most found surprising in a man his size. Some had found it a fatal surprise, and not a floorboard creaked as he ghosted along the edge of the wall, where that was least likely. He extended one hand to the knob, and then paused. Assassins didn't usually start to sing as they lay in wait for you, not even very faint and sweet. Like a wisp of melody heard beneath the trees on a spring night that you could scarcely hear and might have imagined. It was a song he recognized, too. Not precisely a hymn, not quite, but a favorite of his people from their beginnings, and among the witch folk before. So we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night, though the heart be still as loving, and the moon be still as bright. Almost without his own will, he answered, as quietly, For the sword outwears the sheath, and the soul wears out the breast, and the heart must pause to breathe, and love itself must rest. Their voices joined as he opened the door. For the night was made for loving, and the day returns too soon. Still we'll go no more a-rovin' by the light of the moon. The figure lying on his bed didn't seem to be a threat. She didn't look in a mood to fight at all, and the complete lack of clothing was only the first indication. The smile was another. It was Samantha Stewart, the housekeeper. He'd thought her a handsome figure of a woman before, lush and taut, with large grey eyes, straight features, and long hair so pale it looked white in the candlelight. Now he swallowed abruptly to see that mane flung across the brown linen of the sheet and pillowcase. She made a sign with her fingers. He answered it automatically. Then his own eyes went wider than they'd been already. "And you're of the old religion, too?" he said.
"Yeah," she replied. "My mom was, in Madison before the change, and I was only 2 when she came here at the change. There's some of us around here, a couple of dozen within a day's ride. We've heard of the Witch Queen of the West, and you're her son."
Well, and I wasn't expecting it to be that sort of an advantage. Not this far from home, he thought, dazed. The dirk suddenly embarrassed him, and he sheathed it. "Ah, you've not come to discuss religion, I'd surmise so." Her smile grew broader.
"What's more reverent than this?" she said, extending her arms. "All acts of love and pleasure are my rituals."
Rudi laughed over the blood pounding in his ears.
"Oh, now the powers will have their little jokes with us, lady."
He bowed elaborately.
"You are most fair, priestess of her who blesses us with the joining of spear and cauldron, and my blood leaps at the sight of you, that it does. Nor would I decline the offer to worship her with you lightly. But of my own will, I have taken upon myself a geasa that will not allow it so."
She looked at him, and the smile died. His own grew rueful, and he spread his hands, bowing again.
"By Raven who chose me in the nemed, I swear it. May she forsake me if I lie."
"Humph," she said, rolling off the bed and dressing in a long shift, with movements brisk rather than languorous. Then, when she was clothed, she shrugged. He could see her let her anger go as she spoke.
"I'm sorry. That was... Well, I should have checked first. The Catholic girl, I suppose. Some of my best friends are Christians, but—"
"We're betrothed," Rudi said. "As of 5 minutes ago, curse the luck."
"Oh, I am sorry,"
she said, obviously embarrassed. "No apology needed. As I said, were things otherwise."
"I appreciate the compliment, that I do, most sincerely."
"Well, if we can't worship the goddess together that way, there's a favor I would like."
"Ask and you shall receive, fair one," he said.
"You're on initiate, of course."
"Of the 3rd degree. Red, white, and black are the cords."
"Good. We're having a sabbat, and I wondered—"
The discussion grew technical. At the last he nodded.
"That will be a fine rite. Not exactly as my folk would conduct it."
"Nor exactly as our coven does," Samantha said. "I like some of the things you tell me about Lady Juniper's way."
"But it feels right to combine them so," Rudi grinned. "My mother is wont to say that she's not the popess of the pagans, when others take her word too easily. For gospel, so to speak." Samantha chuckled, and then her voice grew wistful.
"I wish I could meet her. It must be wonderful where the old religion can be so open."
"That it is. But it's like the air. You have to do without for a while to see the value of the thing." She laughed, a long, uninhibited peal, and he joined her.
"I'll be happy to run a moon school for your Southsiders, they're called. Sheriff Vogler won't mind as long as we're discreet. He's known about us for all my life, after all, and about Mother. He's really a gruff old bear, but he's not a bad man. Not a busybody either. Not like some I could name."
"My thanks for that too. It's needful, but I have no time for it. They're a rough tribe, untutored, but good-hearted for the most part. Yet they're barren of things of the other world to a degree I'd not have believed. And where a void exists—"
"Something will come to fill it,"
she said, making a protective sign.
"I'll leave you to your sleep then."
Rudi nodded. "Precious little sleep I'll be getting," he thought. He showed her to the door and bowed gracefully over her hand. "A fond farewell. And sky-clad Lady Priestess, you are even fairer than one would guess from the comely sight of you clad." She tweaked his nose with a chuckle and blew out the candle as she turned to go. "I don't believe it!" Mathilda Arminger hissed to herself, her head only a handspan above the top tread of the stairs. She heard the voices and the laughter, but "I don't! I won't!" Her voice choked on tears as she fled for the safety of her room. Chapter 13. Free Republic of Richland, Sheriffry of Reedstown, formerly southwestern Wisconsin. October 10th, Change Year 24, 2022 A.D. Odard was strumming at his lute and reciting, perhaps trying out a tune to fit the words. He was a part-time troubadour, after all. Mathilda paused outside the window to listen for a moment, with the crisp leaves crunching beneath her feet. The hour the grey wings pass, beyond the mountains, the hour of silence, when we hear the fountains, the hour that dreams are brighter, and winds colder, the hour that young love wakes on a white shoulder. Master of the world, the Persian dawn, that hour, O Master, shall be bright for thee. Thy captains chase the morning down the sea. She shook her head and smiled and passed on. Odard tried so hard to be a worldly cynic, and then sometimes he spoiled months of labor with a single unguarded moment. It was then she remembered she was 3 or 4 years older than he. "Though I'm really snooping," she murmured to herself and walked on. "But you know, Odard, you're much more likable when you're not trying." People waved in friendly fashion as she strolled through the pasture behind the manor and past the church and school and football field. It was the tag end of as fine an autumn day as you could wish for, and there probably wouldn't be any more like it. Shirt-sleeve weather in the afternoon, and still comfortable in the jerkin she had on, though she was carrying a cloak over her shoulder. The woods beckoned, and there were no reavers in this neighborhood. She had her sword, but that was automatic precaution. More to the point, I'm not so damned sore anymore. Amazing what a couple of nights of really good rest will produce. Maybe Rudi's gone for a walk, too. Haven't seen him or the twins or Ingolf or the others since lunch. It's good to just plain rest for a couple of days, too. The air was drowsy with autumn, musky with the scent of damp earth and the fallen leaves that rustled softly around her boots. Mathilda sighed, draping the blanket-thick cloak around her shoulders. It had been sultry warm earlier, but now it was getting on towards full dark, chill enough to raise goosebumps along her strong, bare arms. She felt a little tired, but too restless simply to seek supper and bed and sleep, even though she'd walked farther than she intended. Itchy inside my skin today for some reason, she thought. Homesick, lonely. This is a good place, but it's not my place. I wish I hadn't quarreled with Rudi. You can call it a quarrel."
She winced a little. She'd asked if he was sleeping with Samantha, and gotten a blunt no and a glare.
"It was nothing anyway, just me being paranoid, but—"
Indian summer here in the Kickapoo Valley had a disheveled beauty not quite like anything back home, full of a sadness that was like a recollection of childhood. Not the thing itself, not remembering her father swinging her 6-year-old self up on his broad shoulders, but somehow the world itself embodying the feeling the memory brought. The security she'd felt at his effortless strength, the bitterness not just of loss, but loss of that child's innocent trust. The leaves were still a mantle of old birch gold and maple crimson, lit at their tops with the last light, but mixed with pines here where the valley floor rose in rolling hills, their needles a dark, dense green, turning black with the coming of night. Glancing behind, she could see the lights of the sheriff's manor glinting like flickering stars across rail-fenced fields, and then the pale, twisting ribbon of the river. Both dropped out of sight as she followed the trail, hoping it would loop around rather than make her retrace her steps. Now and then she stopped. Once when a pair of early-rising raccoons stared at her with an insolence that made her chuckle before they waddled along about their nocturnal day. Then she heard something. Not the normal creak and click and buzz of the woods, but faint and far. The cloak fell free as she went to one knee behind a thicket of blackberry canes with her hand on the hilt of her longsword. She ghosted forward, silent now with long-trained caution and skill. Through a narrow cleft where rock broke through pine duff, then a hollow dell where faded straw-colored grass stood shaggy amid tall white oaks and hickories and white ash and younger rowans that looked planted. A broad open space held a fire set. A heap of timber laid crisscross twice a tall man's height amid a circle of earth that had been beaten bare by feet. An altar stood there, rough-hewn from a great boulder, with instruments laid upon it, chalice and blade and book, salt and water. Her eyes went wide in alarm, and the sound was stronger, sending a prickle down her spine as she sank again behind a clump of hornbeam. She knew that music, the eerie chill of panpipes, a harp playing on the strings of the listener's mind like mist drifting across forested hills in the purple dusk of an autumn gloaming. Drums throbbing until it seemed like the pulse of your own blood in temples and throat and between the thighs. How could she not recognize it when she had spent so much of every year in her youth among the clan folk who followed the old religion? The hymn to Herne the Wild Hunter, she thought. It's time for it. The pagans think he rules the cold season and grants luck in the hunt. But when she was staying at Dun Juniper, she'd been able to keep to her own room and pray before her prie-dieu when she heard that sound trickle through the night-haunted woods. Now she couldn't, nor even leave without the risk of someone spotting the movement, and these wouldn't be the friends of her childhood, ready to make allowances. Mathilda turned her eyes away. Then, inch by inch, they crept back. She watched half against her will, half with a tightness in her throat that made breath come hard. The bonfire waited. In the clearing beyond the tattered oaks, beneath the moon and great soft stars. The night was turning crisp, but the two figures that came dancing with torches that made meteor strokes through the darkness were as comfortable in their bare skins as if woodland animals themselves. She recognized Mary and Ritva with a shock of surprise that she knew was foolish. This was their faith, and what matter if they'd found unexpected company for it? The twins' high, clear voices rang. Blazing blood on a moonlit night, firelight glinting, burning bright. We dance and chant and sing delight. Flames, flames, let the light inspire. Nothing tames our Sabbat fire. One wore only a garland of flowers, white and scarlet, about her long wheat-blonde hair. The other had a delicately beautiful doe mask over her face, painted leather, and twin slender golden spikes over her brows. Around her waist and loins were a belt and strap that held a spray of silver bells on either side that dangled against the smooth, hard curve of her hips, and a flaunting white deer's tail behind. Swirling sparks in a fiery flare called to each one of us by name, igniting passion, staking claims, couples pair, and it's all fair game. Flames, flames, reaching ever higher, roaring, panting, hissing fire. They spiraled inward and then threw the torches high with a last shout, pinwheeling against the sky in a spray of yellow and red sparks. The dry, stacked wood of the fire set was woven with even more flammable straw and pine needles and full of resin. It caught with a roar, a tall pillar of hot gold and molten copper that erupted skyward in a shower of flaming glory. Even at this distance, the dry, clean scent of it cut through the dew-heavy evening smell of the woods, and the light formed a circle that made darkness more absolute beyond. Mathilda blinked against the dazzle. Out of those cave-dense shadows came the coven and its guests, in a file of men and another of women, bare-faced or masked as wolf and badger and bear, raven and coyote and cougar, and more. A woman led them, fair-haired, heavy of breast and hip, comely with a full woman's beauty. A headband carrying the triple moon was around her brows, and a belt around her waist with the pentagram hanging from a chain to lie below her navel. She recognized the Vogelers' housekeeper, and wondered distantly if they knew what else she was. The coven sang as they came, in voices that held merriment and awe and a husky wildness. Hunter who tracks outside of time, guardian lord of ancient rhyme, brother stag in the musky glen, consort of the goddess in this woodland den. Blessed are we, children of the... All of them put their clenched fists to their brows for an instant, to mark where their god's horns sprouted, and shouted, "Horned One! Blessed are we, children of the Horned One!" The high priestess stopped before the altar, made reverence, and turned. Arms raised, feet spread in the stance of power, she let her palms face the ground, then rise to cup the moonlight. Her voice cried in a high chant that called, "Song and right, Herne, ours but thine, Herne. Bid us dance, let flesh and bone wheel around the sacred stone. Hi-yi, hi-yi, Herne, Herne, Herne." The witches lining the edge of the firelight swayed together, faces inhumanly wrapped or blankly hidden by the masks. Their voices answered as the swaying turned to a sparkling dance, stately and slow at first, but growing faster as she watched to match the beat of the cry. "Herne! Herne!" The call went on and on. She realized that the voices were taking it up in relays. The sustained rise and fall of the sound had a savagery to it, an elemental need, and somehow it spread, until it began to ring from the stones beneath her, and the sky above, and the hills to either side, until her own bones and organs buzzed with it. Her skin tightened until she felt she must burst, as if her very life depended on ripping her clothes away and running to join the celebrants. Unconsciously, her fingers dug into the thin earth, and her body ground against it. Silence, sudden, jarring, leaving her as breathless-winded as a punch in the gut. The high priestess spread her arms in welcome, and the coven folk bent the knee, inclining heads bare but for flowers, or grotesquely masked. Then a great voice sang the next verse of the hymn from the circling woods, not far from her. A voice she recognized, but altered as if speaking from some deep well of time, growing as it approached.
Chant the prayers and work your rite. Burn scented sacred candles day and night. You may leap till dawn to the pounding drums, but you best be ready.
For a moment, the song turned to a huge shout from every one of the worshippers, drowning even the crackle of the need fire.
When the horned god comes.
It was Rudi who came, naked save for the great stag mask and spreading antlers, the firelight shining upon the long-limbed grace of his body. In his hand was a tall spear tipped by a flame-shaped bronze head. Mathilda shuddered and bit her lip until the pain cut through the haze that seemed to cloud her eyes and fill her brain. Bending, leaping, strutting in rampant maleness, the figure of Herne turned amid the laughter and the dance, fainting with the spear. Its blade touched some of the revelers in the whirling, snake-like chains, metal, delicate as a kiss.
You can wake to the sound of the hunting horn, dance in the gathering storm. In solstice time, blood runs to the rod. It's just the coming.
Rudi, no, Artos, flung his arms high, the blade of the spear glinting like ruddy flame, and as if the gesture had called it forth, the worshippers roared,
"Of the horned god!"
He sprang onto the altar.
He will call you out, make you sweat, give you a blessing that you'll never forget. So revel in the chase and let your hot blood run, for blessed are we children of the Horned One. Blessed are we children of the Horned One.
The coven answered, swaying forward together, stretching out their hands to the tall shape of the wild huntsman.
We call you forth as we make our way, walking your power every day. Guide us true in the hunt this night, and maybe even later, in the great rite.
The masked figure threw back his head and bellowed laughter.
You can wake to the sound of the hunting horn, dance sky-clad in the gathering storm. So revel in the chase and let your heartbeat run. But you best be ready, pretty doe one. You best be ready when the horned god comes.
The spear lanced out again, as if it were pointing at her. It was impossible, but she knew it was true, even if Rudi had no idea she was there. And from the point fire seemed to crinkle every tiny hair on her skin.
He will call you out, make you sweat, give you a blessing that you'll never forget. So revel in the chase and let your heartbeat run, for blessed are we children of the Horned One. Blessed are we children of the Horned One.
Even then she didn't quite lose control of herself. She eeled backward with a lifetime's skill before she ran blindly, half sobbing. And when folk about the work of the sheriff's steading stared at her, she made herself walk into the lamplight, smile, and nod. Odard looked up in alarm as she came into the chamber the travelers had been given as their common room. His questions died as she sat.
Just play, would you, Odard? Remind me of home.
As your Highness commands. He bowed deeply and sat, taking up the lute. The clear notes rang in the night, drowning all the sounds of the wildwood where it rested like a great feral beast, beyond the walls and laws and rules of men.
I wish we were home, she said at last.
He kept his fingers moving on the lute, and his face averted. The problem is, Your Highness, I think things may be going badly at home, too. Chapter 14. Central Oregon Ranchers Association Territory. East of Bend, Oregon. January 22nd, Change Year 24, 2023 A.D. Signe Havel cursed quietly beneath her breath, and spat to clear the alkali dust from her mouth. It was futile. The cold morning wind that snapped the dark brown banner with its snarling crimson bear's head beside her blew more back into her face, along with a little dry snow from yesterday's thin fall. The sun was far enough over the horizon now that a squint in the shade of her raised visor, did well enough to show the huge rolling landscape that opened out before her. Gray-green sage, a frosting of white snow blown in numberless little crescents against the sides of brown, dead bunchgrass, the slightly darker brown of bare soil, aching blue sky. She was a tall, fair woman, a little past 40. The face under the raised visor of her sallet helm was still beautiful, in a fashion now slightly harsh. The 60 pounds of bear-killer cavalry armor, breast and back plate of articulated steel amaze, similar cover for upper arms and thighs, vambraces and greaves, didn't bother her.
"It's about the only thing about this cock-up that doesn't bother me very much indeed," she thought. "But Mike taught me a long time ago that you have to look positive for the troops."
She'd kept all her skills up, enough that she wasn't a handicap on a battlefield where command was her primary job. But she hadn't taken the field for years. Most of the time she ran the civil side of bear-killer affairs from Larsdalen, the core of which had been her family's summer home even before the change, and left active military leadership to her twin brother, Eric Larson.
"But most of the time we're not scraping the bottom of the barrel and holding on with our fingernails," she thought bleakly.
And then, as she watched the skirmish half a mile away,
"I haven't forgotten how to do this. I also haven't forgotten how much I dislike watching men die, even strangers who've never done me any personal harm. My friends, even less."
It was a chilly winter's day here up on the high sagebrush plains east of the Cascades, which introduced yet another of the discomforts of wearing armor. In summertime she'd have been roasting like a pig after a blat in the suit of articulated plate, and now it made her sweat whenever she was active, and then let the moisture in the padding beneath turn dank and greasy chill as soon as she was still for more than a few moments.
Which right now is the least of my worries.
The enemy had thrown up the earthwork fort beside the old road bridge in less than a day. Her own field engineers were lost in professional admiration at how swift and thorough it had been.
"Damn them all," Signy thought. "Hella eat them and spit the bones into Gununga Gap."
The 4 square earth walls appeared as if dug by a race of giant prairie dogs, with 4 low, thick towers of prefabricated timbers at the corners, sheathed in steel plates and a broad abattis covered in angle iron and barbed wire. The United States of Boise's flag flew over it, since they considered themselves the United States of America full stop. They used the stars and stripes, which her husband Mike Havel had always considered slightly blasphemous for any of the 1,001 successor states in the ruins of the world left by the change. At least Lawrence Thurston had really believed in restoring the United States. His patricidal son Martin just wanted to be emperor, as far as the reports could tell. The cavalry deployed around it to protect the construction were mostly Pendleton rancher levies, light cavalry armed with bow and slashing sword, few with any protection beyond a bowl helmet and steer-hide jacket, and a platoon's worth of the sword of the prophet, elite troops of the Church Universal and Triumphant out of Corwin. Boise's theocratic allies were armored in lacquered leather and chainmail, and unlike the ranchers and their cowboys, they used both lance and bow.
"Which was supposed to be our bear-killer A-list's monopoly," she thought. "There aren't as many enemy horse as there were yesterday, when I decided we couldn't take them on. That's because the fort's finished today. Do we get anything by winning this action? But if we just retreat every time they run up a fort, why not surrender right away?"
The bear-killers had ranchers' retainers with them as well, men and the odd woman from the Cora, the Central Oregon Ranchers Association. The 2 forces of light horse were skirmishing, loose knots of horsemen galloping and exchanging arrows that twinkled as they reached the top of their trajectories and plunged downward. Now and then a man would fall, or a horse. A clump of riders would drive in to the rescue, and light broke off the honed edges of the swords as little squads cut and stabbed at each other, saber against sheet. One such rescue party got a little too close to the new fortlet, and there was a deep, unmusical tung, whap sound as the heavy truck springs that powered a murder machine on one of the towers cut loose. "Shit," she said flatly. The ball from the 6-pounder Scorpion was too fast to really see, save as a streak, until it was nearly to the target. Distance mercifully hid the details, but she thought it smashed a man's head off. Certainly he rode on for a dozen paces before toppling. The others exploded outward like a drop of water on a hot greased skillet. One of them paused a second to swing the unhorsed comrade they'd first come for up behind him. The dead man's horse followed the rest of the war band with the stirrups bouncing loose.
"The High One receive him, and the Valkyr bring him the meed of heroes,"
she murmured, and signed the hammer with her fist. "And that one who rescued his friend is a brave man, too," her son Michael Jr. said. He'd filled out and shot up as he turned 16, and though he'd soon be taller, he looked more like his father than ever, save that his hair was fine and corn yellow rather than Mike Havel's coarse black mane. That meant Michael Jr. also looked more like his half-brother Rudi, a thought which made her force herself not scowl. They were both exceptionally handsome young men, straight-nosed, with square, dimpled chins and high cheekbones. Mike had the brand of the A-list between his brows, despite his youth. He'd won it by bravery on the field at the Battle of Pendleton last year, and had the privilege of carrying the lance that bore the bear head flag. The lance was perfectly functional. Bear killers didn't bring empty symbols to a battlefield. The mounted trumpeter on her other side was also close kin. Her twin brother Eric's son, Will, and also young for his task. A field force commander's signaler had to get things right. That branch of the family was Catholic. He crossed himself. Both the youngsters wore only mail shirts and leather arm guards over their brown uniforms. Not even bear killer thoroughness went to the hideous expense of refitting fast-growing teenagers in a new set of plate armor every year. It had to be tailored like a fine suit of clothes. "Signal execute retreat," Signy said. His brown face was solemn as he raised the trumpet to his lips and blew the 6-note call, the regulation 3 times. Now let's see if the Cora boys are still fixated on being ornery, independent cusses of sure-enough cowpokes, by goddamn, or whether they finally learned to do what they're told, she said. They had. The whole 100-odd of them started to fall back at a hand gallop, turning in their saddles to shoot. The Pendleton cowboys pursued their outnumbered opponents, yelling and whooping and bunching up, which was almost instinctive in a situation like that. Signy's lips peeled back from her teeth in a she-wolf grin as they approached a certain point, and her hand rose. The forces of the realms allied on the meeting at Corvallis were stretched thin. She had 30 A-list lancers with her, no more, and the lower your numbers, the less the margin you had for error.
"I don't have any at all."
The retreating Cora riders passed over a low ridge and towards a section of sparse grassland dotted with sagebrush that looked no different from 100,000 square miles just like it in this part of the continent. The Cora horsemen weren't trying to lead the enemy towards her. Reckless or not, the pursuit wouldn't come anywhere near the A-listers. Not within charging range of armored lancers on armored horses. Not so close that they couldn't disengage on their more lightly burdened mounts and pepper the heavy horse with arrows from a distance. And, yes, 1 or 2 of them were starting to look at the ground ahead suspiciously. One stood in his stirrups to shout something. Beside her, Will put the instrument to his lips and took a deep breath. "Wait. Now!" Her arm chopped downward. Will's bugle call rang out instantly, loud and sweet. The Cora horse archers split left and right as the sagebrush erupted. 100 Mackenzies sprang up from where they'd lain prone beneath their war cloaks since they'd crawled forward in the middle of last night. The cloaks were mottled, coarse cloth sewn with loops that held sage and bunchgrass. They fell aside to reveal kilt and plaid, and brigandine and helmet, and well-stuffed quivers of cloth-yard shafts, fletched in grey goose feathers.
"It was cold last night. Better them than me."
A piper was with them, and the harsh, hoarse squeal of the drones wailed out. As it did, the long yew bows came up, bent into beautiful shallow curves, and began to snap. Arrows flicked out in a sudden ripple, 30 a second, at point-blank range into a bunched target. A target of horses completely unprotected, and of men with nothing more than boiled leather or the odd mail shirt. The charge of the Pendleton men shattered like a glass bottle flung at a castle wall, as men and horses went down in a thrashing, screaming tangle. And now, "Sound charge!" she called. The trumpet sang, high and sweet. The A-listers' deep shout of "Haka Pale!" rang out as the lances dipped and the big horses began to move away from her in a mounting rumble of hooves. Tactical doctrine specified a 2-deep staggered row for this. Sheer lack of numbers meant a single line. "Haka Pale! Hack them down!" They started slower than a ranch country quarter horse. Sometimes she thought those were crossbred with jackrabbits, and the bear-killer mounts were carrying the armor of their riders and their own on neck and chest as well. But their long legs were fast enough when they got going, and the Pendleton cowboys were too tangled with their own dead and dying to react quickly. The arrow storm stopped as the bear-killers struck. 5 minutes later, the enemy were running hard, but by then far fewer of them were able to move. The Cora horse archers rallied behind the Mackenzies and slid back around to their right, to the north and as close to the fort as they could get without being back in artillery range. That put them on the flank of any attack by the block of the Sword of the Prophet, waiting under the fort's cover. They weren't moving. It wasn't cowardice. "It's iron discipline," she thought. "Damn, we were supposed to be ahead in that, too." The Pendleton men still outnumbered the bear-killers by 3-1, even after most of the A-list fighters had speared one enemy out of the saddle in the first onset. That was about as important as fresh eggs outnumbering ball-peen hammers, though. Now the backswords were out, armored riders on tall, barded horses, working in drill teams. The eastern cowboys stood the melee for moments only, just long enough to look for a way out. Most instinctively broke southward, away from the bear-killers, which meant they had to cross the front of the Mackenzies again, as the A-listers left them to the longbowmen. Even at this distance, and over the sound of the Ravens Pibroch, she could see the grins of the clansfolk, and hear them shouting cheerful bets at each other as they drew and tracked the moving targets and loosed. A superficial acquaintance with Mackenzies could leave you with the impression that they were a friendly, musical, fanciful, harmless people. Signe Havel had been dealing with them almost as long as there had been Mackenzies, and she knew that stereotype was about 3/4 right. The last bit was a very bad mistake, though. Lethally bad. 3 more of the enemy squeezed out northward and made straight for her in a triple plume of dust, either just trying to get by or out for some revenge on the party under the enemy banner. They grew swiftly from doll size to real men on real horses, close enough to see the fixed snarls of terror and rage, the thin reddish beard of one, the bleeding slash along another's cheek. "Heads up, troopers," she said to her son and nephew, drawing her sword and sliding her round shield onto her arm. Will slung the trumpet around over his back and pulled the recurved bow out of its saddle scabbard before his left knee. His other hand went back and twitched 3 arrows out of his quiver, putting one on his string and the other 2 between a forefinger and the bow stave. They all signaled their horses forward with thighs and balance, walk, trot, canter, gallop. An A-lister usually didn't touch the reins in battle.
3 deep breaths and everything left her mind but the now. The cowboys drew closer with shocking speed, strings of foam and slobber running from their horses' jaws. The men were nearly as wild-eyed, their sheets in their hands. None of them had any arrows left in their quivers. Most of these cow country men were fine shots, but the sort of organization that brought ammunition forward during a fight wasn't their long suit. Beside her, Mike Jr. was riding with perfect form, shield on arm and lance slanted forward at 45 degrees, held loosely. The popping, fluttering rattle of the flag increased as the wind of their passage cuffed at it. Will's bow snapped, once, twice, the boy bracing himself up in the stirrups of the heavy war saddle as he drew and loosed. The cowboy opposite him ducked below the first shaft as it wasp-whined by his face. That put his collarbone right in the path of the next. There was a wet crack sound of parting bone audible over the pounding of hooves, and he pitched backward off his horse. Signy gave her opponent the point, sword extended at the end of her outstretched arm like a lance, but he threw himself to one side just in time. She wrenched her sword up and over to rest behind her back for an instant as they flashed past. Tung! And the heavy sheet's backhand stroke hit it hard enough for the blow to wrench at her hand, just over the spot where there was a gap between the flare of her sallet helm and the upper edge of the backplate. Her horse reared and crow-hopped 3 times on its hind legs as it killed its momentum in response to her signals. It whirled as it came down, eyes bulging, huge yellow chisel teeth bared as it snapped at the cow-pony. That agile beast had already wheeled and put its master within chopping range. He struck at her 3 times in fewer than 3 heartbeats, overarm and forehand and backhand. Twig, crack, tongue! One blow caught on her backsword, one glanced off the surface of her shield, another on the sword, and this time it slid down to hit the guard and numbed her hand again. She had no time to strike back. The man was shrieking as he hewed at her, half her age, and quick and strong. Then he coughed, looked down at the arrowhead that jutted from his leather coat, coughed again in a spray of red, and slumped away. One high-heeled boot caught in a twisted stirrup as he fell, and the horse moved away, dragging him and looking back over its shoulder, dancing sideways until the boot slid off the foot and the body dropped free. Then it galloped away. Mike Havel had given the bear killers many sayings. One was, "Fair fights are for suckers." Another was, "One for all, and all on one." "Thanks," she wheezed to Will Larson, wiping drops of blood off her eyelids with a leather on the palm of one gauntlet. "Been a few years since I did this. Long enough to forget how it can leave you feeling like a wet dishcloth in a few seconds," she thought, struggling to take steady, deep breaths. "De nada," he replied, his smile white. He came by the tag naturally. His mother Luann's mother was Tejano, and Angelica Hutton had been the outfit's quartermaster general since that meant cooking dinner personally. His maternal grandfather had been a black horsebreaker from the Texas hills. The combination of that Afro-Anglo-Hispano-Indio mix with Eric's Nordic heritage had given him exotic good looks, bluntly regular full-lipped features, skin the smooth, pale light brown of a perfect soda biscuit, eyes midnight blue, and hair curling from under the edge of his helmet in locks of darkest yellow. A look around. The sword of the prophet were cantering forward a little as her A-listers pursued the fleeing ranchers' men. The A-list lancers reined in at the very fringe of the area covered by the fort's war engines, turned, and cantered back towards her. The Corwinites halted again when the Cora men started lofting arrows at them from extreme range, a bit over 200 yards with a saddlebow. The survivors of the Pendleton force drew up behind the prophet's guardsmen, all but a few, who kept going east as fast as they could quirt their horses. "We beat 'em," Will said. "Good as we can expect, damn it," she said. Mike Jr. was out of the saddle, pulling at the shaft of his lance with a foot braced on the body of the man it pierced, looking grim but not too wobbly. The lance was disposable, but the banner had to be retrieved, and bloodstains were nothing new on a bear-killer battle flag.
This was his second real fight, not his first, she reminded herself.
"Trooper," she said. Mike looked up. "Put something white on the end of that and ask the enemy commander whether he's interested in a mutual half-hour truce for each side to retrieve their wounded." It took an effort to say. The enemy, even the Prophet's fanatics, usually respected a flag of truce on the battlefield, about as often as her side did, for the same self-interested reasons. That still meant sending her son into talking distance of men for whom mercy was scarcely even a concept.
"I can't treat Mike any different from the way I would any bannerman," she told herself.
He grinned at her and saluted crisply. "Yes, ma'am." Signy slid her unmarked sword back into the scabbard and rested the palms of her gauntlets on the horn of her saddle for an instant, waiting tensely while her son cantered over the battlefield and picked his way between fallen men and horses. The sun had barely risen at all. The whole affair had taken less than half an hour. Mike waved at her after an instant's conversation with the man beneath Corwin's flag of golden-rayed sun on a blood-red ground, before turning and galloping back. She kept her breath of relief behind her lips until he was out of arrow range. Will used his trumpet again, and the light two-wheeled carts came forward to gather the hurt, with medics jumping down to administer first aid. For a moment there was little sound except the sough of wind and the shrieks and moans and whimpers of humans and horses in pain. That became less as the wounded animals were put down and the men given morphine. The Mackenzie commander came up, running afoot with one hand on the stirrup leather of his mounted opposite number from the Cora contingent, the longbow pumping in his left hand. "Monteval's secret weapon strikes again, you might be saying," the grinning leader of the Mackenzie archers said. He was an olive-skinned young man named Beach, after the tree. "We've only a few hurt. They should all make it." "Stung 'em bad," the rancher said. "We paid for it, but they're busted for now. Bastards won't have as many men to go raiding after our herds next time." His name was McGinty, and he had a bull-hide breastplate with his own Lazy Q brand pyrographed on the boiled leather. The horsehair plume on his helmet bobbed as he chuckled.
"He's younger than me, too. So many are these days.
40's not old. Well, 42. That thought marked her age itself. These days, 40 was fairly well along. Not many people beyond their first youth had survived the generation since the change. She'd been 18 then herself. It was some consolation that she looked a lot younger than her age by today's standards, since she didn't pass her days in field labor. "Get your people heading east to camp," she said to the Mackenzie. "Don't get settled in there either." "We're leaving," he said, "after this fine and glorious thrashing we gave them, and the kicking of their arse so hard their teeth came marching out like little pikemen on parade." Signy nodded towards the fort. A century of Boise infantry were double-timing out of the gates, and they had a field piece with them. "With that as a base, this isn't a healthy locality," she said grimly. "Move. We'll accompany, and the Lazy Q men will cover us both. Eat, get your gear packed, get on your bicycles, and clear out to the next rally point. And could you get that so-called musician to stop torturing that poor agonized pig? 'Tis scarcely war at all without a piper." The clansfolk moved in a ground-eating trot that made it easy for the cavalry to hang behind them. The Allied forces' hasty encampment was 4 miles up the road, where another small bridge had spanned a gulch that scored the rolling plain, muddy save for patches of snow now, potentially a torrent. There was no glimpse of the Cascades on the western horizon. Not quite, unless you used binoculars. Her horse picked its way across the streambed, hooves clotting with temporary boots of black sludge. The Mackenzies took the stretchers with the wounded on their shoulders, cheerfully trudged through the glop themselves, and manhandled the empty ambulance carts over. They even found energy to sing as they strutted into camp with their pipers sounding off, a rollicking tune with a chorus that went, "Gather the sheaves of harvest time lightly. Many a day they will strengthen our kin. Gather the sheaves of arrow shafts tightly. Many a battle their feathers will win. Call the names of the clansmen who've fallen. Let them be carried like seeds on the wind." The bridge had been as thoroughly destroyed as thermite, metal saws, and enthusiastic sledgehammers could manage in the time they'd had. "That'll delay them," Will said as their mounts surged up the low slope on the other side of the stream. Rock rattled down as hooves pushed them out of the damp, sandy earth. His cousin snorted. "Yeah, just as long as it takes Thurston's engineers to bring up materials to build a replacement," Mike said. "While they also bring up enough troops to hold us off." His face turned to her. Ma'am, why aren't we bringing up enough force to stop this? They're nailing down Highway 20 like someone tacking down a strip of carpet. At this rate, they'll be at the gates of Bend by springtime. After that, there's nothing to stop them short of the forts and the passes over the Cascades. Trooper, we're not doing that because they're doing something like this in half a dozen other places as well. If we put more troops here, they'd push west faster somewhere else." Greasewood fires were burning under big aluminum kettles cut down from old trash barrels. The smell made spit run into her mouth as her stomach unclenched. Signe swung down from her horse, wondering where several suddenly painful incipient bruises and wrenched joints had come from, except for the ones under her shield arm and the wrist of her sword hand, which she knew about full well. Military apprentices attended to the bear killer's chores, taking the barding off the A-lister horses, packing it on mules, handing out food. They were young men and women of Will and Mike's age, and this was part of their training. Was this really more exciting when I was campaigning with Mike? She wondered. She quickly spooned down thick barley and mutton soup, gnawing on a tasteless wheat cake with alternate bites from a raw onion and a lump of rock-like cheese that bit back at the inside of her mouth. Then she used the last of the flatbread to mop out the bowl before she tossed it back. Or am I just getting nostalgic? Nostalgic for a war, of all things. Frigga witness, I was a fucking vegetarian before the change, and the next thing to a pacifist, though that didn't last long after I met Mike. Was this ever better, Aaron? She said aloud. I remember it as being fresher back in the War of the Eye, and before that. Not as boring, not as uncomfortable, not as frightening either. The slim, 60-something physician didn't look up from his work with splint and bandages, his hands moving with a swift, impersonal gentleness as the man whose leg had been pulped by a warhammer stirred and moaned beneath the drug. He hadn't taken the field lately either, having been the outfit's chief doctor since before they arrived back in Oregon in the first change year. Supposedly, his jobs were training and administration. No, it was mostly about like this, he said shortly. You're just remembering being young and hormonally optimistic and in love, and retrospectively you know we won, more or less. So yes, you are just getting senile nostalgia. Enjoy the mild case now. It gets steadily worse as age and sagging bits and tits and those wrinkles at the corners of your blue eyes accumulate. Fuck you, Aaron, she said, smiling. I'm afraid not. You were never quite butch enough for me, Signe, darling, he replied. And they call me a super bitch. Unjustly. Women just can't manage bitchery with any style, so I've got you outclassed. Besides, I was always madly jealous, which justifies it. She laughed. That was a running joke between the two of them, and actually true. Aaron Rothman had been hopelessly in love with Mike Hobble, too, from the day he'd been rescued from a band of eaters not long after the change. Not that that unrequited longing had ever kept him from a love life surprisingly varied for their staid little rural community at Larsdalen. He finished off, signaled to the stretcher-bearers, and limped over to her. The cannibals had made a start on him by taking his left foot off a few days before the bear killers arrived. He was looking over her shoulder. Oh, he murmured, It's our stylishly brutal neo-feudal friends, with their banners unfurled. She turned and recognized the colorful split-tailed pennant of a high PPA noble at the head of the party coming down from the northwest, almost before the outposts reported it. Her brows went up as she removed her helmet and tucked her armored gauntlets into her sword belt and waited. They went higher as she saw the blazon on the forked pennant and the quartering on the big kite-shaped shields northern knights used, the Portland Protective Association's lidless eye with sable, a delta or over a V argent. The Grand Constable herself, she thought, keeping her lips from showing teeth. After the loathsome Sandra Machiavellian skirt arming her, my unfavoritist of all our dear associate allies. A lance of bodyguards, Baroness Tefane Dath, some hangers-on, and 2 other nobles. Wait. No, that's a knight brother of the Order of the Shield of St. Benedict with her. And I know the other guy's face. He's Sir Ivo Marks. "Hello," she murmured. "Ivo is Seneschal of Castle Kempskapelle out east of Walla Walla these days," she said quietly to Aaron. "That's on the front lines, and Boise is pushing hard there. What the hell is he doing back in the west?" "Lady Dath," she said courteously as they drew rein and dismounted, handing the reins to their followers. "Lady Signy," came the reply in that water-over-ice voice. The 4 men-at-arms and 8 mounted crossbowmen in half armor looked as if they'd come far and fast. So did their horses, despite the short string of remounts and sumpter mules. "Dath never shows much sign of wear. You have to give the bitch that." The knight brother and Ivo looked like they'd come a lot farther, and they both had the fading bruises and minor cuts that told of a serious fight not long ago. Ivo Marks looked like he'd lost his fight, too. Something about the eyes. He was a thick-built man of Tefane's age, 4 years younger than Signy, but with his brown hair just beginning to go gray at the temples and starting to recede a bit. There were a few red veins in his cheeks as well. Brawling thug with a veneer of manners, she thought again. Typical of that generation of associates. Not quite a changeling, but a lot closer than me. At 14, you're a kid. 18 is a borderline adult. Or it was. He's not stupid, though. "I am Brother Jerome," the warrior monk said, "currently assigned as a liaison to the Portland Protective Association forces in the Northeast. We have not met, Lady Signy." Though that didn't matter much. Mount Angel seemed to have developed some sort of injection molding process for turning out its knight brothers a little after the change. They differed only in complexion, and even that was uniformly withered. Jerome's bowl-cut tonsured hair was medium brown, and his eyes were hazel, and his face was long and lumpy and horse-like. The alert stance, even when exhausted, was the standard, and the expression of mild, calm attention. "You've been in action?" Dath said, looking around and at the spray of blood drops smeared on Signy's face. The lady of the bear killers bit back. "No, we just had a really rough game of football." Dath always annoyed her, made her feel halfway between angry and off balance. Part of it was the personal history. They'd crossed swords a few times during the wars against the Association, and there had been that business in Corvallis where Tefane had made them all look like complete idiots just before the final conflict. Part of it was just the woman herself. Signy Hovel could be as ruthless as necessary when she had to be, but Dath just had something missing in there somewhere, as if being a human being day to day was something she did as a conscious decision. "And be honest with yourself, Signy. Gay people creep you out a bit," she thought. Then, with a glance at Aaron, "No, be even more honest. Gay men are restful. Gay women creep you out a bit." "Skirmish at their latest roadside fort," Signy said aloud. "We beat them, more or less. They pulled out part of their cavalry once their fort was finished, so we tried drawing them into an ambush. We inflicted a lot more losses than we took, but they can replace theirs and we can't. Technically we won, and then had to retreat. Hurrah." The Grand Constable nodded. "They can match our numbers everywhere and still keep a central reserve to switch around," she said. "That means they can outnumber us whenever and wherever they feel it's important. It's difficult." "It's a recipe for fucking disaster," Signy thought, but did not say. "Unless they start making a lot of big mistakes, which so far they haven't. Neither have we. Absent idiocy on either side or the gods taking a hand, numbers win." "Well, your castles are holding them up in the Columbia Valley and the Palouse," she said instead, "which goes a long way to compensate for their numbers." That had the virtue of being true, as well as complimentary. The only way to hold the Corwin-Boise alliance out of this open plain would be a pitched battle, and they tried that at Pendleton last year and lost. Dath frowned. If possible, her pale gray eyes grew chiller. "We need to speak in confidence," she said. "That's why I'm here in person. I'll be moving on to Bend to consult with the Cora leaders next, then back west to stop in Corvallis and Dun Juniper." Signy nodded. "Did anyone say stop working?" she asked the heir and the curious onlookers within eavesdropping range. "I want us to be ready to pull out of here soonest." Tefane looked at the doctor, who showed no sign of retreating with the others. "Aaron is one of my closest advisers," Signy said. "You can tell him anything you tell me." Nobody mentioned Will and Mike Jr. They were family and learning the family business. Signy looked at the association commander's followers in turn. "Armand and Rodard are my squires," Tefane said, "and confidential agents. Sir Ivo and Brother Jerome were involved with the matter personally." She took a deep breath and paused before speaking. Signy was surprised and felt a trickle of alarm. What could be upsetting the ice dike of Castle Dath? It wasn't like her to hesitate to spit the truth out, however disagreeable. They'd had as little as possible to do with each other, but she knew that much. "Castle Kampskapelle fell 6 days ago," the associate said bluntly. Signy managed to control her impulse to grunt as if belly-punched. Her sister Astrid was operating her Ranger deep reconnaissance and sabotage teams out of there right now, and her brother Eric was backing her up. They'd been running weapons to the Mormon guerrillas and harassing enemy logistics in occupied New Deseret as well. Aaron whistled almost silently. "That was a very strong keep," Signy said, and glared at Ivo. Ivo Marks had been a protege and vassal of Dath's since the War of the Eye. Commanding a major castle was a plum job, too. She went on. "How in hell did that happen? They certainly didn't sit a fucking great army down in front of it for a siege or assault that I heard of." The monk intervened. "A postern gate was opened late at night, by a priest. A joint force of Boisean and Corwinite special forces took the gatehouse, raised the portcullis, and let down the drawbridge. They held it long enough for a fast-flying column that had approached in stealth to punch through and take the castle as a whole." Signy's breath hissed out. The gate of a big castle was a mini-fortress in itself. They'd known that the enemy alliance had good special operations troops, but this was a nasty confirmation. "Bribe?" she said. Brother Jerome shook his head. "I don't think so. It was a rather elderly Dominican, a harsh man, one of Anti-Pope Leo's appointees, but not a corrupt one. I knew him slightly." "Why not?" Signy said. "It wouldn't be the first time a priest of your church caught gold fever. And now? He's joined the majority?" "No, it would not be the first time a priest was bribed, my lady," the monk said, with that steady courtesy that was more irritating than irritation. "All men are sinners, and priests are men. However, the priest in question then cut off his own testicles and stabbed himself 8 times in the belly before he died. And the first enemy through the postern was in a red robe, a high seeker of the Church Universal and Triumphant. He killed armed men with his hands, and they did not resist." For once, the monk's trained calm seemed to waver. "I was there. I saw it. I fought him." Not so much with my sword. I have never felt anything like it. Never anything so strong or so foul. As if I were a prisoner in my own mind, and my mind was in hell. Only by the grace of God was I able to give the alarm and close the inner doors to the bailey long enough for the garrison to arm. A chill silence fell. They'd all heard the rumors about the Corwinite adepts. Several made the protective signs of their various faiths. Then Evo spoke, his voice shaking slightly.
That's all that let any of us escape.
Evo got most of the garrison out, Tefane said crisply. Given the initial situation, he did quite well. But that unhinges our position in the western Palouse, and it gives the enemy another foothold on the navigable Snake River. It's troubling. We've been counting on our fortifications to even things up.
If we can't rely on the castles to keep them off the Columbia, what the hell can we do?
Signy said, looking around for a moment as if armies could be conjured from raw need. One of the squires blurted, "Artos has to return with a sword. Only that can save Monteval."
"He's right, Mother,"
Mike Hobble Jr. said, before Tefane could blast her subordinate for speaking out of turn. Gray eyes met blue. Tefane spoke slowly and reluctantly. "I have a horrible suspicion that may be correct. And the gods alone know what Rudi and the others were doing. Mary, Ritva, is it well with you?" A bear killer couldn't show weakness. "It would be a help," she said. "An army or two with it wouldn't hurt either." Free Republic of Richland. Sheriffry of Reedstown. Formerly southwestern Wisconsin. National Guard Drill Field. October 10th, Change Year 24, 2022 AD.
Being impatient and not showing it is even more of an unpleasantness than being impatient alone, Rudi thought.
He suppressed an impulse to jig from foot to foot, like a small child in school bursting to ask permission to visit the Jakes.
The best cure for it being some sweat. Luckily, that also serves our purposes, since we want to be well remembered here. Not just remembered kindly, but remembered well, as folk worthy of respect. Worthy of alliance against a common foe.
He kept a smile on his face as he strode out to the drill field. Partly that was natural to him. He liked most places and most people he met. And partly it was politics.
The which I will never be able to escape now, all my life. Fortunately, I've been assured that won't be over long.
Most of the drill field was exactly that. Fields, now reaped and empty of crops, but busy with the local folk. Some of it spilled up into the forested edges of Reedstown to give a realistic variety of ground. Only parts of it were permanent, like the row of oaken pells, thick posts used as targets for practice with sword and axe. Mathilda and Odard were at a pair of them.
"How's the arm?"
he asked.
"Healing," Mathilda said shortly. "Nearly healed. Still hurts a bit, but it needs to be stretched or it'd heal tight." What's got into her? He thought. Aloud. "Well, careful while it's still weak, Akushla. You always did push yourself too hard when you were injured."
She nodded without meeting his eyes, and continued the routine she'd started with a light wooden practice blade. This was an overcast day and chilly, but sweat was still running down her face, and doubtless down her flanks beneath the mail hauberk and the padding. He didn't bother repeating the warning to Odard as the Baron slammed his own drill sword into the pell again, smashed at it with his shield, set himself, and repeated the pattern. The young Lord of Gervais worked conscientiously at maintaining his skills at the warrior's craft, but he didn't have Mathilda's driven will, and was less likely to overwork. Over to the archery range. A Dane had just lowered his bow after a ripple fire that left the pop-up targets shaped like outlaws and eaters, neatly feathered.
"And how's Aylward the archer?" Rudi asked.
"Doing well enough, Chief. Just showing these lads and lasses how it's done, so to speak, and keeping me a hand in."
That got him a chorus of groans and hoots from the locals. He grinned at them and replied with a mocking gesture. It had taken only a day or so before he couldn't find anyone willing to take a friendly bet on a session at the butts. Jake, son of Jake, and his Southsiders leaned on their bows and basked in the young Mackenzie's reflected glory. Those bows had been substantially improved. A Dane had run joyously amok, spending Iowa's gold in Reedstown's well-equipped archery shop, and had ordered a set of portable bowyer's tools as well to take with them. They should all be ready before the party left. The former wild men had also become noticeably better archers with a Dane to instruct and bullyrag them. Already they were as good as the average run of the Reedstowners. Rudi took a deep breath of the chilly, late-October air, laden with the damp smell of fallen leaves and turned earth. It smoked when he exhaled. Then he passed on to the practice circles where the trainees worked with the sword. They were sensibly marked out on sections of irregular pasture, complete with low brush and some, or set around trees or big rocks. In his experience, battles rarely took place on neatly level ground, raked and rolled for good footing. The Reedstown armsmaster, they called him a drill instructor here, gave him a slight wink. They'd already met. He was a thick-set man about 10 years older than Rudi and 3 inches shorter, with hair of dark yellow, closer cropped than most locals, and the tip of his nose missing. His father had been a retired Marine non-commissioned man, like Rudi's sire, Mike Havel, and had run a martial arts club and store in Racine before the change came and set him on a road that ended here. His son had fought in some of the same wars as Ingolf, but returned home to inherit his father's employment and pass on what he'd learned. A scar from the slash that had marred his nose also split a lip and drew a corner of his mouth up into a constant sneer, turning a face not notably lovely to begin with into something most men would blink to see. "Hello, Mr. Mackenzie," he said. Then he indicated 3 big young men in practice gear. That meant mail shirts to the thigh here, and helmets like brimmed hats, with round shields and wooden drill sheets. "Care to give some of our local boys a bout?" he said, elaborately casual. "I see you're kitted up." The Mackenzie was wearing his brigandine, plus mail sleeves, mail-clad leather gorget, plate vambraces and greaves, visored sallet helm and breeches beneath his kilt with mail on the outsides. It was all more elaborate than anything Reedstowners were likely to have seen before, and enough to let him fight like a knight afoot or a horse, though it gave a bit less protection than a modern suit of articulated plate and weighed slightly more. The gear did have the advantage of being modular, and you could put it on yourself. "It would be less than a guest's duty should I refuse," Rudi said gravely, "that being the work of the season." October wasn't exactly the easy time of year here. There wasn't such a thing, amid the thronging tasks of a farming settlement that also made most of what it used and wore. But it was as close as any, with the grain and root crops in, the last hay and silage cut, and stock culling over and the meat steeping in the vats of pickle brine or turning in the smokehouses or freezing amid underground blocks of ice. What was left was the sort of thing that could be attended to any time, mostly even in the hard, dark cold of winter. That gave time for the arts of war. Like any manual skill, they rusted if not used. Their main rival in the fall was hunting, which also trained you in fighting, and doubly if the quarry were boar or bear or wolf. "Just a moment, then," he went on, and hung up his sword belt. He'd had a training sword made up precisely the length and balance of his longsword, an oak batten around a rod of old rebar, the wood thickly wrapped in wool rags. Now he tossed it up spinning, caught the hilt with a slap of leather on hard callus, and slid the big kite-shaped association-style shield onto his arm. "Which one of us first?" the brashest of the young men said. "All of you at once, I think," Rudi said pleasantly. He snapped down the visor, and the world shrank to the narrow horizontal bar of the vision slit. By reflex, his head began to turn slightly right and left, to make up for the way it cut his peripheral vision. The Reedstown youths suddenly looked a little thoughtful, as his smiling face disappeared and left them confronting only the smooth curve of the steel. The visor tapered slightly on the bottom edge in a way that suggested a beak, and its surface and the helm as well were scored and inlaid with niello to hint at raven feathers. A real spray of those black pinions stood up at either temple. Rudi went on. "Why waste time when we can all fight at once? Ready?" They spread out uncertainly, looking at each other. Another breath, and he attacked. His face suddenly twisted, and the racking Mackenzie shriek burst from him stunning loud. A crack of shields on shield, the hard clack as one blade met another, a dull thud of a blunt wooden point on mail over padded leather, and hard stomach muscle, and bonk! The oaken practice sword glanced off a Reedstowner's kettle helmet, twisting it half around to break the chin strap and dropping him like a steer hit between the eyes with a sledge. Rudi stepped back and sloped the steel-cored oak lathe over his shoulder. One opponent was down, curled up like a shrimp and giving faint, hoarse, gasping whoops as he tried to draw breath through a diaphragm half paralyzed by a thrust to the pit of the belly. Another rolled about with his hands to a head still ringing from the blow that had set his helmet flying with a sound like some dull, unmusical bell, and the third was white-faced and shaking from the hard rake across his leg just below his crotch, and from the thought of what it would have meant with live steel, which thought hit more like a message, flashed from gut and balls. "You fellows are far from bad," Rudi said. His breath was deep, but not panting. The world came back in its autumnal bleakness as he flicked the visor back up. "But you're being too much the gentleman there. If you're fighting a man 3-on-1, just surround him and flail away. Get in more strikes than he can block. Even the Sedanta couldn't fight two, as the saying goes. Don't give him a chance to deal with you one at a time." "Listen to the voice of experience, you lambs still sucking at mummy's tit," said the Reedstown arms master. The three youngsters were all big, rangy young men, but a few years shy of 20. Even in their discomfort, they managed to look sheepishly embarrassed. Their fathers were farmers hereabout, which gave them more time to practice than common folk, and they were well equipped and supposedly well trained. In Rudi's judgment, they were on the better side of middling, as far as formal drill was concerned. Certainly they were strong, quick, and fearless. "He doesn't use our moves," one of them complained when he could stand and speak. "And he's a southpaw." The arms master's smile was a wonder to see as he crossed his arms on his chest and stared at them. It reminded Rudi of one Sam Aylward had put on when he was 15 and had done something truly stupid on Dun Juniper's practice field. The kind that made you feel as if you were 6 and playing at warriors out behind the stable with a rotten stick for a sword and an old fence board for a shield, rather than training for the real thing. When the older man spoke, his voice was like a flaying knife. "Yeah, hey, if someone attacks you using different moves, or if they're a lefty, you're just going to say you're taking your bat and ball and going home 'cause it ain't fair? Christ, Weiss, I've known you're a dumb little punk for years. But do you have to show it off in front of strangers?" Rudi laughed in friendly wise. "If you travel, you do meet different ways of fighting, the which can be an unpleasant surprise. Surprises can kill you in this trade, for there's no time to think things out when men fight to kill. I had the advantage of you, for I've trained with Ingolf Vogler for some time now, and know the Reedstown style. Here, let me show you what happened. Half speed." He ran them through the moves of the fight. "See, when I sidestepped, I put you out of line with your shield, and in the way of your friend here so he couldn't strike while I took you out with a lunge and thrust, then rammed him off balance shield to shield on the next step." The D.I. nodded. "I keep telling you, Weiss, you can use the shield to bit with, not just block. So can the guy you're fighting." "Then I backhanded this fine other fellow across the head, turned on my heel, and lunged while your friend there was off balance, which left me nothing to do but block your other friend with the black hair, so." He mimed letting a sheet cut slide off the back of his longsword. "Which in turn left me in position for a quick stab to the inside of the thigh, below the armour and cup. It's a low blow that's often the most effective. A man who blocks strikes to his face and chest well can often be taken with a blow to the thighs or knees or shins, or even a thrust through his foot, pinning it to the ground, after which he'll be sadly lacking in nimbleness, and no good at a dance at all. "Christ, you were fast," one of the young men said reverently. "I didn't think a guy your height could move like that. That's why I tried to come in under your guard." "Well, to be sure, I am very quick," Rudi said. Modesty was a vice he left to Christians, and there was also no point in denying what they'd seen with their own eyes. And while some of it was just the cradle gifts of the Fae, more was honestly earned by long, hard effort. And being both tall and fast is a fine thing, but also there's the matter of the weapons. Your eastern sheet hits hard, I will not dispute, but it recovers slowly even when held by a strong wrist. Good enough for a melee, where you seldom strike for the same man twice, and few men see the blow that kills them, but not for the higher art. Here there's just the four of us, and no interruptions or distractions, of which a battle has more than its share. The Reedstown instructor held out his hand. "Can I see that? What do you call it?" "A longsword. To be technical, it's a hand and a half, or a bastard longsword. 36 inches in the blade, and the hilt long enough for either a single or two-hand grip. Here, try the steel. It'll give you a better idea than wood." He picked up his sheathed sword where it rested with a belt wrapped around the scabbard and tossed it over. The Reedstowner drew the great cross-hilted blade. His eyes picked out the spots where nicks had been ground out of the layer-forged steel, and he grunted approval of the state of the edge. Knife-sharp, but not a vulnerable, hair-thin razor edge that would turn on bone, and all the metal covered with a barely perceptible film of neatsfoot oil. He tried it in a few broad, sweeping cuts of the type the local blade style used, feet rustling in the yellow-brown barley stubble, then held the weapon and turned it slowly in a circle from the wrist, and then flicked it back and forth. "Nice piece of smith-work here, you betcha. It's no lighter than a cavalry sheet," he said, "but the balance is a lot further back. Just forward of the guard." He tried a thrust. "Bet you could put this right through a mail shirt." "Yes, with a solid hit, and enough weight behind it, and just a wee bit of luck. The blade tapers to a narrow point, as you see, and the tip of it will get inside the first link. Then the edges cut the rings from the inside. Even good riveted mail is much better protection against cuts than thrusts of that sort." "Like a thin-tipped spear?" "Precisely, though you won't run a man in a mail hauberk all the way through. But inches are enough in the right place, eh?" "Yeah, hey, fighting or fucking," the man said, to a general laugh. Then he tossed it up a little, resheathed it, and went on shrewdly. "Bet this thing takes longer to learn well than a sheet. Bet you've been at it a while. I'd say you're a changeling. All the way, too, not just mostly like me." "Probably, though a wise man never stops learning his tools," Rudi acknowledged to the first part of the statement. "And yes, I've been at it since I could walk, more or less, and I was born in the first change year. War's my trade, though I've put my hand to other things in plenty." "Like to fight, do you?" "No, that I do not," Rudi replied. "I like the art of the thing, and the mastering of the skill, and the testing of the self. A bladesman's skill can be as beautiful as any other. Fighting, that you do because it's needful." "You've won a lot of fights," one of the youngsters said brashly, despite a glare from his instructor when he pushed into the conversation. "What's it like? We've had some brushes with outlaws lately, but they just run off if they can't bushwhack you." Rudi twitched the wooden sword down until its point rested in the dirt and leaned on the hilt. "You've slaughtered beasts, I suppose," he said calmly. The teenager nodded. It would be rare for anyone not to have that experience. Anyone except a wealthy dweller in a large city, and such were very rare in the world as it was now. Even a child could help hold the bowl of oatmeal to catch the blood for sausages and black pudding when a carcass was hoisted up to drain. Much like that. Like butchering a pig, shall we say, they being clever enough to know what you're about, and to fear their death before it comes. Except that you can generally kill a beast cleanly with one blow, since it's not trying to stop you with a weapon of its own, the which is unfortunately rare in a fight. In battle, you must often disable before you can put an end to the man, which means you can see the knowledge in their eyes as the last blow falls. Or you must cripple a man and go on to the next, there being no time for mercy. The instructor nodded vigorously. Rudi continued. And animals rarely try to hold the wounds closed, or weep, or scream and call for their mothers because the pain is so bad. Oh, the young man said. He and his friends winced. And that, the D.I. said ruthlessly, would have been you three this time. He pointed to each of them in turn. Weiss, you'd be bleeding out right now, fast, 'cause that one he gave you would have opened up the big artery inside the crotch. Cartman, you'd be lying flat on your face with blood coming out of your nose and ears, waiting for someone to cut your throat. And Anderson, you'd have a 4-inch stab wound in your gut, and after the fever set in, you'd be begging for someone to finish you. So let's practice some more, eh? Get set. 2 on 1. He turned back to Rudi and spoke more quietly as the young man moved off in obedience to his orders. They'll do okay, if I can just keep them alive while they get some of the piss and vinegar whacked out of them. Rudi smiled. He liked this man, even on brief acquaintance. Still, better to have to restrain a noble stallion than prod a reluctant mule. Yeah, God knows that's true. The timid ones take even more work. They're good kids. It's just... A pause. Trouble's coming, isn't it? It is that. Trouble that follows me and my friends. But even so is just the first wave of a storm of troubles to come. Well, shit. I'd better get back to work, then. Something touched the back of Rudi's hand. It was a snowflake. More fell, and then the wind began to flick them into his face. The young Reedstowners stepped back and began to sling their gear. The instructor gave a smile that would have done credit to a tiger confronted with a crippled cow. War isn't going to be called on account of snow, he barked. Where do you think you're going? Rudi walked over to where his half-sisters and Virginia Kane and Fred Thurston had been showing off a little with mounted archery, which was an upper-class style here. Ingolf was leaning against a maple and watching with his arms crossed. Standards have gone up since I left, he said. This bunch are a lot better than I was when I went for a soldier. The which is a fortunate thing, Rudi said. The snowflakes grew larger and began to stick on his eyebrows. What would you say of it? He asked. Ingolf would be a better judge of weather here. Going on to snow hard, he said. It's early. That means we ought to be able to get going in a week or so. Rudi nodded. If I were more eager, ants would crawl out of my nostrils. They're crawling around under my skin as it is. But again, we've not wasted the time here. I think your brother has come around to our way of thinking about the cutters. Ingolf nodded. Yeah, he's connected the dots and didn't like the picture. He's going to be sounding out the other sheriffs and the bigger farmers about it over the winter, too, you betcha. So we've accomplished that here, Rudi sighed, much as a mad dash would have eased my heart. Do you know the worst of adventuring, my friend? Ingolf snorted. Your Majesty, I could go on all day about that. Rudi shrugged. It's not so much the hardship or danger. It's the monotony. Everyone back home probably thinks it's such a wild and carefree life, but it's hard work, and mostly at the same thing. You travel, you fight, you try not to starve. Travel some more, fight some more. Even a pleasant place like this isn't home, and it isn't yours. Ingolf chuckled. Well, you get to see a lot of the country. Granted, you do a lot of it bleeding or running or hiding. And sometimes you meet a great girl, and She falls for you." His gaze turned fond as he looked over at Mary. She was putting the cap on her quiver, and paused to blow him a kiss. The Reedstowner went on, "And Mary and I are going to get hitched before we go." Rudi grinned at that and put out his hand. They shook, and a grin came over Ingolf's battered face as well. It made him look a good decade younger. "We're already brothers in battle and camp," Rudi said. "It'll be good to have you formally in the family, so to speak." "It's not... Well, it's just a ceremony. But, you know." The rest of the questers came up while they were talking, and Ingolf endured more handshaking and slaps on the back. "Mary doesn't mind a Catholic service," Ingolf said, "and I thought my folks here would prefer it that way." Rudi nodded. "You're hand-fasted when the two of you stand before the folk and say you are. Ceremonies mark a marriage, but they don't make it, not to the old religion's way of looking at things." He cocked an eyebrow at Mathilda. "Matty and I have decided we're to be wed, by the way." Everyone congratulated them. He went on, "But we haven't yet decided on a date." Mathilda looked at him, turned on her heel, and stalked back towards the Vogler manor. "Now what was that about, for the sake of sweet Bridget Hearth-mistress?" Rudi said, bewildered. Ritva cleared her throat. I don't know exactly, big brother, but yesterday she muttered something about witch boys all being cream-stealing tomcats with their consciences in their balls." He raised his hands in exasperation and looked from side to side. "What? What? I've been as chaste as father sworn to avoid at Ignatius the now." Virginia laughed. Not exactly cruelly, but... "Your majesticalness, I even believe you. But it ain't me you've got to convince." 4 days later, the blizzard howled outside the Vogler dining room, hard enough to shake the stout walls now and then. It was a second-floor chamber, big enough to seat a score, if not a feast for the whole Garth. Today, it held all of Rudi's party, the sheriff and his wife, and what Rudi had come to think of as the Reedstown General Staff. The windows were good double-glazed ones of pre-change manufacture. They rattled a little in the modern frames, and they looked like squares of blackness with ribbons of white spearing at them. It made the glow of the lamps and the flickering coals in the fireplace all the more welcome, and the pleasant, lingering smell of the meal. "And how pleasant it would be to feast the winter away so, snug and warm, with all the comforts of home," Rudi said. "The which some of our party can do." Jake, son of Jake, nodded reluctantly. He also lifted his third wedge of blueberry pie, a quarter of the whole, onto his plate and lathered it with whipped cream. Rudi smiled at his enthusiasm. Until a few months ago, none of the Southsiders had ever tasted baked goods, or sweeteners other than wild honey, or dairy of any sort. Some of them didn't like the unfamiliar diet. Jake was not one of them. He'd done justice to the glazed ham, shepherd's pie, glistening pan-fried potatoes, vegetables, and the better part of 2 loaves of bread and butter, too. He and his tribe all had the reflexive veracity of those who'd gone hungry often from childhood on, even those who yearned after their old perpetual stew. "And his table manners have become something less Ronish," Rudi observed with some relief. "Even a fork has yielded up its mysteries to the man." "'Kay," the Southsider big man said, in something that had grown closer to the other's varieties of English. "I can. Gotta like have our bitches, woman folks and little stay here. They's good ones here. Southsiders who stay, they can learn plenty till we gets here again, and eat good good stuff like this all the times, and sleep warm, and not have lots of littles die." Rudi shuddered a little at what a winter in their home range must have been like, with no more arts than they'd had when he met them. Granted, central Illinois wasn't as brutal in the Crone season as the Free Republic of Richland or the territory they were headed for, but it would be bad enough. He also finished his own last forkful of blueberry pie. It had always been one of his favorite dishes, and the berries here were the best he'd ever tasted, either fresh or baked or in preserves. Edward Vogler nodded gravely, tamping the tobacco in his pipe. "Yeah, Jake," he said. "They'll be a help, in fact. Looks like it'll be a hard winter, and an early one." That was more tactful than usual with a blunt-spoken sheriff. It was probably also partly true. Even unskilled hands could always be found useful work. If nothing else, they'd free craftsfolk from routine chores like woodchopping, not to mention the substantial golden sweetener he'd provided to pay for room, board, and instruction in arts like weaving and cheese-making, literacy, and frequent baths. If they returned in the spring— "When," he told himself firmly, "when we come back in the spring. I've no choice, now that I've taken oath on it." When they returned, the Southsider non-combatants would be far closer to something civilized. Enough that founding their own Dun in Mackenzie territory would be feasible, with a little more teaching from volunteers there. To be sure, Dun Jake will sound a trifle strange at first. "And I'm going to be busy this winter myself," Ed Vogler said. "It's our visiting season, and we visit hard. There are important men who'll listen to me." "And women who listen to me," his wife put in, a little to his surprise. He glanced at her and nodded. "You've opened my eyes, Mr. Mackenzie. And Father Ignatius, and all of you. Ingolf, too, of course. These maniacs have to be stopped." "Good, because to do that we need the sword," Mathilda said, her voice clipped. "We need to get going. The snow's deep enough now, and the sleds are ready." She shot a glance towards Samantha, whom she seemed to have taken in dislike. "Now, is it more annoying to be suspected of what you have done, or what you haven't?" "She's been intolerable lately," Rudi thought. "The best travelling companion you could want through battle and hardship. And now we've found safe haven for a while, and she's— Well, I'd ask her if she was under the moon's domain this week. Did I want to enrage her even more?" "You'd better wait until there's some clear weather," the sheriff said. A little reluctantly, Rudi thought. He'd been perfectly honorable, perfectly correct in his hospitality, and once his doubts were overcome, full of zeal for their cause. But keeping a party their size fed all winter would be a bit of a strain even for a man of his wealth and power. "I'll leave you to it," he added. The other Reedstowners made their good nights as well, all except Pierre Walk's quiet and Samantha the housekeeper. She smiled at Jake. "I'll have a moon school running for your people, too." He nodded vigorously. "Gotta get good with the spooks, yeah." "And here's the list of the last supplies," she said to Rudi, and handed him a paper. "Some things I wasn't sure we could do before you left." He scanned down it. "Blueberry turnovers," he said. "Good, I'm sure, but—" She smiled. "Concentrated food value. And they keep well frozen." Then she stood, stretched, and said, "And now for the farewell. Farewell to you all." They said their goodbyes, a little puzzled. Those of the old religion bowed their heads slightly at her sign of blessing. She extended a hand, and a Dane, smiling a bit bashfully, took it. "Some goodbyes take longer than others," she said, and pulled him to his feet. "Merry met, merry part, and to all a good night before it's merry met again." A ringing silence fell as they left the room. "Well, well," Ingolf said meditatively. "So that's why he's been so carefree lately." Rudi coughed and decided on another slice of the pie, with ice cream this time. "And that would have been clever if only I'd thought of it. Keep in mind, High King of Monteval, you're not the only one who can be a cunning fellow." He glanced at Mathilda and raised a brow. She looked back boldly enough, but slowly a blush rose from her neck to her bold-featured olive face, turning at a dusky rose. Then he relented and made a gesture with one hand, one they'd used together since they were children. "It's all right." She nodded and looked away. Rudi returned to the pie.
And you'll never know just how much I was tempted, Akushla.
Chapter 15. The North Woods. Formerly northeastern Wisconsin. October 14th, change year 24, 2022 AD.
Are you sure the weather will be bad, Master Delan?
Major Graber of the Sword of the Prophet asked. The High Seeker smiled. The snow here was falling straight and thick, cutting visibility to a gray blur in the dim sunlight of a winter's afternoon. It gave the air an odd muffled quality, as if everything had been wrapped with thick, soft cloths.
Yes, he said. The butterfly has beaten its wings. That thunderclap echoes across continents.
Graber nodded.
I do not know what that means, and I do not wish to know. Hail Maitreya, he said aloud.
The rolling land here was not totally unlike his home. No high mountains, of course, or any open range, but endless conifers a little like the foothill forests. The cold and snowfall didn't bother a man reared in the Bitterroot country and the Valley of Paradise. He had a good buffalo hide robe over his armor and gambeson, thick wool trousers, and for the rest, the Sword of the Prophet were trained to welcome hardship. A true man transcended the material with the stuff of his Atman. There had been a village here before the Sword of the Prophet came, of sorts, patched up pre-change houses and sheds built of salvage and scraps of timber. And they had kept most of the buildings that still had roofs intact, so there was shelter and to spare for his men and even for the horses, and food enough for both if they were careful. He didn't need to keep seed grain for next year, unlike the former inhabitants. Not enough for the 200 or so savages who'd drifted in over the past week, but they'd brought their own supplies. Their low-domed brushwood shelters stretched in little dribs and drabs through the snowy woods, avoiding the open spaces that had been tilled ground and pasture. He scowled a little as a scream came from one of their camps. The men of the sword hadn't killed all the original dwellers, but the newcomers were seeing to that. He'd never hesitated to do what was necessary, but he didn't do it for sport.
The storms will continue, Delan said, and it will be very cold, much colder than usual for this time of year. Air will flow south from the pole.
Good, High Seeker, Graber said, but they are still likely to bypass us unless we can get the savages.
The Bekwa, most of them are called. Those clans have been drifting in here from the east in the last few years. And there are some of the local clans here now, too.
Get the Bekwa in order so that we can use them to scout. Surely they are not servants of the ascending hierarchy.
Some of them are. The missions have reached very far, but the masters are ever watchful for all of us, you realize.
Of course, High Seeker. That was standard doctrine. All religions had hints of the truth. I can't even speak their absurd language, though, and what English they know is hardly better.
I can speak their language, in more ways than one. Come.
Graber followed him. He made a small gesture with his right hand to keep any of the men from trailing along, thinking his full armor and the fact that he could call in his troops enough. He didn't fear the Bekwa any more than he would so many rabid dogs, but he wouldn't take chances with a pack of rabid dogs either. Since he had to work with them, showing fear would be the worst mistake of all. The buildings quickly dropped out of sight in the silent, steady downfall of the snow. There were dogs, not mad but vicious enough. They ran barking and snarling at the two Westerners until Graber thought he would have to draw his sheet and beat them aside with the flat. Then they stopped, staring at Delan. Their bristling fur fell flat. Some whimpered and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. Others fawned on the High Seeker, scattering only when he kicked one. They walked between the shelters of the savages then. Smoke lay in a haze, trickling from cooking fires under little thatched covers or through holes in the tops of the shelters. It had a bitter tinge, and even in the cold there was a stink that made him wrinkle his nose. The warriors squatted and watched from the entrances of their huts, or from cruder lean-tos, following the two outsiders in silence. Some were Injun. Others looked like white men. They all had something of the same feral menace, eyes staring from under falls of tangled or braided hair. Not quite complete savages, he thought. Not like the eaters we saw in Illinois closer to the dead cities. They should be useful, if they don't kill and roast us all. What wool clothing they had was tattered enough, probably looted, but they had well-tanned leather gear of their own making. And their weapons, hatchets, knives, spears, short recurve bows, were reasonably well fashioned when they weren't salvage. Nor did they look so starved and rickety, though some of them grinned at him with blackened teeth filed to points. After a few minutes they passed out of the encampment, and then came to a circle of the domed huts set about with poles bearing the standards of the tribes gathered here. One had the rayed sun of the cut. Others included the withered, worm-eaten head of a wolf, and several skulls. "Watch here," Delan said to the sword officer. "This struggle will not be on the gross physical plane, but I may need protection." Struggle? Graber thought. His only outward reply was an inclination of the head. Slowly, men came out of the huts. Men and a pair of women. Graber scowled at them. They were wearing trousers. But much service among unbelievers had hardened him to the sight of things forbidden. To be honest, the cut hadn't yet managed to purge even the homeland of such wickedness. Some of the newcomers looked hostile. One or two bowed to Master Delan in fellowship. All were oddly dressed, with strings of beads, clusters of feathers, the feet of eagles, gear more arcane, or the tanned heads of animals worn as caps. Several produced small drums and began to beat them with bone hammers, the sound falling flat and distanced among the snow. Dum, 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 dum. There were a dozen of them in all. They began to dance, a swaying, shuffling circle, in and out and around, through the screen of drifting flakes. He blinked as Delan joined them, turning in place in the center with his arms stretched skyward. Shamans, the sword commander realized. They're making magic. He shuddered. That was unclean by the cut's teaching. Master Delan must have dispensation from the prophet himself. Of course, what the adepts among the Seekers did wasn't magic, strictly speaking. It was powers conferred by the secret masters. The dance grew wilder, feet stamping and leaping, then slower, barely moving at all. At last, all squatted and knelt, the circle facing inward towards Delan. Graber realized with a start that his heartbeat was running in time with the drums, and with a wrenching effort of will that made the sweat run down his flanks and his belly twist with nausea, he forced himself break that rhythm. "Hail Serapis Bay," he told himself, chanting the mantra inwardly as he'd been taught in the house until calm gradually returned. "Hail Serapis Bay. The fourth ray is with me. Hail Serapis Bay." When he could focus on the world again, he almost started and drew his sheet. There were men around him, wrapped in bulky fur coats against the growing cold and the endless snow. A little older than the other Beckwa warriors, and better dressed, all with weapons in their hands. War chiefs, he thought, noting the array of scars. From the look of them, fighting infection wasn't among their skills. Waiting for whatever Delan is doing. Some of the chiefs had torches with them, soaked with pine resin. The flames shed a ruddy tinge over the motionless circle, hissing as snowflakes fell into them. The drumbeat stilled at last. One of the drummers seemed to yawn, until the gape grew impossibly wide. A whining sound came from the gaping mouth, and an instant later blood sprayed out and ran from nose and ears and eyes as well, like black tears. Another of the shamans jerked forward, and then slumped with a limpness that Graber knew well. It was the sort that a man showed when he'd had his spine cut, or an arrow through the eye into the brain. Delan held out his arms, as if embracing the shamans. "I see you," he said. The shamans blinked. It took an instant before Graber realized that they'd done it in unison, and even then he could not be sure. When they spoke, it was a rustling whisper, in a synchronicity as complete as a temple choir. "I see you." They rose. When they had sat, it had been one by one. Now they came to their feet like drilled soldiers. They turned to face the war chiefs and blinked once more. At the same instant, every pair of eyes obscured and then open, and something looked out from behind those eyes, those faces blank and fixed as if they were formed from dough. "Gwrr!" they cried in unison. Delan threw his hands skyward in triumph. "War!" he shouted. "Gwrr did you? God says war!" Delan staggered towards him, face blazing with exultation. "They will fight, Major," he said. "Good. Though even so, it's a big country." "More than them, Major. More things than the tribesmen will make war."
"Now this is something of a sport," Rudi Mackenzie said, "and a very good way to travel in a hurry so." He let his skis plow to a stop with the points angled in, and stabbed his poles into the snow. He'd skied before he came east, but only downhill, mostly at Timberline Lodge on Mount Hood, a Portlander Crown preserve kept for hunting and sport under forest law. That was a fine, swooping wonder he'd seldom tired of when the Regent's Court paid a visit during his annual stays in the north. This type of skiing, cross-country, they called it, which was more sensible than most names, was almost as enjoyable, and new to him. The snow didn't lie long enough in the Willamette lowlands to make it practical, and the mountains weren't flat enough. This gear was different, too. The skis were longer and more narrow, with an arch under the foot and a fish-scale pattern pointing backward in that section to give you a grip when you pushed off. And the foot wasn't fastened hard to it either, just a loop for the toe and a band. Ingolf Vogler came up the low slope with a skating motion and slid to a halt beside him under the shelter of a stretch of white pine. He pushed the goggles up on his face and blinked into the wind that was, again, starting to flick snow at them. It came harder and harder out of the northeast, out of the darkness growing there as the short day died. The cold with it was bitter, the sort that would turn the tip of your nose numb before you noticed it. They'd had a few cases of mild frostbite already, and only stringent checks and careful training had kept the party from worse. Both men wore loose parkas with quilted linings and hoods trimmed in wolf fur. Beneath them were what the Richlanders called long johns against the skin, scratchy and itchy but blessedly warm, double-thickness pants, knit socks and flannel shirts, sweaters and balaclavas that covered all of their faces but the eyes.
"Sure, and the brigandine and its padding are lost in the swaddling of it all," Rudi thought.
With all that and the warmth of effort, he was merely a little chilly, but the temperature was dropping fast from the hard cold of day to something that frightened him a little. It was 4 hours past noon, or a little more, and getting dark even without the thickening clouds. The stretching boughs above them swayed back and forth with a whirring, soughing moan. "Well, at least none of our bunch are falling over regular anymore," Ingolf said. We're actually starting to make decent time." They both looked down at the line of sleds toiling northward over the riverside roadway. The river there wasn't exactly small, but the humped white expanse of ice was already halfway out from each shore, leaving only a narrowing strip of dark moving water in the middle. Slushy lumps of snow ice floated in it. 4 of the sleds were pulled by a double hitch of horses each, and even with the burden of walking through snow, it was less draft power than pulling a similar weight on summer roads would require. A smaller sleigh hissed ahead with 8 pairs of dogs drawing it, something Rudi hadn't seen before. Pierre Walks Quiet managed that, breaking trail with a skill that could have left the rest behind any time he chose. He rode the rear of the sled half the time, then ran tirelessly beside it for a space. His voice was a barking yelp as he commanded the dogs, and they obeyed it like extensions of his will. The party had slimmed down to a manageable 30-odd now. The Reedstown Forester, the 10 Questers, and the rest the pick of the Southside freedom fighters. Most of them were between the vehicles, gliding forward with the swooping push their hosts in Ingolf's birthplace had taught them. As if to give Ingolf the lie, one of them tangled his skis and pitched sideways. It was just barely visible a quarter-mile away, with the snow thickening between them by the minute. 2 of his fellows stopped on either side and heaved him upright, dusting off the snow in a process that was half an exasperated drubbing as well. "Surprised they all learned how to handle skis this quickly," Ingolf said, unconcerned. Rudi shrugged. "We're all in hard condition and supple," he said. "Every physical skill you learned made the next one easier. And there's nothing else to do, sunrise to sunset." Even though he had ached a bit the first few days. This way of travel used every muscle you had, and not in quite the same way as anything else. "It's easy enough to learn passably, though I'd be saying it's a while before we'll all do it really well." He could tell that Ingolf grinned under the knit mask. Bits of icicle condensed from his breath broke off the pale grey of the wool. "Not as good at it as I once was myself, you betcha," he said. "Ah," Rudi said with mock consideration, "and you're an old man of 30 the now. Suffering from newlyweds exhaustion, I shouldn't wonder too, eh?" Ingolf threw a mock punch at Rudi's head, and the Mackenzie rolled his head aside. He was feeling fairly good himself. They were up to about twice easy walking speed now, making up to 40 miles a day, and looking to do better. If they could keep that up, they'd reach the Eastern Ocean fast. There was an edge in the other man's voice, though. "Something the matter?" Rudi said. Ingolf rubbed at his eyes with the palm of his right glove, squinting into the rising weather. "This isn't even November yet, not quite. It's feeling more like February. Yeah, hey, we got weather here in wintertime, but this is earlier than I can even remember it. Not so much the snow. That can happen in a bad year. It's the cold. We shouldn't be getting ice yet. Not real river and lake ice. That's earlier than Pierre Walks Quiet can remember, and he was pushing 50 when the change came, and lived up here in the North Country all his life till then. He was a guide, too. Spent most of his time in the woods, knew every trick the winter could throw." "Good luck for us, then, travelling so," Rudi said. "Some of the small rivers are already frozen solid." He nodded downslope. "That'll be solid enough to bear weight in a week. I expected it to take longer, that I did." "Oof da, so did I. We wanted cold and snow, yeah hey, but too much is worse than not enough." Rudi nodded. "A man can die of thirst or drown," he agreed. Then he pulled his goggles down, and they swooped off towards the others. It wasn't steep enough to glide by gravity alone, but they could build up to something faster than a man could easily run. The rhythm was becoming as natural as walking, after the better part of 2 weeks. Push with one foot, slide with the other, then switch, always remembering the poles, though you could do it without them if you had to. Ingolf still had to hold back a little to let Rudi keep up. His boyhood was returning to him, and with it a skill that wasted no energy at all. The extra speed drove fingers of cold through every possible crevice in Rudi's armor of cloth and leather and fur, tiny little daggers that only the heat his body generated could hold at bay. "Hungry," he said, though they'd eaten well at lunchtime. Ingolf laughed, pacing it to his breath. "Nothing in the whole world like a trek on skis to give a man an appetite. You go fast, but you have to pay for it." The sandy plains they'd crossed lately had been going back to scrub woods, with farms and villages here and there like oases. Most had been willing enough to swap a little, with harvest close past. Now it had been days since the last sign of human beings, and they were starting to come into real forest, white and red pine, darker green hemlocks, bare-limbed maple and beech and birch and oak. The ground was still flattish, but with occasional low hills, and here and there a granite boulder. One loomed ahead, like a red and pink and speckled egg under a cap of white. They swung left and right around it, and came up alongside the dog sled. "Pete!" Ingolf shouted. "Hold up!" The old Anishinaabe called to his team and rested his mittens on the twin handles of his sled. The dogs laid themselves down, noses tucked under tails, and in seconds their pale fur looked like lumps in the snow. He turned before he pulled down the knit mask that covered most of his face. The wrinkled lips were drawn thin, and his eyes a little sunken. He was nearly 70 now, and though he had the endurance of a fit man a generation younger, that still made him the equivalent of middle-aged among a band whose next eldest were not quite 30. "I don't like the smell of this merd," the Indian said, nodding his head backward into the building whale. "It's not right, not this early. Snow, yeah, but not this cold all the time. I think this one's going to be worse. Going to get cold, too much, you bet. We better look for some place to hole up, and fast." Rudi nodded. When 3 experienced men all had the same bad feeling, you were well advised to listen. At need, the sleds and domed tents would take them through even a very bad blow, but he'd prefer something stouter to break the force of the wind if it was available. "The twins should be reporting in soon," he said. "Matty, pass the word that we'll be camping." His half-sisters did come in with the wind behind them, but in the interim, the storm built from nasty to a low howl through the pines. Rudi felt an impulse to hunch as he faced into it. Instead, he just leaned a little. When the 2 rangers came in sight, they were only 20 yards away. "Old farmhouse, sheds and barns," Ritva said, slapping snow off her ermine-trimmed hood and white face mask and pointing behind herself.
"The farmhouse is down," Mary continued. "Looks like it was abandoned before the change and collapsed a couple of years ago. Lots of nice dry wood." "One barn is still mostly up," Ritva continued. "We didn't check inside, but the roof's on. It's one of those potato barns. No tracks we could see, but that doesn't mean much in this. It's about a mile. Up past that low rocky hill, right on an old laneway through some hemlocks." "Good," Rudi said. They'd seen many of the potato barns in the sandy district behind them. They were 3/4 sunken in the earth to insulate the root crop from storage over winter. That would make it relatively snug. He thought for a moment, then, "Matty, get the train moving. Fred, Virginia, rear guard. Ignatius, you're point for the train with Jake, Mary, Ritva, Ingolf, a Dane with me. We'll break trail."
"Me too," Pierre Walks Quiet said.
"All right, let's be going. Faster we're settled in, the faster we can cook supper."
The wind was hard enough to make skiing into it a chore now, even with pine and birch closing in around them. He was glad of the dog sled to hang on to sometimes, and they all gave a little collective grunt of relief as they came into the shelter of the hill. The laneway was probably a farm track by origin, invisible dirt taking off from equally invisible broken pavement in the growing white mist. Half the snow was fresh, slanting down from the low clouds, and half whipped off the ground by the snarling wind, hiding his own legs when he looked down. When they came through the hemlocks, the impact was enough to snatch his breath away. Even Garb hesitated a little before bounding forward at Dane's side, rising and falling in fresh spurts of snow. It got a little better when they reached the tumbled ruins. Someone had planted windbreaks long ago, sugar maples mostly, and beeches. They were bare now, but they were big, towering 80 feet or better, and there were a lot of them with trunks nearly as thick as a man. The farmhouse had been substantial and old. Its remains didn't have the matchstick look that structures from just before the change displayed when they went down. Now it was a pile of board and beams slumped into its cellar, and so were most of the outbuildings. A silo had broken off and left jagged teeth standing upright like a shattered tooth. Nearby, the rusted hulk of some machine of the ancient world, the type called tractor, stood forlorn, half-buried. The potato barn was a low, long rectangle, roofed in curved sheet metal and with ventilators rising from the top like pipes crowned with pointed conical hats. "Seems perfect," he said, or rather shouted. "Let's take a look." They did. The boards of the building's sides were mostly intact, and the glass in a couple of windows unsmashed. The entrance was double doors, sagging open, down a ramp that must have been for the passage of wagons. They approached, then kicked out of their skis and set those upright in the snow. It was nearly knee-deep on the humans when they put their feet down. Garb stopped just outside the entranceway, and even over the wind's keening he could hear the ratcheting menace of her snarl. Dane and he shouted as one. "Watch out!" Warrior's reflex overrode surprise. He could feel it happening, like surge of fire through the cold sluggishness of his body. A great dark shape came out of the doors like something shot from a catapult. He could hear the dog sled team going wild in their traces. Garb leapt for a throat and was battered aside like a rag doll, turning head over heels with a whining yelp of surprise. The bear had to rear on its hind legs to do that, though, roaring in gape-jawed rage. That gave Dane his single chance. The longbow spat an arrow, and the roar turned to a coughing gurgle for a moment as the cloth-yard shaft transfixed the thick neck. Rudi had his sword out now, in the two-handed grip. Not what he'd have chosen to fight an animal 3 times his weight, quick as a cat, and stronger than a team of plough oxen. But it was a great deal better than nothing, or a knife, if you didn't have a hunting spear to hand. The Bruin hesitated only an instant, and then it was on him. Like a wall of dark fur it reared, and the paws swung like living maces, fit to snap necks and spatter brains. Whoosh! The claws passed half an inch from his face as he drove in and ducked. Some part of him cursed the snow for hampering his feet. He twisted and hewed, and the yard of sharp steel raked a great forearm open to the bone and skidded off that. Blood spattered at him, striking his goggles, blinding. He threw himself backward frantically, landing on his back in snow that hampered and clung as he tore them off. Only an instant, but the bear was looming over him like the shadow of incarnate death, ready to fall in an avalanche of teeth and claws. Rudi snarled back at it, coming up to one knee and tensing for the last effort. A chain snaked out of the night and whipped around the bear's forepaw. The sickle blade at the end sank in as Mary set her teeth and pulled. The bear's stroke was thrown off, but at the end of her fighting iron, the 150-odd pounds of Dunedain woman and her gear traced an arc through the gathering darkness, almost as spectacular as Garb's a moment earlier. She'd wrapped the end around her waist for leverage, and now it worked the other way. There was a wail of, "Oh, and a thump. "Firo Penitzeleg!" Ritva screamed, and loosed an arrow from her recurve. "Firo Brog!" There was a wet thunk as it hammered into the beast's hip bone. That wasn't going to fulfill the cry of, "Die, foul beast! Die, bear!" But it would help. Rudi surged up while it was distracted, his whole body twisting into the two-handed drawing slash across its belly. Impact shocked up his wrists and arms, more like hitting an oak pell than a man. Fur and thick hide and fat and muscle parted under the desperate power of the blow, and intestines spilled out like writhing pink eels as he followed through. Something hit him, stunning hard, and sent him through the air. He tasted blood and felt his face tingle and stars shoot through his vision. Rudi rolled through the snow, blinded by it. Someone landed across him as he did. Ingolf, he realized, as he heard the flat vowels of his curses. They struggled to get up without cutting each other open on longsword or sheet, and then an arrow hissed between their heads. "Be sodding careful!" he bellowed. Back on his feet, he could barely see the beast through the horizontal wail of the snow, though its moaning bellow was loud. Pierre Walks Quiet had an actual hunting spear with him, lashed to the dog sled. Now he'd gotten it free, and he dashed in and thrust. The long point went home in the bear's chest, but it charged even with its staggering feet tripping in its own guts. He ran backward through the snow, half falling, until the butt cap of the spear rang on the side of the buried tractor. The machine rocked backward, but the impact drove the weapon deep into the charging animal as well. Rudi and Ingolf hobbled forward. A Dane was already there, even Garb was, limping but game. Her master shot twice, Ritva once, and then Rudi and Ingolf each slammed the edge of their long blades into its spine. The bear sank forward. Pete's thin form wriggled out from beneath it, the arms and chest of his parka wet with its blood and fluids. The animal gave a last whimper, pawed at its neck, and went limp. "Back! Let Brother Bear die!" Rudi snapped. "Is everyone all right? Sound off!" His folk did. Ritva returned with Mary's arm over her shoulder. The one-eyed ranger staggered over to Ingolf. "Are you all right, honey? Bar Melindo?" he added. "I'm just thumped," she wheezed, half collapsing against him. "Nothing. Broken." She grinned, though a little painfully. "I feel like I've been hit by a bear." Rudi wiped the blood from his sword, feeling his pulse slow and the sweat that soaked his underclothing turn gelid. Controlling his breathing turned it deep and slow, and took the tremor out of his hands. There were knocks that would be painful bruises, but that was no novelty. "Now that was more like a matter of excitement, anxiety, and dread than I prefer before dinner," he said lightly. He bent to touch the bear's blood to his forehead and murmur the rite of passing. It had been a brave beast and deserved honor. "Why did it go for us?" Pierre Walks Quiet said. "They usually don't, unless they're real hungry, or you push them into a corner, or it's a mother with cubs. We hadn't gone into its den. And it's early for a bear to den up for the winter, even with the weather like this." Ingolf bent to examine it. Snow was collecting on its open eyes and on its mouth and nostrils, which meant it wasn't going to get up again. He spoke thoughtfully, if you could when you had to shout. "It wasn't mean sick either. Big, healthy 4-year-old male, I'd say. And see, nice and fat for winter. That makes them more peaceable most times." Mary nodded, shrugged, and then winced a little. "Bears are unpredictable," she said. "Even black bear." Rudi went on. "I don't know. Perhaps we should have a rite for the father of bears. I do know one thing, though." "What?" Adane said. He was looking around for a place to haul the carcass up to drain, and testing the edge of his knife. Rudi grinned. "I know what we'll be having for dinner." Epona whickered at him, raising her head from a heap of feed pellets made of compressed alfalfa and cracked oats and sugar-beet molasses. Rudi whickered back in the horse tongue, a sound that meant, "Yes, I'm here. Relax. as near as he could tell. The smell of bear was not calculated to make horses easy, even one as brave as Epona, nor that of blood.
"Oft evil will evil mar,"
Mary muttered, leaning back against Ingolf's chest. She was a little tiddly with the applejack they'd brought from Reedstown. They had fires down the length of the potato barn, and it had heated up to the point where you were reasonably comfortable without your parka, provided you kept everything else on. The body heat of the people, and that from the horses down near the entrance, helped, and the quick patches they'd made on holes in the walls, and the way the snow was piling up outside. It made good insulation. Bear meat roasted over the coals, sending up little fragrant spurts as drops of fat fell from the richly marbled flesh. A slight blue haze hung under the ceiling until it drifted out the unblocked ventilators. The air smelled of cooking, and the dryish earth beneath them with its residues of old crops long rotted away to nothing, and less nameable things. They'd found human bones here, too, but very old, and much scattered by small scavengers, except for the skulls. He judged them to be a man, a woman, and a young child by the size, and victims of the change. You still found the like anywhere protected from quick decay, and not near living settlements. There had been a message in shaky hands scratched on the wall. 2 weeks out of Green Bay. We're all sick. I think from bad water. Please God, someone help us.
"I hope they found peace in the Summerlands," Rudi thought, "and better luck next time."
They'd buried what remained. Father Ignatius had said the words and planted a cross, it being most likely that they were Christians.
"I said, oft evil will evil mar,"
Mary repeated a little louder. Her half-brother raised a brow, sitting cross-legged with the small of his back against his rolled sleeping bag, gnawing mouthfuls off a rib. It was good, if a little strong-tasting, and much like pork.
"Much like wild boar," he thought. "Gamey, but not too much so."
The rich taste of the meat and crisp fat filled his mouth pleasantly. The bear had been eating beechnuts and roots and berries that gave its flesh an aromatic tang. Garb was lying on her back near a Dane in an ecstatic daze, her belly rounded out to tautness and her tongue dangling over her fangs.
"And what would you be meaning by that cryptic remark?"
he asked Mary, a teasing light in his eyes.
"And yes, I realize it's from the histories. You needn't give chapter and verse."
Then he took a bite of roast potato. They'd traded for some spuds several days ago at the last farmstead they passed, and a sip of hot spruce-tip tea.
"I mean that loathsome Morn Karuni, that black wizard in the red robe," she said owlishly, "sending us storms like Sourman did to the Fellowship on Caradras."
Ingolf looked over her head. She was leaning back against his chest with his thick arms wrapped around her, and said,
"Yeah, hey, that's more sensible than I'd like to admit," he said reluctantly.
"And maybe the bear," Ritva said thoughtfully. "That would be canonical too. Well, nearly. Sending wargs and Crabane was." "Same thing," Mary said. "Is not." "Is." "Well, yes, it was a clean bear. Anyway, the storms made it easier for us to move by ski and sled earlier, and now this bear has helped with our food supplies. So the evil will is marring evil. Pass me another skewer of the liver, would you?"
"Bad medicine either way," Pierre Walks Quiet said. He took some of the meat between his teeth, sliced it off near his lips with his curved skinning knife, then went on after he'd chewed and swallowed. "I'm not happy about this place." Just then, the whole metal roof of it, that had survived a quarter-century of winters since the change, thuttered as if the wind outside would rip it off. The sound had been growing more muffled as the snow built up. Now it came louder again, and the south wall creaked a bit as much of the load above fell there with a muffled grumbling like distant thunder. One of the horses threw up its head and tried to pull its tether free. Epona mooched over to the gelding and shoved at it until it subsided, then stood leaning her head on its withers reassuringly. Virginia Kane shuddered.
"You mean that bear was sent to get us? Like some sort of hex?"
She made a sign against sorcery that Rudi had seen used among the Lakota. Fred Thurston waited a moment and signed the hammer with his fist, a bit self-consciously, as if reminding himself.
"Father Ignatius,"
Mathilda said from beside Rudi. His hand rubbed her back companionably. She was sitting with her sleeping bag around her shoulders like a blanket, and her arms wrapped around her knees. "It's a matter of dispute how much actual power the adversary can give those who serve him," the monk said soberly, "and why God permits it." He finished wiping down his sword with an oily rag and sheathed it before winding the belt around the scabbard and setting it aside, where he could draw instantly. Then he gazed into the fire for a moment, before signing himself and going on. "I think the empirical evidence indicates that the answer to the first question is quite a bit in this case. As for the other, he moves in mysterious ways, to make even evil serve his plan in the end. We can pray for protection and the intercession of the Blessed Virgin and the saints."
"Please do,"
Rudi said, and heaved himself upright. "The expedition," he added to Mattie, as she looked a question at him. That was Portlander dialect for need to piss. He did make use of the area where they dug a pit and screened off with sections of board. That privacy was a luxury, of course. They'd put it by the entrance on the other side of the horses, which meant he had to spend a few minutes with Epona as well, resting his head on her neck while she nibbled at his hair. The strong, earthy, grassy smell of her was reassuring. He'd spent a lot of time as a boy with her, just drifting about and thinking in the meadows below Dun Juniper. That had been perfectly safe, for him at least, if not for anyone or anything that tried to harm him while she was there. The doors had been roughly repaired and strongly braced, but they rattled and sent sprays of snow and cold at him through the slits and gaps and the blanket-covered gap where sentries went in and out. The sleds were arranged to shelter the ramp and tightly lashed together. The dogs were staked out on a line, sleeping easily beneath the snow, but ready to wake at clues a human could never sense. Most of the gear was inside, along with as much firewood as all 30-odd of them had been able to drag before the weather got too thick. On the other side of the entranceway to the building was a dark nook where they'd put the head of the bear and buried the rent hide and such of the body as hadn't gone to feed the folk or the sled dogs. Though a Dane had kept the claws, to give to friends of his whose septotem was bare when he got home. Rudi paused there on his way back and made reverence, clapping his palms twice and then pressing them together with his thumbs on his chin and fingers touching brow as he bowed from the waist. For a long moment he went down on one knee and stared into the dead eyes. Shadows from the fires made them seem almost alive, coals in a mask of snarling ferocity. Then he spoke softly. "Horned Lord of the Beasts, witness that we killed from need, not wantonness, to protect ourselves, and for food. This we do knowing that for us also the hour of the huntsman will come. For earth must be fed, and our bodies are but borrowed from her for a little while. Brother Bear, fellow warrior, we praise the brave fight you made, and we thank you for your gift of life. Go in peace to the honey meads beyond the western gate, where no evil comes, and all hurts are healed. Speak well of us to the guardians, and be reborn through her who is mother of all." He thought for a moment, then drew the invoking pentacle and continued. "And you, strong spirit of the forest, father of bears, if wrong was done to your child, know that we are guiltless of it. We have given your son his honor and seemly rights. My blood father was called the Bear Lord, and though my totem is raven, we are kin, you and I. Let your just wrath fall on those who broke the laws laid on humankind in their dealings with the other kindreds. So mote it be." When he came back to the main fire, the frozen blueberry turnovers were ready and sending out a toasty, sweet smell. He bit into one, relishing the buttery taste of the envelope and the tang of the filling. It took several before he felt replete, despite pounds of bear's flesh and potatoes and hard, twice-baked rye bread. He'd always been a hearty eater. He was a big man, and his lean height was active beyond the common run even when he didn't have to be. But this style winter voyaging and the demands it made were something new to him. "Wendigo weather," Pierre Walk's Quiet said, after they'd all spent a little time in song and tale-telling. "The colder it is, the more they walk." Rudi nodded. It made sense that a spirit of hunger would grow stronger in this season, when the body's demands were so great. They'd agreed that the ones who'd fought the bear would be spared guard-watch duty for the night. The sled dogs helped with that, too. Sleeping out in the snow was no hardship for them, though they preferred a spot by the fire when they could get it. Maddie finished her evening devotions, slipped off her boots, and eeled into her sleeping bag. Rudi did the same, making sure his boots and sword belt were ready to hand. She cuddled against his back, a pleasant solidity, even through the double thickness of bags and clothes. "Nice," she murmured sleepily. "That it is," he replied.
"And I'm being entirely truthful the now, which shows just how tired I am, Mokroy."
The fire died down, skillfully banked. He let himself fall into the soft dark.
And the cave was deep and darker still. Red eyes moved within it, and a gathering wrath that prickled his skin like a summer thunderstorm, and a rank, harsh scent and carnivore breath. An earthquake-deep growl spoke to him. A black, wet nose explored his face. It was his own height or more, a bear, but not quite a bear. Longer-limbed and shorter of face, and much, much larger than any he knew. The hairy bulk pushed past him, and he heard its feet falling heavy on the rocky floor. He woke with a little start. Something told him it was hours later, deep night, the hours when the blood ran sluggish. The dream faded, becoming fragments that spun into drowsy nothingness. Somewhere a little ways away, a woman's voice spoke, gasping softly.
"Garonin, Barmelindo, Garonin."
Rudi grinned in the dark. Somehow he didn't think the histories included quite that use of the Elvish words for "have me, darling," but he supposed it marked it as a living language once more. And you couldn't begrudge newlyweds.
"Let them have what pleasure they can. I suspect this is going to be a grim journey, and no mistake."
Major Graber looked down grimly at the rent and bloody carcass of the Bequa sentry. Teeth grinned back at him where the face had been stripped away, and even in the cold there was a slight rusty iron smell of death, and something musky beneath it.
"Tiger or bear," he said. "Possibly a catamount. Not much eaten."
Though there was a great deal spattered, bits of flesh and hair up 10 or 12 feet on the neighboring red spruces. One of his lieutenants bent over a patch of snow, fingers moving with steady delicacy. More was sifting down, but you could separate layers if you were skillful.
"Bear, Major," he said. "That's the third one this week," Graber said. "It's delaying us. We're not going to catch them at this rate, especially if it keeps snowing." He glared at the High Seeker for an instant, before self-control reasserted itself. The Bequa dog sleds were far faster than he'd thought they would be, but snowshoes just weren't as good as skis when you tried to make speed, and their scavenged horses were losing what condition they'd had. Soon they'd have to start eating them, which would slow them further. Delan looked at him, then up at the low clouds, then to the north and east. 2 of the savages' shamans were behind him. Their movements followed his exactly, as if they and his shadow were all linked by invisible cords. One of them was weeping from an expressionless face, tears freezing on the skin. "We can gain on them if we go that way," he said, and pointed. "We cut the cord of their arc, and, if we miss them there, another seeker was sent this way last year. He will await us with supplies and help, on the river the ancients called Lawrence, near the ruined city of Royal Mount." Graeber nodded. He was well schooled in mathematics, which were one of the languages of the Ascended Masters, and useful besides, and in maps. "As you command, High Seeker," he said. The wind howled counterpoint as he gave his orders. He shivered a little, not with the cold, but with the grey sameness of it. Had there ever been anything but pursuit and fight and endless trudging? Had he ever ridden in the flower fields of spring, with the wind blowing keen, pine-scented sweetness from the slopes of the Tetons? Or sat of an evening after dinner and watched his son take his first steps, laughing as he waved chubby arms? "No weakness," he told himself sternly. "The prophet gave you this task himself, and you knew death in a foreign land was the most likely outcome." "Bad, Chief," a Dane said succinctly. "They got hit less than a week ago, I'd say. More than a day. Hard to tell closer in this icebox of a land." Rudi looked over the little steading. 4 or 5 families had dwelt there, in 2 long houses. They'd had a fishing boat for use on the northernmost of the great inland seas. That stretched northwards, frozen now, towards a little rocky islet 1/2 a mile away. That held the only remarkable thing in sight, the bow of a broken ship of the ancient world, towering in crumbling, rust-eaten majesty where some storm had driven it on the rocks and broken its back. The shore bore some scratched-out fields in the rocky earth, with low pine and birch and aspen elsewhere. Shaggy stretches of bush marked ground which would be bog in the warm season, rich in berries and grass. The dwellers had probably hunted a good deal. The travelers had taken several deer they found in a winter yard not long ago themselves, and mined the wreck for metal to work up and trade elsewhere. A modest rectangular barn hinted at livestock, and a substantial smithy near it had 2 fieldstone chimneys. From the look of things, he'd have guessed that the whole had been put up after the change, but mostly of old-world materials salvaged from nearby. There was no smell of wood smoke, and the cold was bitter. It had more moisture in it than usual, too, and that made it cut harder and sap the strength more. "All dead," Pete said, and spat. "I knew these people here. They were clean. My folks lived a bit east and south, and we traded with them. Whoever hit here, they called the Wendigo to themselves on purpose." A Dane nodded. "Parts of them are gone. Like it was a right." He looked indignant at that, at the profanation of sacred things as much as the cruelty. "They're pinned to the walls, what's left of them. It went hard for them, even the little ones." The younger Mackenzie spat, to show what an honorable warrior thought of such dealings. He also held out a broken bit of arrow, just enough to show the black fletching and neatly made horn knock. "This was in one of the bodies outside, where they tried to fight." Rudi rolled it between his fingers, then made a gesture, and that brought the core of his questers gathered around him. "Any fodder left?" he asked. "No grain," a Dane said. "That was cleared out. Oats and rye it was from the few kernels left, and spuds. Plenty of hay still, to be sure. No clover in it. Looks like marsh grass. but lots of it and well cured." "Good. We'll let the horses gorge, and we'll have shelter." A Dane shook his head violently. "I'll not be sleeping under that roof, chief." Rudi smiled mirthlessly. "I wouldn't either. No, the houses will burn, to make earth clean of it. The barn will do for us and our beasts as well."
"That'll draw them," Ritva warned. "It'll tell them exactly where we are."
"Sister o' mine, I'm counting on it. Pete, what's the ice like out there?" "Thicker than it should be. More like Christmas, or even janvier, maybe. But it's spotty, and don't go too far out. Still too thin to carry any weight in some places. Foot, or better, thick in others, so you could drive a sled or even ride horses over it." Ingolf nodded. "Some places hard as rock, and then you hear a crackle. Seemed to me it's thicker eastwards, piled up by the current, maybe. Snow's wind-packed on the surface. Not too deep except drifts here and there. Like Pete says, it's way, way ahead of time." Rudi looked out over the lake, out to where white ice faded into the white-gray sky without a perceptible horizon. The surface wasn't table-smooth as he'd imagined it would be. It was more as if waves themselves had frozen, with lumps like congealed porridge here and there, and it was covered with hard-packed snow driven by the wind into rippled patterns. The rocky islet was visible on the edge of sight, topped by a few twisted pines. Only the shipwreck made it easy to spot now. Wisps of snow or ice crystals scudded over the surface, gusting up man-high now and then, ankle-deep most of the time. He thought for a moment longer, then held up the stub of arrow. "I think this was done by our unfriends," he said. "Not just the sword of the prophet. Say what you like of the cutters, they aren't eaters. They've picked up local allies, such as our friend Walks Quiet warned they might have." Everyone nodded. The Indian's hand fell unconsciously to the hilt of his bowie knife, with its beaded sheath. "And it's also my thought that they've gotten ahead of us, and are planning on an ambush, the creatures." Jake's son of Jake grunted. "Bad," he said succinctly. "Don't like trap inside." Then he grinned. "Like when you and the archers see us first, eh, Rudi man?" Everyone nodded. Fred said thoughtfully, "Dad always said that you should force a fight when the enemy's got the jump on you and can make you give battle anyway. Force it on your own terms." Victoria pursed her lips thoughtfully.
"My dad always said if you know it's a trap, it's still a trap. For the other guy. You can bust it from the inside. He wrecked the cutters good a couple of times that way, before they wore us Powder River folks down." Rudi nodded respectfully. "That's my thought exactly. The enemy will outnumber us, so we need to seize advantage. This will require careful scouting, but we have that heavy little surprise in the last sled of the 4.
The pillar of smoke on the horizon turned to a tiny thread as Major Graber lowered his binoculars.
"That is the hamlet the Beckwood destroyed," he said, his voice freighted with disgust. "Allowing that was unwise. Bad tactics."
"They are savages," Delon said with a shrug. "Besides, it matters little what happens to the bodies of the soulless. They are as animals anyway."
Graber grunted noncommittally. That was perilously close to making apologies for abomination. The dictations were clear that the form of humanity was sacred, even among the merely physical who lacked true men's atman, and who it was fully lawful to kill. In any case,
"It gave us away," he said. "What was that ancient saying? Worse than a crime, a mistake."
"We cannot wait for them, then, if they are likely to be too wary," Delon said. "There are less than 40 of them in all. Your troopers of the Sword of the Prophet alone outnumber them, and we have more than 100 of the Beckwa and their allies."
Reluctantly, Graber nodded.
"I do not like to give battle when an enemy invites it,"
he thought, even when I have the advantage of numbers, especially with this enemy. Still, we do have the numbers, and there are no extraneous factors here. It's a flat plain in effect. Hell for quartermasters, but a tactician's paradise. I need only hit them with a hammer heavier than any they can lift. A brief brightness. And then, home. "They're coming in straight from the east," Ritva panted. "About 40 mounted men, the rest on foot."
"How many of those?"
"Better than 100 of them, less than 2.
"Ready then," Rudi said. He ignored the arrows standing in the cantle of her saddle, as did she. "Fall in."
"Now, let's either all get killed or do something I'd be calling truly spectacular," he thought with a taut grin. "Lady Moragoo, cover me with your wings. Lu of the many skills, be with me now."
The little island and its wreck were not far to their rear. The shore was a line of gray and dark green off to the left. It had begun to snow again, a slow, light drift of large, fluffy flakes. He suppressed an impulse to catch one on his tongue, as he'd liked to do as a child. He'd been praying for a little extra snow, not too much, just enough to cover everything better than careful brushwork could do. And there were worse things to do than catch a snowflake on what might be your last day in this turn of the wheel of life. Instead, he looked behind himself and made sure that the guide marks were plainly visible but inconspicuous. He'd made himself unpopular by taking everyone through it over and over again, even though they'd all known that more likely than not the plan would go south or change unpredictably. A few crows went by overhead from the shore woods to the island, or perhaps ravens. Somehow they always knew when men were about to lay a feast for them.
"Forward, my friends," he said quietly. "The Lord and Lady keep their hand over you."
The 7 of them sent their horses to the east. Besides Rudi, they were Ignatius, Odard, Fred, Victoria, and the twins. Most of the rest of their party were spread out on the rear slope of a long, low dune, standing in scooped-out firing positions that left only head and shoulders visible, with spare arrows sticking in the hard snow point down by their hands. It all looked like the best possible disposition of an inferior force. The dune disappeared quickly behind them. It was hard to see features in this world of white on white. His mount's coal silk blackness was the most vivid thing in sight.
"Like being inside that snow globe of Mother's," he thought, "but one the size of the world."
Epona was feeling better after a couple of days with all the hay she could stuff down, as well as their hoarded feed pellets. Her knees came up proudly as she advanced at a canter, throwing little rooster tails of light snow up and forward as she paced. It would have glittered if the sun had been out. The older layer beneath creaked and gritted under the iron-shod hooves of their war horses. Now and then it creaked a little more with a different, brittle note that put his teeth on edge like biting down on copper foil. Epona weighed a bit over a half-ton, and in him, his weapons and armor, and the war saddle. They'd left off the steel-faced horse-barding today, and it was a third again more. All of that came down on those dancing hooves she seemed to place so lightly and delicately, but he'd seen them punch through a prone man as if he were made of wrapping paper. The water beneath him wasn't far away. It was extremely deep and very, very cold, and in this gear he'd sink like a rock. Only rocks didn't need to breathe air.
"And to be sure, I do."
Drowning was supposed to be a comparatively painless way to die, but so stuffy.
"Yet a man lives just as long as he lives, and not a day more," he reminded himself.
The snow picked up a little more, but not enough to be called a storm. He was becoming a judge of those, in this land and in this fimble winter of a season. After a moment he saw a line of black dots ahead. In another they were men, tiny but distant.
He unshipped his binoculars and adjusted the focusing screw with his thumb. "Ah, as I thought," he said. "Your Majesty," Ignatius said. "They replaced their horses coming north from wherever they beached their ship on the Ohio. But what they've got are crowbait and badly trained, a lot like the ones I suffered with bringing back Ingolf's wagons. And they've lost more condition than ours, besides starting lower." "Good," the warrior priest said. "We can control the distance of our engagement." "Exactly. For a while at least." The fringe of troopers of the Sword of the Prophet were in a formation more ragged than any he'd seen them using before. He nodded again and recased his field glasses. Horse soldiers were only half of what made up a troop of cavalry of any sort. The other half was the horse, and its training and condition were every bit as important as the riders. "Bows," he said. They all pulled out their saddle recurves and set arrows to the string. All his companions save a Dane were good horse archers. Virginia was among the best he'd ever met, though she didn't draw a very heavy stave. The troopers of the sword were fine shots too, but to use bow and arrow well from a horse's back, you needed one you could guide with knees and balance alone. "And I'm counting on that. Otherwise, I'd not have dared take us within range of better than 20 bows. Other things being equal, numbers count, except to be sure when things aren't equal, and hence they don't." Closer now. He could see one of the cutters belaboring his mount with a quirt. It turned its neck and tried to bite him on the knee before he popped it on the nose. That was a sensitive spot for a horse. Then it bolted back the way they'd come, with the troopers sawing at the reins. Rudi smiled the special smile of a man seeing an enemy's discomfiture, but there were still an unpleasant lot of the cutters. Closer. 300 yards. A little less. "Now!" He stood in the stirrups and drew. The recurve bent into a deep C shape as he drew to the ear. He let the string fall off his gloved fingers, and the rest of his band did likewise. Arrows arched out from the enemy, seeming to rise slowly, and then come faster and faster as they went chunk into the hard-packed snow and the ice below, or whoosh as they flew past. A cutter toppled from the saddle, and another. He thought several more were wounded despite their armor. Closer still. "Retreat!" he called. They turned their mounts. There was a crunch as Epona turned, and black water leaked out of star-shaped cracks where her left rear had pivoted. He ignored it and shot again, Parthian style, backward. "Keep it at this range," he said, and the group spread out into a line. Bang! A shaft struck the long triangular shield slung over his back. The heavy bit of knight's gear turned it, though he felt like he'd been hit with a diffuse hammer. Another shot of his own arched up into the pale grey haze above at 45 degrees, and an enemy horseman ducked as it went just over his spiked helmet. The companions were rocking along at a slow canter, instinctively focusing their arrows on any of the cutters who came out of the pack, slowing when the enemy did to keep in touch with the dun mass of Bequa on foot who swarmed along to their northwards. Victoria sped a shaft to the east over her horse's rump and whooped, "Yippee-ki-yay! Yoo-wee! We got the sweet spot, you motherfuckers!" Fred shot next, with that grim, businesslike air his father's realm of Boise taught. Then Odard and Ignatius, then the twins and Rudi together. They were all shooting as fast as they could get a good target, but at nearly 200 yards from a moving horse against moving targets, that was guess and luck as much as skill. One more hit. No, two. Excellent practice at this range, and with the snow and white background making it hard to judge distance, and the pursuers' shafts were all over the map. Sooner or later they'd make damaging hits by sheer volume and chance, though. And I had a perfectly good excuse for keeping Mattie out of this one. Even she thought so. Sweet Bridget, but that makes me worry less. Except about winning. The which we need for any of us to survive." It was almost a surprise when Epona snorted, and he noticed they were about back where they'd started. They crested the low dune they'd built and pulled up. A Southsider dashed over with bundles of arrows for their quivers, and then they were waiting with only their heads and shoulders showing over the crest. A few last enemy arrows dropped near them, and then the sword troopers reined in to a barked command. Some of them with considerable difficulty. Those must be the ones with the most recently stolen horses. Rudi pulled back another arrow, closer this time, say 80 yards. Just raised the point so... Whoosh! The shaft flew out in a sweet, shallow curve that had a rightness to it. A man threw up his hands to claw at his face and slid backward over the crupper of his saddle. The horse bolted towards shore at a hammering gallop. Halfway there, it went through the ice in a billowing gout of water and sheets of broken crystal levering up at angular patterns. A terrible, shrill scream rose as it went under the surface and came up again to paw at the edge with its forehooves. That broke off more. It floundered again, and the current swept it below the surface, for good and all. "Bad for the poor beast, but good for us," Rudi said. "Let them watch us carefully for the safest routes, and abandon all thought of swinging around our flank." A trumpet sounded, and the swordmen drew out of easy range. He didn't envy their commander even the obvious chance he had of charging straight into the teeth of 7 good bows whose wielders had cover. "Now he'll try sending in his footmen," he judged, and looked over to his left, northward. Pierre Walk's Quiet and a Dane were there, with Jake and most of the Southsiders, call it 28 bows. He waited, enduring the growing cold that seeped in under his armor and gambeson, working his fingers now and then to keep them from stiffening in his gloves. The cutter's savage allies grew from a dun mass to something larger, until he could see their standards of skull and horns and rayed sun, see them leap and brandish their weapons, hear the yelping nasal war cries. "Gemissoians!" Whatever that meant, and raw shrieks of hatred and menace. They walked forward, gradually building up speed, snow misting up around their feet, looming larger and larger through the gray-white landscape. "They'll hit a full run just at maximum bow range," Ingolf said meditatively. "That's smarter than any eaters I ever ran into. They're going to eat their losses and charge home. Glad I never came this far north." 350 yards, Fred muttered. He didn't have to estimate it, though he was good at that. They'd marked the range inconspicuously. The cutters began to move again, too, walking their horses so they could shoot more effectively. 300. 275. 250. The savages were moving at full pelt now, a mass 6 or 7 deep and broad enough to overlap the archers on both sides. "Now," Rudi muttered to himself. He wasn't giving the order. A Dane could do that just as well. In the same instant, Rudi heard him shout, "Let the grey geese fly! Wholly together! Shoot!" Snap! The arrows rose in a cloud, then again, and again. The heads didn't sparkle on this sunless day, but the honed metal had a cold glitter. And from the island, "Tung!" "Pump! Pump!" Mathilda Arminger shouted. The vast Rex bow loomed over them, looking tattered by decay and men's tools, a stretch of letters just visible. Mund Fitz. The 2 Southsiders worked their cranks, grinning through their frizzy beards, dark faces running with sweat even in the hard chill. This Richlander-made engine was worked with mechanical cocking devices through high-aspect geared winches and bicycle-chain sprocket drives, rather than the hydraulic bottle jacks the association armies used for their murder machines. There wasn't much difference in the speed with which it compressed the sets of heavy truck coil springs that powered the throwing arms. Whoever had made the design had known their business. Click, A heavy, soft sound as the trigger mechanism engaged. Mathilda slapped the bundle of darts down in the throwing trough. They were 8 inches from base to point, heavy, elongated steel pyramids drawn out into fins at the rear, all bound together with a wicker band carefully weakened to last just long enough. She craned her neck to see over the line of bowmen 100 yards away, spun the elevating wheel to the next spot, and shouted, "Clear!" The 2 crewmen jumped aside, and she jerked the lanyard. Tung! The second time, 10 seconds after the first. Pump! Pump! 24 darts arched out eastwards and up towards the massed enemy, spreading as they reached the top of their trajectory and plunged downward. The savages looked up and screamed. The results of the first round and the continuous rain of arrows were all about them. Click. Clear! She spun the traversing wheel and turned the trough towards the block of troopers from the Sword of the Prophet. They were better disciplined and hence more tightly bunched, and their horses were bigger targets. A firm jerk on the lanyard. Tung! "By God, I think we could break them," Odard shouted. "With that scorpion! Face Gervais! Face death!" "No, we might be able to knock them back a bit. Bet they just go around. Shoot!" Rudi drew and loosed. He was sweating again now. Drawing a 120-pound saddlebow was as much heavy labor as throwing sacks of grain onto a wagon, with all the muscles of your torso and gut working. The savages were wavering. The scorpion could throw 6 times a minute, and that meant 144 of those deadly little darts, and as many arrows again from a Dane and his band. A volley of the darts slashed into the sword troopers as he watched. The horses exploded outward in pain and panic, bugling shrilly. "They'll come at us now," he said. "Wait. Wait." The enemy trumpet screamed, "Charge!" The cutters cased their bows, drew sheets or leveled their lances, booted their skinny garrons into motion. Rudi shot. Again. Again. The range was closing, and nobody was shooting back right now. "The witch is a great aid to concentration. Wait. Wait." Even a bad horse could cover ground very fast indeed. "Now!" Every one of them wheeled their mounts and set them going. Rudi focused on the markers. Left, and then straight, and then right, and straight. Epona's great muscles bunched beneath him, her body an extension of his own, as it had been since his boyhood, as if their thoughts meshed through the same fire of nerve and balance. The 17-hand-warm blood danced. He heard a sudden scream to his right. Mary's horse had broken through. She catapulted out of the saddle, landed rolling and spraying arrows from her quiver. "Rochelle!" she shrieked. The dappled Arab mare's forehooves hammered at the broken, floating ice before her. Mary started to run back to help her, but Ingolf swung inward on her blind side. He leaned out of the saddle with skill that made Rudi blink and snatched her with a huge and desperate strength at his wife's quiver, throwing her across the saddle in front of him. Boy's rear hooves slipped and the surface cracked beneath him, but he scrambled free and onto the unweakened section of the ice. Tears ran down Mary's face as she slipped free, but she reached over her shoulder for one of the remaining arrows. "Clear!" Mathilda shouted. Tung! "Pump! Pump!" Round shot this time. The 6-pound cast-iron sphere arching up like a blurred black dot. It landed behind the oncoming figures that marked a Dane and his archers, right among the pursuers. Water gouted skyward, and men slid down tilting slabs of ice. Suspiciously regular slabs in part, where they'd patiently drilled holes to be covered with snow. More and more of the weakened ice broke, away from the jagged paths the retreating archers trod, carefully calculated to look like panic-stricken men dashing about witless. The forest runner's shrieks turned from triumphant to terrified in an instant. She could see a war chief with bars painted across his face throw his arms out in a frantic halt gesture, but it was too late. 3 men tumbled into him, and they all rolled together towards a stretch of black water where ice bobbed and men thrashed. To their left, the horse soldiers of Corwin were in a worse state. A galloping horse couldn't stop quickly. One went right into the spot where Mary's horse had broken through, and the slim mare started to climb it, hammering the rider under her hooves. Another went through, and another. Click. Clear! Tung! A lumpy, gritty stuff was packed around the frame of the scorpion. Thermite ignited easily, and they wouldn't be leaving the engine intact. Pump! Pump!
"She's just limping,"
Mary said, joy shining in her one eye as she looked back at her Rochelle. "Mary," Ingolf said, a little reproof in the tone. Rudi frowned at them, and Mary dropped her eyes as his flicked to the limp burdens the other horses bore. Pierre Walks Quiet's face had fallen in on itself a little in death. The stiff, red ice of his parka hid the wound that had killed him in 5 seconds of startled agony. Jake, son of Jake, simply looked surprised, his hands still clutching at the stump of the javelin that had taken him in the throat. Bodies stiffened quickly in this cold. "Pierre Walks Quiet was your friend, Ingolf," Rudi said. "What words would have pleased him?" "Pete wasn't Catholic, or anything that I knew of," Ingolf said. "Said he could talk to God out in the woods with the animals, better than in any church. I don't think he'd mind anyone he liked saying words over him, though. Now he walks beneath the forever trees," Rudi said quietly. Ingolf nodded, lost in his own thoughts. Rudi looked at Jake's body. "What will I tell his woman?" he thought. "Or how explain to his children what their father was?" He helped the others bear them into the barn. Father Ignatius murmured the service for the dead beneath his breath. There was still a heap of loose hay. The bodies were lain in it, a faint scent of summers past rising amid the iron smell of blood. "Ingolf?" Rudi asked. The big Richlander swallowed, then spoke. "I knew Pierre Walks Quiet all my life, from the change. It's hard to realize the old man's dead. He was like one of the Manitou he used to tell me about. Taught me 2/3 of what I know about woodcraft and beasts, and I wouldn't have learned the rest without the start he gave me. Taught me to love it, too. Goodbye, Pete. Damn in hell, I'll miss you." He turned aside as his voice went thick. Rudi nodded and stepped forward. "I knew Jake, son of Jake, for a far shorter time. But in that time we fought side by side and saved each other's lives. He was called a savage, but I never saw him kill without need, or heard of it. He was untaught, but he learned more quickly than many I've met who are called great scholars. He saw the beauty in the world the Lord and Lady have given us, though nobody had given him the words to tell of what his heart said. And everything he did first for his people. There were the seeds of greatness in this man. And now, all that he might have done and been is sacrificed for us, his friends. Let us remember him, and be worthy of it." Rudi's voice rose. "Lords of the watchtowers of the West, ye lords of death and resurrection, we light the torch for Jake, son of Jake, brave warrior who fell for his kin and friends, face to the foe, and for Pierre Walks Quiet of the Anishinaabe folk, who left comfort and safety to aid in the world's need. Aradia and Sir Nunos, accept Jake's spirit in the land of youth. Manitou, bring Pierre's spirit to the council fires of his people in their long home." The fire flared up, and they retreated through the doors. The barn was tinder dry wood and beam, and it would go up like kindling. Already the fire was beginning to roar. Rudi paused for a moment to lay his hands on the shoulders of Tuck and Samuel, Jake's half-brothers.
"He's a good one, us and bro Jake,"
Tuck whispered, his hands tight on his bow.
"Done good for South Side."
Rudi nodded. "He was a man I was proud to call brother-in-arms," he said soberly. "I will help raise his children as my own. Dun Lake will bear his name. Now let's go. Mounted until we're well clear, then back to skis. The horses can't keep going fast with burdens in this." Ingolf swung into the saddle and drew in beside Rudi. "Think we should have tried to finish them off?" he said. Rudi shook his head, looking out through the thickening snow. "Too risky. There were still more of them if they rallied. Now their spirits will be dampened, I think." Major Graber looked down at the body of the High Seeker. The shaven, skulled face was blue with cold, and a slow trickle of water oozed out of its mouth, glittering in the torchlight that drove back the night a little. Snow hissed into the burning wood. Somewhere a man sobbed and then shrieked as their surviving field medic went to work. "We could try resuscitation," his lieutenant said. "After more than an hour in this water?" "No. The Ascended Masters have welcomed his life stream." High Seeker Delan opened his eyes with a jerk, as if they were pulled up by fishhooks, then turned his head to vomit out a stream of water. His breath rasped in, then out, and then he coughed. A curiously mechanical sound, like a forbidden engine was working in some mill of the unbelievers. "I see you," he said, and smiled. Chapter 16. Norheim, land of the Bjornings, near Eriksgarth. Formerly Aroostook County, Maine. December 22nd, change year 24, 2022 AD.
"Stop the sled,"
the old woman said, peering out from under her wolfskin hood. The bricks under her booted feet were cold again now, and so was she, even beneath her winter gear and the thick bearskin traveling rug. The wind was rising, hard as the teeth of Hela, full of a hard, mealy scent. It flicked kernels of dry, sharp snow through the laden branches of the pines, and the bare fingers of the sugar maples and birch writhed. At least it was at her back, and the arched cover of the sled broke most of it.
"Are you sure, Heidvag?"
Thorlin said, speaking a little loudly to be heard over the storm.
"Of course not."
She regretted the snap, even as the words left her lips. But she felt the cold in her bones more every year, an ache that never quite went away. The sun and warmth of her girlhood suddenly came before her, for the first time in years.
The Berkeley Hills would be green now, after the first rains. The wind chilly, but just enough to make a coat welcome. And the bay blue, with gulls over Alcatraz, and the smell of eucalyptus.
For a moment her eyes teared with longing for a world as legendary now as any hero tale. Then she blinked, and with the discipline of long practice, shut those memories away.
"Sorry," she said. "Just a feeling."
"You don't just have feelings,"
Thorlin said.
"Not you, and not just."
The girl's no fool, she thought. Then, girl, I am getting old. She's a grandmother this year.
Thorlin pulled on the reins with a whoa. The two shaggy horses slowed and stopped as she threw the drag lever, and the claw dug into the hard-packed snow, and the outriders drew rein and swung down from their mounts. Heidvig let them help her down. Thorlind handed her the staff, and one of the guards brought the lantern from its hook at the rear over the baggage compartment. It shone for a moment on the silver cats' heads on the front corners of the sled, the jet glitter of the ravens' heads behind, and the intricate carving that laced the wooden panels of its sides with intertwined figures of elongated gripping beasts, wolves and dragons and birds. In a sudden moment of doubled vision, she saw the Oseberg wagon and one of the books she had pored over so diligently when she was young, probably one of H.R. Ellis Davidson's. And now she was the seeress in the wagon. It was the kind of dizzying juxtaposition she used to experience often when they were building Norheim after the change.
Why should it happen now? I thought I'd become more like the youngsters, living the legends and not thinking about them.
The winter's afternoon was already growing dark, and the gathering snowstorm gusted, sometimes clearing for an instant, and then cutting visibility to barely beyond arm's length. The woods ended here, the solid forest at least, giving way to rolling fields and scattered shaws, hidden now in the storm, but letting the wind run free. She could just see the high white bulk of the barrow. Before it was an upright slab of granite, roughly shaped, a carved tangle of gripping beasts bordering the runes. The light was too dim to read them, but she didn't need to. She murmured them aloud.
Bjarni Eriksson raised this stone to the memory of his father, Eric Walterson, called Eric the Strong. He who led his people north through the Great Dian and got this land for them through his luck and craft and Drighton might. Here he lies, to watch over the land he won for his blood and folk. Thor halla these runes. Hello again, Eric, my old friend, she added softly. You built well. Watch over us all indeed.
In the first years after the change, they had expected Ragnarok every winter, and looked to see the gods themselves come riding down the sky, for surely trolls and Etons walked among them. But the heroes they had were men like Eric, the god he of an Asatru kindred, who had tried to get closer to the old gods by studying the old ways. He had the skills they needed for survival and the will to inspire or bully others into using them. Folk had followed him, growing like a snowball rolling downhill around that first core until Norheim stretched mighty across leagues of field and forest, an island of life in a sea of wilderness and death. Skis hissed in the dimness, and 3 bulky figures appeared on the edge of the light cast through the lantern's bull's-eye lens. They were muffled in fur and quilted wool until nothing of them showed save their eyes, but they moved with easy unconcern in the gathering storm. All of them kicked the toes of their boots out of the ski loops as they stopped and jumped to their feet, agile as cats. One had a longbow in his hand, one a great bearded war-axe with a straight 4-foot helve, and one a spear. All had double-edged sword and sacks at their belts, and round shields slung over their backs.
Who comes to the studying of the Gori Bjarni Eriksson on the sacred eve?
One said importantly, hardly even waiting to halt before he spoke. His voice was a young man's.
All who come in peace and fellowship are welcome to share the god's feast, but reavers and evildoers and troll men stay wide of our land if they are wise. If not, they get a warm welcome and an everlasting bed to lie in.
The guards bristled and fingered the shafts of their broad-bladed spears. Heidvig braced herself upright on her staff, and Thorlind let the light shine on her, so the Eriksgarth men could see clearly, even with the storm in their faces.
One comes who saw you all in your cradles, and crawling and squalling butt-naked beneath the benches,
Heidvig said tartly.
You, Roderick Carlson, and you, Thorolf Pierson, and you too, Olaf Davison.
Ah, sorry, Roderick said, and sounded as if he was, or at least embarrassed.
Welcome, Holy Sidkona. The chief will be pleased and honored. We didn't think you'd be here this Yule. If I've made it every Yule Eve for 24 years, I can do it once more, she said. This is the god-woman Thorlind Williamsdottir, and these are men of Kalk the Shipwright's Garth, Sven Jacobson
and Ingmar Marcelson, who swore to see me safe here for the festival."
"Come, come, Lady Heidvig," Roderick said. "And all of you, let's get you inside and a guest cup inside you, and your beasts fed and stabled." She started to nod. Right now a cup of hot cider or mead sounded very attractive, when she felt a sudden sense of pressure. No, of presence. They stopped, staring as she flung out her hand to silence them. The wind blew louder, the low throbbing rising to a screech, and for an instant it tugged at her cloak until the ends flew forward like wings. The cold cut like a knife, a white pain that seemed to light the land around her. She could see every flake of snow and dead leaf and pine needle. Hear the very thoughts of the martens and mink and the bears curled sleeping in their dens. No, not sleeping. They too were stirring, waking to awareness of a power greater than the storm. Snow muffled all sound but the wind's scream now, yet she could hear hoofbeats. Or perhaps it was the thudding of her heart.
"Can't you hear them?"
she heard herself say.
"Can't you feel them?"
She twitched as energy surged through her. The old familiar thrill of ecstasy that had won her allegiance long before the change made all the old stories real.
"What?"
Roderick said. Thorland stepped forward silently and took her arm, lending her strength. Her eyes sought to pierce the swirling darkness.
"The hunt rides tonight,"
she whispered, feeling her voice alter cadence as if she were already in trance.
"He rides the wind, and the dead thunder behind him over the rainbow bridge. The foam that flies from their horses' bits will bless the land. I feel his eye upon us. I hear the crying of his hounds. Old man," she continued silently, "what are you up to now? What hero will you invite this night to join that ride?"
Roderick took a step back. One of his companions clutched at his chest, probably at an amulet. The other drew the hammer. Heidvig took a deep breath, feeling the intensity of that awareness fade, and her mouth quirked. Her folk gave the All-Father his due, and most of them were just as pleased not to attract his particular attention. Thor was a lot more popular. The one-eyed wanderer, the god of wolf and raven, the terrible one who sent the madness of battle and the mead of poetry to men, had his own purposes. She believed those purposes served the ultimate good of the world and of humankind, but she knew that to achieve them he would spare neither himself nor his chosen ones. After that they saw little of the garth and its buildings, except a blur of lighted windows and folk greeting her. The shock of warmth as they left their outer clothing in the vestibule brought her fully back to herself, and to her aches and pains as that warmth gradually eased them. The chieftain's hall of Eriksgarth was L-shaped, the shorter end a large frame house built long before the change as the core of a farm. The longer wing was the hall proper, added afterwards as time and resources permitted. Bjarni and his wife, Harberger Janetsdotter, greeted her, friendly as always. She'd been an unofficial grandmother to both of them from their childhoods, but with a trace of tension that told her Roderick had repeated her words.
"You shouldn't travel in weather like this,"
Harberger scolded.
"What if you've been caught in a real storm, coming up from the coast?"
She was tall and fair, her braided hair up beneath a kerchief, and a 6-month belly stretching out the blue wool of her hanging skirt and the embroidered linen panel of her apron, held by silver brooches at her shoulders.
"You'll catch your death,"
she went on.
"When you're past 80, that's not something that can be avoided," she said.
But she let them fuss her into a deep chair beside one of the 2 stone hearths on either side of the hall. The area before it was the honor seat, where the chief and his lady and important guests were placed. Some purists had wanted to use a fire pit down the center, and she remembered Eric roaring out what he thought of that with an epic vocabulary that he hadn't gotten from the Eddas.
More like the 82nd Airborne,
she thought reminiscently as she sank into the cushions with a sigh. It had started with, "You shit-for-brains dickweeds, do you think the gods want morons for followers?" and finished with, "Freeze your own balls off, you don't have any use for them." Fire boomed amid a sweet scent of burning pine and the fireplace of rough granite, on andirons whose ends rose into wrought dragons. The slanted iron plate at the rear helped cast the heat into the long room. Tapestries fluttered on the walls. The bare logs between were carved in sinuous patterns, hung with round painted shields and racked spears, bow and sword and axe, and mail burnies that glittered darkly in the wavering light. More carvings ran on the railed gallery that ran around it at second-story height. 2 rows of pillars made from the trunks of whole white pines and wrought into figures of gods and heroes ran the length of the stone-flagged floor, reaching up into the dimness of the rafters. Some carried rings of lanterns at twice head height on iron wheels. Bjarni poured her cider with his own hands into a big ceramic mug with New Sweden Midsommar Festival 1997 printed on it. He was only a little taller than his wife, but broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, his cropped beard and shoulder-length hair as brick-red as his father's had been, his eyes blue and steady. The drink hissed and steamed as he plunged a glowing poker into it.
"Ah, that's good," she said, cradling the mug in knotted hands and breathing in fragrant steam like a memory of blossom time.
As the heat eased aching joints, she lifted it, murmuring softly,
"Hail the hall, and the master of this hall. Hail the mistress and the household she rules. Hail the white that wards the holy hearth, and the spirits that bring life to the land."
By the time she had finished the blessing, the cider was cool enough for drinking. She let the hot, sweet liquid run down her throat and get to work on the last of the chill. The hall was thronged with scores of people. Burly, bearded men in tunic and breeks, women in long gowns, or sometimes practical traveling trousers themselves. The cloth, a mixture of carefully preserved pre-change brightness brought out for the festival, and the more subtle colors of modern vegetable dyes. Either sex might wear an arm ring of gold or silver or steel. Her host had 2 pushed up on his thick biceps over the cloth of his tunic, the one that bore witness to his deeds, and the oath ring he wore when leading rituals. Long weapons were left in the cloakroom or hung on the wall, but nearly every belt bore a fighting knife of the kind called sax. Most of the faces were folk she knew, or at least recognized and could place, like the 2 Micmac envoys in their embroidered tick coats and leggings. Voices sounded like surf in the Norse-salted English of the Bjornings, or now and then in the nasal French dialect that was the second most common tongue in Norheim.
"Which is appropriate. Plenty of Norman and Frank there, too."
Children added their mite, running and playing with the big, rough-coated dogs, or sucking on maple candy. There were friendly nods to her in plenty, but the folk left her in peace to talk with the chief.
"Quite a crowd,"
she said to Bjarni. He and his wife drew up chairs beside her. A 3-year-old girl came and crawled up into his lap and went to sleep with a kitten's limp finality.
"Half the Wapentake is here,"
the Bjorning chieftain said, settling his daughter against him with a father's skill. The tables and benches were set, running down both sides of the hall and centered on the dais that held the east wall hearth. Good cooking smells drifted in from the house where the feast was in preparation, but some of the guests were already eating. Slices of dark, coarse barley bread spread with liver paste, or smoked salmon, or cheese, or butter and thick blueberry jam, or munching on apples from the bowls set out. Bjarni's younger sister Gudrun oversaw a team of household women who were filling cups and carrying trays, proud in her new-budded womanhood and grave with the responsibility of helping her sister-in-law, a maiden's long, loose hair flowing auburn under a silver headband. The guests would do justice to the feast as well. They'd come from many miles around, and traveling in this weather needed fuel. Bjarni's strong, calloused hand caressed his sleeping daughter's white mane as he went on. A lot of the householders wanted to talk things over and see the divination. Even with a good harvest, there's been trouble. More quarrels than usual among ourselves. Trollman raids in the northern reaches and the South Mark. Rumors of trouble from the outlands. Folk are nervous, and it's a long time until the Althing meets. His hand touched his beard, and his voice fell. And what's this young Roderick tells me about the hunt? Heidvig sighed again, letting her head fall back and her eyes close.
He heard everything I saw, she said. But it always means something when...
Then Roderick was there again. He hadn't bothered to take off his parka, and snow melted on in thick patches on the wolverine fur. His hazel eyes were wide.
"Godi, lady, travellers."
"Well, show them in," Bjarni said, irritated. "You are on watch, boy."
"No, strangers. Maybe 30 of them. Travellers from the far west, they say. And their leader, not like any man I've ever seen before."
He was a young man. His voice shook with excitement. Heidvig set down the cup, staring towards the door.
"Old man," she thought, "have you set me to work side for a hero this holy eve?"
The vestibule door opened, and the lights fluttered in the draught. Strangers crowded it, in the sort of warm wool tunics and pants the sensible wore beneath their outer gear for winter travel, but different from local style in a dozen subtle ways. Her eyes went to their leader, drawn like iron to a magnet.
"I can smell Orlog on him, a fate like tears and flowers and blood. What does Weird weave now?"
He was a tall man, 2 fingers or so above 6 feet, broad-shouldered and narrow-hipped and long-limbed. Young, too, well into manhood, but younger than her host's 30. He moved with the supple economy of a tiger, as if even his stillness was always complicit of motion, a thing of dynamic balance that held the promise of sudden, blinding speed. When he shook his head slightly, damp, red-gold hair fell to his shoulders, framing a straight-nosed, high-cheeked, cleft-chinned face that might have been called beautiful, save for the thin scar along his jaw and up nearly to the left cheek. There were more on his large, shapely hands, but she could see from the look of his blue-green eyes that he would be more likely to smile than frown, on an occasion less solemn. "It's in peace and goodwill that we come," he said. His voice was a resonant baritone. It was also full of a pleasant, lilting accent she hadn't heard since the old world fell, the soft West Irish brogue of the Gaeltacht, and she recognized a trained singer's control and pitch as he went on, filling the hall without strain or shout. "Merry met to the mistress of this hearth, and to the lord of this hall, and to all beneath their roof. We ask guesting if we are welcome, and only leave to pass on if we are not." The Bjorning chieftain stood, handed little Swanhild to his wife despite a sleepy protest, and faced the tall stranger. Silence was thick through the hall, and beneath it a humming curiosity. The newcomers were a worn, tough-looking crew, including the women among them. One even had an eye patch. But they had politely racked whatever long arms they carried in the cloakroom. None of the Eriksgarth dwellers were very alarmed, though a few men drifted to stand with arms crossed on their chests behind their leader, just in case, which also put them within grabbing range of the arms hung on the walls. One of the Norheimer proverbs was to trust no ice until you'd walked on it. I hight Bjarni Eriksson, Godai, chieftain here. Who comes to Eriksgarth on the holy eve? He said, his voice rumbling deep. The stranger inclined his head politely to the master of the hall, and then again a little more deeply to Harberga, or perhaps to her and Heidvik both, and touched the back of his right fist to his forehead for a moment. She noticed a small white scar between his brows then. Rudi Mackenzie am I, of the Clan Mackenzie. The totem of my sept is raven. In my own land, I am son to our chief, and our folk have hailed me as Tanist, as heir. These are my sworn men and followers and kin. We have travelled for near 2 years from the sunset ocean, over mountain and plain, forest and river and lake, and our goal is to find a ship to bear us on the eastern sea. A buzz of wonder rose from the crowd, then died away. Bjarni stepped forward and held out his hand. The 2 men gripped wrists, each taking the measure of the other, and each gave a very slight nod, as if liking what they saw. "Come heil to you, Rudi Mackenzie," the Bjorning chieftain said formally. The phrase meant, "Come in good health and be welcome." "Come heil to your followers also." Then he added without looking away, "Bring drink to all our guests." His sister Gudnun came with a great polished ox horn carved with runes and bound and rimmed and tipped with braided silver, rather than the more usual mugs her assistants bore to the others. "Welk," she stammered a little, flushing, as Rudi looked at her, then took a breath and began again, as he smiled encouragingly. "Welcome I give, the wanderer here, with bright and blessed draught. Greeted art thou, with grith and frith. Hail in holy hall." The man who'd called himself Rudi Mackenzie took the horn with a grip that showed he'd held one before, the point kept down and a little to one side. He drew a sign over the hot mead, touched a finger to it, and flicked a drop aside, then raised it. "Slante Chugat," he said, "to your health. I drink thanks to the high gods of this land, thanks to the spirits of place, which ward hearth and home and field, and thanks to my hosts, the lord and lady of this hall, and to all beneath their roof, goodwill and welcome. May there always be peace and guest friendship, and never a feud between us." He took another draught and gave a long, appreciative "Ah, and many thanks, Bjarni Eriksson. We've come a long, cold way from a cold camp this day, and weeks over the ice before that. If ever you journey to our land of Monteval in the High West, my house is your house as long as you please to visit. So witness sun-bright Lou of the long spear, and Brigid, sheaf mistress, and the Dagda, and the threefold Moragoo, and all the gods of my people." "That's well said, Rudi Mackenzie of the Clan Mackenzie," Bjarni answered. "So a chieftain speaks. You're welcome to share our feast, and there's room for all, and warm beds. Or straw, at least. My Carlos will see to your beasts and gear." Harberga made a determined sound, and levered herself upright, setting her daughter Swanhild down in her chair. For the honour of the house, it was her duty to see that her husband's words about food and beds were true, even when the number of guests suddenly went up by a quarter. The girl-child blinked open eyes, cornflower blue, and looked around. Rudi Mackenzie smiled at her in an unguarded instant of tender delight, and an answering smile lit the toddler's chubby face as she waved. Then he turned to one of his followers, a thick-armed younger man with a mop of curly hair, the brown of old oak wood, and a stubborn-looking square face, and took a long bundle handed to him. "Forgive a stranger's ignorance of your ways," he said, facing back to Bjarni. "In our land, the custom is that a visitor at Yuletide brings his host a guesting gift." He unwrapped the coarse cloth from the bundle and presented it across the palms of his hands. "We Mackenzies are a people of the bow, and Aylward the archer here is not the least of our master boyars. Heidvig's brows rose, and a man behind Bjarni whistled softly in knowledgeable appreciation. The weapon was 6 inches over 6 feet, with a long, subtle in-and-out curve to the hickory stave. A central riser of burnished curly maple was worked and slanted to give a sure hand grip, and a cutout through the center line for the shaft was lined with a tuft of wolf fur. The nocks at either end were polished antler, glittering amber color in the firelight, and the back was covered in a strip of deer sinew, pale beneath the smooth varnish. The whole had an indefinable rightness, a beauty of pure function like the light on the edge of a knife. With it was a baldric and quiver of brown leather tooled with vines. Wrought buttons of carved bone sealed little pouches for an arrow-hone and spare bowstrings and beeswax. Within the quiver itself were 2 score of grey-fletched shafts, bodkins and broadheads. Bjarni smiled despite himself, holding the weapon out at arm's length, running his fingers down its length, and then rolling one of the arrows across his thumbnail. Few gifts from all the world's wealth could have been more welcome. "This is fine work. Allah himself would not be ashamed to use it. Your man knows his craft," he said. "My thanks to you, and to him. Come, the feast's nearly ready, but you've time for the steam bath and the rocks are still hot. Then we'll eat and talk." He hesitated. "We hold a rite after, a divination. You're welcome to attend, or not, as it pleases you." Heidvig spoke. "I will sit in the side hjalar and speak this Yule," she said. "I think that questions of weight will be asked. But not today. Tomorrow, when Thorlind and I are fully rested, and we have sought out the land wights." Rudi Mackenzie inclined his head respectfully. Bjarni murmured in his ear. Heidvig sometimes wondered if the young man realized her ears hadn't lost much sharpness, unlike the way it had gone with his own father in the days of his age. She heard clearly, however softly he spoke. "She does you honor. Heidvig is the greatest of our wise women. My father was her friend from the land-taking, and had good reads of her many a time. She came here from some place far to the west, just before the change, and taught us the old magic. She speaks to spirits, journeys between the worlds. We always have a side session at Yule. It's a good time for divination, but Heidvig doesn't sit in the side hjalar herself often these days." "My thanks, lady," Rudi exclaimed. "Wisdom is the greatest of all gifts." He smiled again, and Heidvig's mouth turned up in response. "How this one must charm the women," she thought wryly, looking into the sparkling gaze and hearing a few sighs from around her. Then something moved in her mind, uncoiling from the depths. "Yes," she thought, and knew with a sharp weight of certainty. "Yes, this is the one sent to me." "Pardieu, by Mary, Mother, and the merciful saints. I thought I'd never be warm again," Odardlu said. Rudi grinned at him through the drifting mist of steam. The men of the party were all seated on the pine board benches that made a half-circle around the hearth. Occasionally a little door would open, and the attendant would stretch in tongs to drop a new heated rock, clack, on the pile. The hot, wet scent of the wood was an aromatic blessing in his lungs. He could feel the sweat carrying all impurity out of his body, and the memory of the ice flow's white, grinding death with it. "I've noticed, my Lord Gervais, that you complain and complain, but sure, you keep going just the same." Odard cocked one black brow without opening his eyes, leaning back with his arms along the front of the bench above. The wintertide journey had thinned him down to muscle and gristle and bone, as it had all of them, and he hadn't had much spare flesh to start with. "And what else can I do, your majesty?" he said. "Stop? Around here? If I ever get back, wild horses hitched to triple reduction gearing won't get me out of Barony Gervais." "You'd be bored silly in 6 months," Rudi said. Odard's voice grew dreamy. "Bored? I'll spend my time lying in a hammock under blossoming peach trees or a pergola of roses, looking out over the vineyards, and giving my loyal peasants an encouraging twiddle of my fingers now and then, and eating pineapple pyronade and composing poetry about my heroic deeds. Pretty girls will fan me in the summer heat and drop peeled grapes in my mouth and sing for me. When winter comes, I'll go on a fearless quest, as far as the Castle Solar, while I will read stories about other people's adventures and sip real coffee with good brandy in it, as a fire crackles in the hearth and the radiator gurgles." Ingolf took up the bundle of birch twigs, dipped it into the bucket, and flicked water onto the stones. Steam billowed up with a sharp hiss, and someone on the upper tier groaned in pleasure. Rudi thought it was Father Ignatius, and nobody could say he wasn't a hardy man. He'd certainly done a full share of the work, and more than his share of scouting on the long rear guard. "We've got saunas like this in Richland, too," Ingolf said, with a grin at Odard. "After you boil for a while and feel just like a ham, you run out and roll in the snow, or jump into a hole cut in the ice over the river." The Baron of Gervais shuddered theatrically. "Saints have mercy. Even the bear killers don't do that." "No, really, it feels good," Ingolf said. "You just don't stay out long enough for your body to lose the heat that's soaked in." "That's what you do, perhaps," Odard said. "I do not. I'm saving up the heat to hoard like a Corvallis moneylender's gold in a vault." Fred Thurston had been sitting silent, like a statue of old bronze, sheening with a thin film of oil. Now he stirred. "These people are Asatruar, aren't they?" he said. Mary and Ritva could tell him what they'd learned in their mother's household, and they'd been able to find him a few books along the way, but he was anxious for the reality of the tales that spoke to his heart. You couldn't learn much of a faith until you saw how it shaped the souls of those who followed it. "Yes," Rudi said. Someone sighed. Definitely Father Ignatius this time. Since Fred had been a nominal Methodist originally, the Mackenzie didn't think the priest had much ground for complaint, and went on. "So I judge from what we've seen and heard. Probably it spread here the way the old religion did from Dun Juniper, because the ones who brought them through the change followed it. Which, to be sure, is also why nearly everyone around Mount Angel is a Christian of the Roman Rite," he thought, "or why most are in the lands the association rules. Sigh as you will, Father, but turnabout is fair play." Aloud he went on. "And hospitality is sacred to them as well, of which I'm glad. I was worried to death about Epona, that I was. She's a little old for travel like this, which would be hard on a horse of half her years. But they're treating our beasts right royally, as they are us. Nice tight barn, blankets, warm mash, clean water and straw, fodder of the best." Fred nodded agreement. "They seem like solid people," he said. "Indeed, the which is what I'd expect. What those gods they follow value in a man is courage and loyalty, and above all, the hardihood of soul to stand and endure and strive, never flinching. Nor would they have come so well through such years, and in a hard place like this, unless they had those things in truth." Odard shuddered. "Oh, the ancestral virtues. Next you'll say they venerate clean living and hard work." "As a matter of fact," Rudi replied. Fred snorted and said, "How long do you think we'll stay? I'd like to learn a bit." "A week or two at least. We have to learn the lay of the land here, and the road to the coast, and where we can hope to find a vessel, one willing to carry us in this bleak season. And to tell the truth, I'd like to leave our horses and a couple of our wounded here, if we can arrange that. Then a dash to the sea, a dash to Nantucket, and back. Though how by the brazen gates of Anwen we're to return through that mess we left behind us. These folk keep the 12 days of Yule, don't they? A Dane said. 12 days of feasting. After the trip we've had, that would be just about what I could use so. And we'd not lose much time. We were slow in that last week or so because we were worn, ourselves and our beasts both. It's lucky we ran into some place that could put us all up in midwinter, Ingolf said thoughtfully. As well as being well disposed, I mean. We had to move quick a lot to keep from eating people bare. Of course, we're supposed to be moving quickly. They all laughed. Quickly was for short trips. When you had a 3,000-mile journey one way and the prospect of 3,000 miles back, haste lost all meaning. Even for a small, picked band, a journey of that distance could only be made at walking speed. 15 miles a day averaged out over the whole, and you'd count yourself lucky to maintain that. They had been lucky, since their stay at the Valley of the Sun had been the only time they'd been stuck in one spot for many months by illness, wounds, or weather. Rudi shook his head and poured a dipperful of water over it, enjoying the cool shock. Not just luck. It's little we found on this journey of either good or bad that's mere chance in the way most use the term. And we're moving as quickly as we can, while doing what we're supposed to be doing, of which collecting the sword is an essential part, but only a part. What did Sehwang Dorje said to me back at Shenrezi Monastery? He thought, and the wise, wrinkled face appeared in his mind's eye amid the pleasant austerity of his chamber. "Can light exist without shadow?" he quoted. "So I tell you that when you seek to do the will of the gods and help men rise through the cycles, your very inmost thoughts awaken hosts of enemies that otherwise had slept. As sound awakens echoes, so the pursuit of wisdom awakens the devil's guard."
I would not put it in just those words, my son. Yet the good abbot is a very wise man in his way, Ignatius said thoughtfully. But I would guess that he told you more.
Thought he did. This. But I do say that if you are in league with gods to learn life and to live it, you shall not only find enemies. You shall find help unexpectedly from strangers who, it may be, know not why.
A very wise man indeed, Ignatius said, swinging his feet down and sitting upright on the bench, his whipcord body dim in the gloom. And a holy man, I think. I learned things of great value in the Valley of the Sun. We all did.
Even though his is the way of the Buddha,
Rudi said, his voice slightly teasing. The priest spoke with a chuckle in his voice, his narrow dark eyes ironic and a finger tapping the air in mild reproof. You know the answer to that, my son. You rolled in enough logic at Mount Angel for some to rub off. When men differ from the magisterium of Holy Mother Church, they are in error. But when they agree with it, why, that simply shows that all truth proceeds from God. We of the Church have it in fullness by revelation in Scripture, and from the holy saints and the fathers, as well as by reason and moral intuition. But all men can discover some of it if they truly seek virtue and wisdom, wherever they start the journey. How not? These things come from only one source, and it speaks to every heart that listens. So yes, the Rinpoche is a holy man, and so, in my view, was the Buddha, or Plato for that matter. But how much better would they have been if only they had the fullness of the divine logos to guide them? Well now, there's a circular argument if I ever heard one. The priest laughed aloud. You can't win this one, you know, Your Majesty, though I'll have it with you as often as you please. It's you Christians who think you can argue your way to truth, Rudi said with a grin. Right now, to be sure, I'd rather eat.
Let's go sluice off.
Chapter 17. Norheim, land of the Bjornings near Eriksgarth. Formerly Aroostook County, Maine. December 23rd, change year 24, 2022 AD. Next afternoon, Rudi grinned again as he watched a Dane collecting his bets after a round of shooting with the bow, and then handing the winnings out as gifts, each to a different man than the one who'd wagered it.
Sure, and there's a wisdom of hand and eye, too, he thought.
There was plenty of room for play in the big enclosure that Eriksgarth made. The halt and house of the Goti, smaller dwellings for his carries and their families, and the youngsters fostered here to learn, barns and sheds and workshops, all around a court paved with river-smooth cobbles, mostly hidden beneath hard-packed snow. The sky was bright, with traces of high cloud like a white mare's tail. The air was no more than cold, without the frigid, cutting blast that made your face ache. The fresh drifts sparkled like soft, curved masses of diamond dust in the light.
And Epona is looking better, he thought happily. Still a bit of that dry wheeze, but her eyes aren't as dull. Some quiet and rest, and she'll be fine.
For shooting with the bow, they used the bank of a distant potato barn as a target, a curious structure like a long rectangle 3/4 sunken in the ground, and with earth berms heaped up against its walls. There were clear fields beyond that, for a 1/4 mile of open fenced pasture land, until a holy Shah's trees stood bare-branched around the steep, roof-on-roof height of a stavehof, a temple. A bright glitter caught his eye there, paint on one of the riot of carvings. The locals were good enough archers in their way, but not up to Mackenzie standards, and certainly not to be set against a champion of the Lunisad games like a Dane. The young men he'd defeated laughed and slapped him on the back. Then 3 of them looked at each other, nodded, and each picked up one of the plate-sized wooden targets. With a shout they threw them high, in a spread that opened like the spines of a fan. A Dane's movement seemed steady, almost leisurely, but the flat slap of the bow sounded 3 times so quickly that the sound was lost in the hard crack, crack, crack of the points striking home in wood. The last of the targets was still man-height above the ground when the arrow punched it away. "Fetch, Garb," the younger Mackenzie said. The big, shaggy half-mastiff had been sitting in aristocratic indifference, ignoring the stiff-legged wariness of the local beasts as they stalked closer. Now she trotted off, to return and lay the discs at her master's feet. "Did you miss?" one of the Bjornings said. No arrows stood in the wooden circles. "I thought I heard the strike." A Dane tossed him one of the discs, skimming it through the air. They were like flat miniature shields a foot across, made from 2 layers of birch strips glued crossways and rimmed in iron. The Norheim man held his up and whistled between his teeth, showing the neat round hole punched through near the center of it. "This is not a little boy who's come among us," he said. "Ah, it's the cold steel that wins a battle," one of the others grumbled. Garb returned with the arrows held gently between her long yellow teeth, lips curled daintily back. The fletching of each had been stripped off as they made passage through the wood, but they were otherwise intact. "Not with one of those through your eye," his friend said thoughtfully. "And through your shield first. I'd guess you could punch through a byrnie too, eh?" "A mail shirt, yes, with anything like a straight hit and a nice bodkin. But a solid steel breastplate or lame now. No, not always through that. The surface may glance the point. You need a closer range and a little luck. Enough shafts in the air at once. An arrow storm, we call it. Will do the job right enough." A Dane finished checking the arrows and slid them over his shoulder into the quiver. He spoke with a little slyness in it. "You were speaking of the cold steel? Well, my chief there, himself, is a very fair shot, enough to keep me exercised, as it were, but a man of the sword first and foremost. Better at that than I am with a bow, if truth be told, and I've fought by his side more than once, in ambuscades, onsets, raids, and pitched battles." He reached out and took an apple that one of the local men had halfway raised to his mouth, twitching it out of his fingers, tossing it up and catching it. Then he threw it with a sudden hard snap, the plump red fruit a blurred streak through the air. "Chief!" he called as it left his hand. Rudi had been waiting for something of the sort. The contests had all been friendly, but he didn't think the men of Eriksgarth would have spent this much time with their weapons on the day of a feast if the strangers hadn't arrived, though they seemed to love games and tests of skill of all sorts, from chess to wrestling and swordplay, and this gathering was a chance for trials between many from isolated steadings. The apple was aimed more than arm's length to Rudi's left, past what was now his sword hand. That hand flashed across his body, and he turned in the packed snow of the yard, granules flying up in arcs from his boots with the speed of the movement. Steel glittered in the cold winter light as he extended in a long lunge, the point and extension of his arm in a play of motion and angle. Tock! The point went through the firm flesh of the apple with a surgeon's delicacy, the edge parallel to the ground so that it stopped the motion without splitting the fruit. He held the lunge for an instant, with a background of amazed oaths, then flicked the longsword's point upward and twitched his wrist to send the steel in a shimmering arc. Tuck! This time the apple tumbled towards the ground in two neat halves. Rudi caught them with his other hand, moving like a frog's tongue after a fly, then wiped the tip of his sword on his sleeve and slid it home. He tossed one half to a grinning Adane as the broad-shouldered bowman sauntered up. "You almost wasted a good apple there, boyo," he said mildly. "The which the goddess of the blossom time would not like." His half was tart and sweet at the same time as he crunched it, a little harder and more grainy than the breeds they grew back home in the Mackenzie Duns or the Yakima lands, but palatable. Adane ate his in 3 bites, his cheeks bulging for a moment, and his gray eyes taking in the awe-struck expressions scattered across the open expanse. Some were frankly goggling. Everyone here trained to the blade, which meant they had a fair idea of just what combination of speed and control the little demonstration had required. "Now that was more than a bit flashy," Rudi half chided himself. "But then, Adane's only a bit past 20, and I'm no greybeard yet either, and we wouldn't have done it before those who weren't warriors themselves, sure." "I think it's the custom here to push a man a bit, to see what's in him, as it were," Adane said. "The which Mackenzies would never do," Rudi said, and they both laughed. Adane went on. "They're a bit doomful here, but for the rest it's homelike enough, and they get something more lively with some beer in them." "That they do." "Has it struck you, Chief, that men are not at all unlike dogs, especially in the way they greet a stranger?" As if on cue, there was a sudden chorus of snarls. Garb had one of the Eriksgarth hounds on its back, with her teeth holding its neck ruff. She shook it a little and then stepped back, tense and wary. "Well, at least we're not expected to engage in arse-sniffing contests," Rudi pointed out, which the dogs were doing at that moment, their tails wagging. Not far away, Mary Hobble, Mary Vogler now, Rudi reminded himself, was talking to a big young Bjorning with a battle-axe in his hands. The weapon was a bit unusual. The rear of it was drawn out into the rectangular serrated head of a warhammer. The axeman looked over at Ingolf, who, with Fred Thurston, was helping some newcomers unload a roughly butchered moose carcass from their sled, a contribution to the feast and a gift to their chieftain. The tall Richlander hefted a hindquarter over his back, with no more than a grunt at a weight greater than his whole body. "Friend, you'll find that Mary can take care of herself well enough, you betcha," he said mildly, and then strode over to where Harberga waited at the door of her kitchen's cold store. Fred sniggered wordlessly as he scooped up 2 burlap sacks of rye flour and followed Ingolf with one over each shoulder. The Bjorning flushed, leaned his dreadful polearm against a wall, and picked up the practice equivalent, a 4-foot helve with a mock blade of light pine, wrapped in felt and rags. No matter how shielded, the 7-pound head of the original would smash bone like kindling if driven hard. Then he took stance, the axe slanted across his body with his hands wide-spaced near butt and helve, an expert's grip. The man was about halfway between Rudi and John Hortle in size, and from the look of him, he had the shoulders to move the massive weapon quickly. When he struck, the air hummed, but Rudi thought he was pulling the blow. Mary leapt straight upward, over the swing, her own chest height from a standing start. The Bjorning had expected to strike, or at least to have the blow blocked by the longsword she wore across her back with the hilt over the right shoulder. Instead, as it met only air, the momentum of the strike pulled his body around irresistibly. The ranger's hand darted out and tweaked his nose painfully. Then she went into a series of backflips that left her 6 yards away. Rudi thought. He was a fine gymnast himself, but that sort of thing had little place in actual fighting, to his way of thinking. In a fight, you should move precisely as much as needed to attack or defend, neither more nor less. The Dunedain tended to be a bit showy, though. Some of the onlookers cheered her. Others hooted in wholehearted mirth, bending over and clutching themselves, or slapping hands on their thighs. As Dane had said, the 2 clansmen found the dwellers here a bit doomful by Mackenzie standards, but this was a joke after their own hearts. A few of the women watching called comments to the axe-bearer that would have had Rudi's ears flushing, and made the man bellow with anger in his mouse-colored braided beard. He brought the weapon up to guard and began a rush, then halted in wariness. Now Mary had the chain unwound from her waist, both ends crisscrossing in glittering arcs as she whirled them clockwise and counterclockwise. One held a sickle-shaped blade, the other a steel ball. That was a weapon she'd taken up during their stay in Shenrezi Monastery in the Valley of the Sun. The monks taught it, and Master Hao said she was a natural for it. It was a yin weapon, anyway, suitable to her changeful nature. The Bjorning decided to treat it as if it was a quarterstaff, and struck at the middle spot where her hands turned wrist over wrist to keep the chain moving. Mary dropped promptly to one knee and let the steel links slide through her gloved palms. There was a rattling chunk as one end of the chain whipped around the axe helve, and a muffled curse as it bound hand to ashwood. The sickle struck his forearm in a way that would have laid it open to the bone if the sharp blade hadn't been encased in its leather sheath. He pulled back, trying to free the haft, and throwing his far greater weight and raw strength against hers through the metal link. Mary came with a pull, and at the same instant the other end of the chain wrapped around the man's knees, whirling itself into a tangle with the steel ball thudding into his thigh muscle with paralyzing force. He began to buckle forward. Mary's booted feet struck him neatly in the stomach. Her back hit the ground, and she used his own momentum to throw him roaring over her head with an arching twist and pivot. There was a heavy, meaty thud as he landed in a patch of last night's snow, not yet trampled or stained. It puffed up around him in a cloud of glittering crystal, and through it Mary pounced with a cat screech of Sindarin that Rudi translated without effort. "So long, sucker." She landed astraddle the man, her long, narrow dagger out and hovering above his eye. He glared at her for a moment, and then his lips quirked up in a smile. That turned into a roar of laughter, and he threw his arms wide in a theatrical gesture of surrender. "Rolf Holmerson gives you best, Shield Maiden. I give you best. What a pity you're wedded already." Mary simply snorted as she rose and helped him untangle himself. Ritva sauntered over and put her hands on her hips as she watched. "I'm not," she pointed out with cheerful helpfulness. Are you Hrolf Holmerson? Not that I'm proposing, you understand." Ingolf came back from his task, working his shoulders. He spoke to Mary in the Elven tongue, slowly and a bit clumsily. "Hervis, wife, you can throw me on my back and leap upon me when you will, but I may grow resentful if you do it to other men, unless there's a dagger in your hand."
"Hervin,
"Husband,
with you I will use not the dagger of Uar for your eye, but the feather duster of tickling for your man parts."
Virginia Kane was demonstrating what you could do with a lariat from horseback. Seeing one of their dodging, running number caught and dragged a few yards was another way to tickle the Bjorning funny bone, evidently. "Their sense of a jest is something robust here," Rudi observed. "I like it well enough," Edain said. "That's no surprise. You near killed yourself laughing that time the cow I was milking caught me in the face with a well-beshatted tail." Edain snickered at the memory. "Chief, a man in his 80th summer would have thought that funny, and him dead also, much less a boy. The expression on you! And you rubbed dung in my hair, as I remember, and we were both covered head to foot by the time we'd stopped scuffling like a pair of puppies." Rudi sighed reminiscently. "And then your da came out and took us by the ears and pitched us both into the pond," he said. "Lucky it was that was a warm day, and we weren't wearing anything but old kilts." Edain shuddered. "Lucky indeed, Chief. You ran back up the hill to Don Juniper. I had to face me mother." Just then, Harburger came back out the door and called, smiling, "If the children have finished their play, the meal is ready." A herald more formal came out of the main doors of the hall and blew the summoning horn. A long, harsh "hoo" through the cold air. The twin doors were twice man-height, thick oak slabs strapped with iron on either side of a framework of beams, and at the end of the long rectangular structure. The roof above towered high and steep-pitched. The gable beams crossed in snarling dragon heads above the snowy shingles, and a steady trickle of smoke came from the mortared fieldstone chimneys. Pillars on either side of the entranceway were carved in a strong, stylized style. The shapes were a red-bearded man who bore a hammer, and a woman with a distaff and hair of bright gold. Gold covered the elk antlers above. Within was a square, stone-flagged chamber ringed with benches, trunks, pegs, and racks, where outer clothes and weapons could be left. Rudi was wearing his good kilt and plaid beneath his winter gear today. A kilt wasn't as warm as trousers, but more than enough for a while, if you had drawers on beneath. He offered his arm to Mathilda as they went through the inner doors to the hall proper, and she took it.
"Father Ignatius is going to duck out later," she said.
"And you're not, my heart?"
"No, I want to see. It isn't like participating after all."
"Is it not?" he thought, but kept his silence.
"Well, that's between him and you at your next confession."
Bjarni had seated Rudi at his right, and Mathilda at the Mackenzie's side. Those were positions of honor, and let him talk to the Bjorning chieftain. Evergreen boughs and wreaths on walls and rafters scented the air, and a decorated fir tree stood tall in the center. The feast was to be long and leisurely. Rudi enjoyed it. Potato soup, roast pork, braised red cabbage, more potatoes prepared in half a dozen ways, a meat pie not quite like anything he'd tasted before. "Now that's not beef, nor venison either, I think," he said thoughtfully, after he'd chewed and swallowed. The ground meat was mixed with minced onion and some herbs, and it had a musky undertone, not exactly rank, but strong. "Though it's more like venison or elk than any tame beast I've had." He plied his fork again. "Tasty."
"Moose meat tortilla,"
Harburger said, smiling at his enthusiasm.
"Most households here take a moose in the fall, when the frosts set in. We make all the pies then and freeze them in the cold pantry for use all winter. There's near half a ton of meat on a big moose,
and the bones and sinew and hide are all useful too, but they take a good deal of killing." Bjarne's eyes lit and went to one of the spears on the wall. It was a long hunter's weapon, with wings forged into the base of the head to prevent an irate beast from running up it to express one last opinion of the human who'd stuck it. "Yes, that's fine sport," he said enthusiastically. "None better, except bear or tiger, and the striped cats are still rare here. There weren't any at all in this country when my father founded Norheim. They came up later from the troll lands." A scowl. "And too many of them are man-eaters by choice. Bears leave humans alone usually, and so do wolves, though they'll both eat our stock, yeah. But the tigers are a menace, and there are more every year." "They're common in Monteval, unpleasantly so sometimes," Rudi replied. Mathilda leaned across and touched the tip of Rudi's nose. There was a tiny, barely visible fleck of scar there. "I was there when a tiger did that to Rudi with the very end of one claw," she said proudly. "He held it away on a spear until it died." "It was already wounded," Rudi said lightly. Then a faraway look came into his eyes. "Remember those lions we came across in the Sioux country?" "Lions?" Bjarne asked. "I've heard of them, but there are none here. Too cold in winter, I suppose. Probably too many trees as well. The beasts don't like close forest. They're spreading north from the desert countries, from the Rio Grande. We were being chased at the time and sort of ran into them, and through them, at a gallop. It was lucky in the event. They just had time to get good and angry when our foemen arrived, expecting to cut our throats, and found the lions instead." Bjarne and his wife chuckled, and so did the rest of the Bjornings within hearing. Evidently that appealed to the Norheimer sense of humor too. "What's an angry lion like?" he asked. "Every bit as nasty as an angered tiger, and they run in packs like wolves. You," he pointed his fork at Mathilda, "wanted to keep that cub as a pet." "It was cute," Mathilda said. "It was young. I've had many a shrewd scratch from ordinary muggies who meant no real harm. One that weighed 300 pounds, with claws like knives." They spoke more and pleasantly, of hunting, and then local lore. Evidently, Norheim was a loose federation of quasi-independent chieftainships, each heading a tribe comprised of bondar, yeomen, who pledged allegiance to a godai of their choice, and led them in war and sacrifice and presided at assembly. The farmers changed the allegiance if it suited them. Mathilda looked faintly scandalized at that, but held her peace about it. Local folkmoots called things met each spring to hear cases and vote on laws, and an Althing in the summer did the same for the whole. Eriksgarth was the senior chieftainship, its master, head of the Bjornings, and home of the Althing's meeting ground. They didn't take a census here, but Rudi estimated from what his host said that the Norheim folk were about as numerous as the Clan Mackenzie, 70,000 or a little more, and growing fast. More by births now than by outsiders joining. "My father made us a people," Bjarne said proudly. "He knew what must be done, when to speak, when to show an example, and when to break heads. Folk who were cast adrift in a world made strange saw it. Others of his Bjorning kindred who came north with him became godhigh of their own tribes too, as he set them here or there to help put the land in order. I remember a little of the beginning of it. I was 6 when the change came, and we left Springfield. That was a thorp near Boston." "Boston?" Ingolf said from the other side of the chieftain. "I've been to Boston. If your father made his escape from there, and took his people with him, then he was some sort of a man." The lamps were lit on their iron wheels and hoisted up the pillars as the evening proceeded. There was unstinted food, drink, song. Rudi came to keenest attention as a harper performed. stories sad or merry or moving, and chanted ancestral epic. There was a man named Orm the Strong, a son of Ketil Asmundson, who was a yeoman in the north of Jutland, and this was before the Danelands were one kingdom. The folk of Ketil had dwelt there as long as men remembered, and held broad acres. The wife of Ketil was Asgerd, who was a leman child of Ragnar Lothbrok. Thus Orm came of good stock on both spear and distaff sides. But as he was the fifth living son of his father, could look for no great inheritance. So Orm was a seafarer, and from his youth spent most of his summers in Viking. The ways and arts here didn't have dun Juniper's quick, bright, shifting glitter, with its ever-present tang of the other world. But there was a deeply steady, sonorous music to it all, one that had its own harsh magic and strong-boned beauty, and spoke to his blood. Eventually Bjarni rose, for the first time since the feast started, except once when he darted over to quiet two half-drunken brawlers by the simple expedient of grabbing their necks and banging their heads together hard enough to make Rudi wince. Their friends had laid them out under the tables, and the rest had gone on unconcerned, with the fallen serving as footstools. Now he hammered the hilt of his sax on the table, and silence fell, more or less. He spoke into it. "Bjornings and guests come from far lands. Tonight our luck is strong. The side corner Heidvik has come to Eriksgarth, and will take the high seat of prophecy and speak. Let all here behave in seemly wise, as do true men and true women." Men moved the table before them, and placed a high carved chair with arms on the dais before the hearth. Heidvig entered from the door that led to the house. Rudi had seen little of her until now, and his hosts had merely said that she rested and felt out the wights, which was what the Norheim folk called the spirits of place. Now she paced slowly through the hall, an old woman in a midnight blue cloak and gown with a cap of black lambskin. Her wrought staff went thunk, thunk, as she walked down the row of pillars, helped by a stern-faced middle-aged woman and several others who were younger, but nearly as serious. "Who's the other woman with a staff?" Rudi murmured. "Thorlind Williamsdottir. She really runs the side group these days. She was one of the first ones Heidvig trained as a Gidja, a godwoman." Mathilda started to cross herself, then refrained. It would be impolite under the circumstances. Instead, she touched the place on her tunic where the crucifix rested below. The helpers set another box on the dais so that the old woman could climb onto the elevated seat. It had a cushion embroidered with ravens, and two carved from wood stood on the seat back. The younger Gidja sat on a low stool next to the tall Sidhjalar, the chair of magic. Heidvig held her staff between her knees, gripping it with both gnarled hands as if it were an anchor planted in the ground. Bjarni's sister Gudrun took a basin of water and moved around the great room, sprinkling each one with drops flicked from a twig and murmuring, "With water from the well of Weird, all ill that has been, all ill now becoming, all ill that shall be, I banish away." The younger godwoman took a drum and began to beat it. A walrus ivory ring skittered across the taut surface, making the beat throb with a burring tone that filled the hall. She spoke from her stool, her voice low and hieratic. "This hall is hallowed for Heinedal's children. Safe we sit at the sacred centre. Who will dare the waiting darkness? Who will walk the way of wisdom?" "I will," Heidvig said. The Cirrus's voice was hoarse but strong. Rudi felt the skin prickle on his neck and between his shoulders as she pulled the thin veil draped around her shoulders over her head so that it hid her face. When Thorlind spoke again, Her words seemed to come from a depth, from a cave, perhaps, or a wildwood, or simply from the deeps of time.
"Sink down, then, and be at ease. You know the road well, the way through the wood between the worlds, and the plain of Midgard that lies within. Fare onward, wise one, down and around beneath the root of the tree."
Rudi found his own eyes closing, images forming behind them as the woman went on, leading them from world to world, and depth to depth, from the very walls of Hela's kingdom, that he had never expected to see as a living man.
"Down and around we fare, until we come to the eastern gate. Here we must wait. For one and one only the gate will open."
Rudi sighed, resisting the unexpected attraction of that passage to the other world. He could feel Mattie sitting stiff beside him, and squeezed her hand, as much to keep himself firmly grounded as to comfort her. Thorlin spoke again.
"The gate to knowledge gapes before us. Cirrus, is it your will to go through?" "It is," the Cirrus said.
Thorlin began to sing. One by one the rest of the Bjornings joined in. The tune was strange, full of odd sharps. It had a feel of ancientry to it, like old stone, still strong, but covered in moss and worn with the rains and frost of countless years.
"Cirrus, thy way through the worlds thou must win, farther and faster and deeper within. Fare onward, ever on."
Then she spoke sharply.
"Tell us what thou dost see."
Heidvig's voice was distant, as if she told of a dream.
"I see the dark lake, and on it the black swan swimming. On the shore many fires are burning. The ancestors are awake and waiting. What would you know?"
Thorlind chanted.
"The spell is spoken. The Cirrus waits. Is there one here who would ask a question?"
For a long moment, Rudi thought nobody would. The tension in the hall was palpable, almost like a taste of something sharp and acrid at the back of the mouth. Eyes gleamed in the shadows about. Then the Goti stood. He cleared his throat and spoke in a voice that carried through the hall. "I have a dispute with the men of the Crossings. Both tribes have used the land between the Old West Road and Blood Creek for pasture in the summer and for hunting. But our numbers grow, and we need to clear and till land there. Bjorning's steadings are closer, and the empty land should be ours alone, at least as far as the river. How shall we end this quarrel? Will Goti Sifrid see reason, or shall we take it to the Althing and the law speakers? Or must swords be drawn?"
The Gidhja spoke. "Cease not, Cirrus, till said thou hast. Answer the asker till all he knows." "I see the autumn woods," Heidvig said, her voice distant. "The stags are fighting. They clash their antlers, tear up the soil, grunting and heaving. The does are watching. Oh, there are wolves in the woods. They circle and leap, carry off some of the does."
There was a sharp intake of breath in the hall, and a moment of silence before the Cirrus went on. Her voice was less distant now, as if she had come halfway back to the world of men.
"I see now the meaning. You and Sifrid are so busy butting heads you don't see what's going on around you."
The tension broke in laughter. Bjarni flushed, but flung up a hand for silence, and the Cirrus went on.
"Watch out, or the human wolves will destroy what you're fighting over."
There was a ripple of comment in the hall. Rudi thought he heard approval.
"Ask for a meeting. You may have to give up something to make peace, but that's better than losing all. It's an ill time for good nor high men to draw a blade on each other. This you know. Would you know more?
Thank you, Cirrus, Bjarni said dryly. I think I understand. The Gidhja spoke, her tone formal.
Well hast thou asked and well been answered. Is there another who has a question?
A woman stood, young enough that some of the awkwardness of girlhood still clung about her. Rudi would have judged her to be 2 years short of a Dane's 20. Loose hair of a dark yellow color, like old honey, fell past her shoulders, confined by a headband, which probably meant by the custom of these folk that she was unwedded. At least most of the women older than she wore theirs braided and bound. Her hands nodded in front of her until she forced them still, licked her lips, and stood proudly erect, ignoring the eyes upon her and the murmur of surprise. When she spoke, her voice was firm and clear, though light.
Sigurd Jinsson, called the Bold, my betrothed, has been gone since the fall harvest. He went north in Viking with the men of Westmundland Thorpe to seek tools and trade goods in the dead cities, so that we might take up land and make our own homestead this spring at Snowmelt, and be wed. When will he return to me?
The Gidhja chanted,
Cease not, Cirrus, till said thou hast. Answer the asker, till all she knows.
Heidvig sighed and bent her head beneath the veil.
I call the raven to my aid and take her form. Together we wing northward over mountain and forest and lake. I see a mighty river, and on its banks bare branched trees beneath a sky like steel. Ice floats in the water. A great bridge of the old world spans the broad flood, half fallen, and the current foams beneath it. Tall, fire-scorched ruins rise on an island to the west. Was it to the royal mountain that he was to have gone? Yes. I can see boats on the river. A long canoe heavy with cargo, the hammer painted on it, and 8 paddlers within. One is tall and ruddy, with black hair and a war sock of dark leather sewn with steel rings. He has a scar that turns a streak in his beard white. Is this your man?
The girl nodded, and the Sidekona continued.
The other boats pursue it. They are many and fierce, some with their faces painted, some with strings of finger bones about their necks. A man in a red robe with a rayed sun upon his breast leads them.
Rudi's breath hissed between his teeth.
I know your mark, Ilriker,
he thought savagely. The voice of the Cirrus went on.
They are shooting arrows.
The girl gasped and stretched out a hand to the table to support herself. Her fair skin went chalk white, and her eyes very wide.
Men fall in the canoe that flees. It slows. It cannot escape. It turns and drives towards the boats that pursue. More arrows fly, and then spears and hatchets. The man in the ring sock takes up a great axe and leaps into the boats of those that harry him, into the midst of many foes. He is laughing as he strikes. He calls on the Allfather to receive him.
The old woman fell silent again, then went on with a curious gentleness.
If this is the boat your man was in, I fear he will not return to you. I am sorry. There is no more.
The girl shook. Her voice choked as she spoke.
All men are born fey. My Sigurd met his fate unflinching, and feasts this Yule with the Einherjar in Valhall.
The words stumbled into a moan,
and her face twisted as she struggled and then gave way to thick tears, and her knees buckled. 2 older women caught her and helped her from the room amid a murmur of sympathy. The Gidhya spoke, her words formal, but with concern in her tone.
"How fares the seeress?"
"Well enough to continue. I sense there is need in this room. Questions that must be asked and answered. Go on."
"Is there another who has a question?"
A man rose. He was in his 30s, weather-beaten and thick-bodied. "I've cleared old scrubland for a new field on my steading. Land not planted since the change. I've grubbed up and burned the brush and spread the ashes and ploughed them under. It lies fallow beneath the snow. Should I seed it with barley when spring comes?" Rudi suppressed a wry smile. It seemed a little odd after the last.
"But it isn't. That man has put his own sweat into the work, and his family's well-being depends upon the results."
Thorlinda chanted,
"Cease not, seeress, till said thou hast. Answer the asker till all he knows."
The side Kona spoke in a cooler voice.
I can see a field where a crowd of green-clad folk are dancing, but as they circle, others clad in black attack them, and most of them fall. I think this means that if you plant there, a blight will get most of your crop. Would you know more?"
The thick-set man swallowed, but answered calmly. "Is there anything I can do?"
"I am looking at the barley whites. I am asking. He says to make offerings to the land whites there. Ask their help. Sing to them, and they will tell you what the field needs. This you know. For now, there is no more."
"Thank you, Cirrus." Thorlin spoke.
"Well hast thou asked, and well been answered. Is there another who has a question?"
Others asked, and were answered. Rudi took a long breath when silence fell, then stood. He was uneasily aware of how the attention of all focused on him.
"But this is a true seeing. I must know."
"My friends and I are on a quest. Will we reach our goal safely, and find what we are seeking when we get there?"
"Cease not, seeress, till said thou hast. Answer the asker till all he knows."
The side Kona was silent for a long moment, then sighed. The sound made the back of Rudi's neck bristle. This was not a right of his folk, but there was a power here, like a weight greater than the world could bear, as if it would tear through at any moment. And more coming. He could feel it gathering in the air, like the stretched tension before a thunderstorm.
"Ah, this is the one for whose question I was waiting. The one whose word is wound with the fate of the world. At the foot of the tree, the Norns are weaving, but your choices are the thread. Need has bound you together. Need impels you. Stay true to one another, and you will find your island. I see an island, and something that shimmers."
The veiled figure gasped.
"I see a sword, shining brightness. Might is locked within it. Is that where you are going? This is very strange. Would you know more?"
"Yes, lady, if you will."
"Deeper I fare, and farther I see. A darkness that opposes you there, a troll in the shape of a man. Beware, son of the raven. There is a power behind him, more foul than any Jotun. If you fail, I see the doom of Midgard. You have questioned whether this was the Wolf Age. If this quest fails,
Ragnarok will come.
Her knotted hands clenched, and he could hear her labored breathing.
Would you know more?
How fares...
Tholinda began. The Sidecona shook her head, a stir through the fabric of the veil.
No, there is more to be said. This is a war of powers. The rings of the raven swirl around me. Oh, the Lord of the Ravens is near. Near.
Rudi heard his own heart pound, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. He was not ill and dreaming in a mountain cave now, and it was a fearful thing to meet that one. "Does he have a word for me?" he said steadily. The Sidecona twitched several times, straightened, and then leaned forward, resting one elbow on the arm of the chair. A rustling stirred through the room, almost a moan. Rudi stood calmly, his hands by his sides, but he knew why that sound had been wrung from this hardy folk, and felt his hand twitch and turn, as if it reached for the hilt of a blade that was not there, and would be no use even if it was. The Bjorning Cirrus was a woman of 80 years and more, never tall, and now a little bent, stocky like an ancient oak stump, her body still obedient to a fierce and driving will, but failing none the less. Yet now it was as if a man sat there, a tall man whose movements were fluid strength, and whose face was hidden by a hood, not a veil. He laughed, and the deep sound made the hair stir on Rudi's arms, a long, low chuckle rolling inhuman in the nighted hall. Shadows gathered, moving on the walls with the dance of the flames.
"So, son of the bear," the voice said, "I see that you remember our last meeting, on the mountainside where you walked the Blade Narrow Bridge. I have counseled many a chieftain. What would you ask of me?"
Rudi licked his lips and met that gaze. The old man was no enemy to him, but he was perilous even to his friends.
"If I gain the sword of the lady, will I defeat this enemy?" he asked boldly. "To gain the sword will not bring certain victory, but defeat is certain if you fail. Yet victory for your cause may be your own bane, Artos, king-to-be."
"Ah, when speaking with a god, don't ask things you already know."
"I understand that choice, Lord. I have accepted it. I will do what must be done, and pay the price of it gladly, for my folk's sake, and for this fair world that the gods have given humankind to be our cherished home." A rustle, and Mathilda stood beside him. Rudi started a little, taken from the diamond focus of his concentration. Her fists were clenched at her sides, and her breast heaved, but her voice was controlled, and he knew the courage that must have demanded. The more so as her faith held such suspicion of all spirits save their own.
"And does Rudi get nothing? If there must be, does he get no mercy, no reward for his courage?"
The hooded face turned towards her, and Rudi thought he heard a tinge of kindness in its stern tone.
"For boldness is something this one loves," he thought, "and there is no braver heart than my Matti."
"Mercy is not in my gift, Frigga of battle," the power that had possessed the Bjorning wise woman said.
"Neither for myself, nor for those who call on me for victory. I can give a little time, but within that time, only you can grant this man the reward he desires, the reward the man desires, and not the king. Be brave, be true, and you shall lay his son in his arms."
"King!"
Rudi heard someone mutter, as Mathilda staggered back and sat, stunned.
"The Wanderer grants the stranger kingship from his own hand."
The voice of the one on the high seat went on. "The bear's son is not my man, though one of those who rides with him is. And worthy of me he shall be, and worthy of his warrior sire when he avenges his father's death." Frederick Thurston bowed. His dark face glowed, as if seeing beyond the walls of Eriksgarth to a path that led upward. Upward across a bridge sparkling with color, beneath gigantic stars, towards roofs thatched with spears of glittering gold where auroras crackled. Beside him, Virginia grasped his arm, glaring at the speaker as if she would spring to protect her man even from this, and the voice chuckled again before it continued. "But though he does not make offering to me, the man called Artos comes of blood that bears much might, the blood of the Juniper Lady, in which runs wisdom from beyond the world of men. The blood his father shed willingly to stand between his folk and their foes, dying, and yet in death winning the victory that brought them peace. The son of the bear shall add to that might, for he is fated to great deeds. If he wins his victory, his shall be a line of kings that lives long in glory and forever in the tales of men. If he fails, all fail with him, and then comes the doom of Midgard." The speaker's head turned, and the folk in the hall bore it as they could, meeting it or turning their heads aside, or covering their eyes. "All of you, if you would stand with the gods, then I bid you help him. The sword he seeks is more potent than Tyrfing, forged for the hand of a king." Only breath disturbed the stillness. "So, son of bear, son of raven, high king of a realm called Monteval that is yet to be, and may never be. Is that what you wanted to know?" Rudi shook his head. "The Crow goddess gives me battle fury, but even the gift of the Dark Mother may not be enough against this foe. Will you, Lord, give me battlecraft to face him?" The laugh rumbled again, more gently this time. "Wise is he who asks for wisdom. That gift, at least, is within my power. Watch for the ravens. They will show you the way." Rudi bowed for a moment. "Thank you, Lord. And when my victory is won, and I sit on the throne of the Ardry in Monteval, always shall you and yours have a welcome and honor in my lands." Thorlin the godwoman spoke. Her voice wavered between fright and firmness. "Allfather, we thank you also. But be kind to the seeress who loves you. Please let her go now, gently, without harm." She rose and stood before the chair as the side Kona first straightened, and then sagged, and caught her as she slumped forward. Love and terror and pride warred in her voice as she spoke. Heidvik, my teacher, come back to us, please. That's right." The limp form of the old woman stirred, and a hoarse sound came from beneath what was once more a veil. Thorlin's words grew stronger. "The vision fades, the voice grows silent. Return now, wise one, where we wait to welcome. Can you see the gate? Raven will lead you towards it. Good. Now you're through. Let's just get you out of this chair." Bjarni Eriksson moved forward to help her. They eased the seeress out of the side hjaller and into an ordinary chair. Harberga brought a glass of water and held it to Heidvik's mouth. The Gidja picked up the drum again and struck it, the taut hide thuttering. "Now it is time to return.
Arise. Move swiftly and easily. Pass around the wall. From the east to the north, from gate to bridge. Now it is before you, broad and fair. Cross and ascend the road up and around, past Maud Good's tower.
Swiftly the journey was completed. Thorland and the men who'd come with them helped their mistress down from the dais and away to her bed in the house. A rising babble of voices rang out with an edge of hysteria in them until Bjarni leaped up to the dais and roared, "Quiet!" The Redbeard's chin thrust out as his eyes went back and forth over his folk, cold and blue. When silence fell, he put his hands on his sword belt and spoke bitingly. "We've heard the words of the High One, through the holy Sidkona. He spoke of great deeds, of war, and maybe even Ragnarok. Whatever happens, we will meet it. Meet it like Bjornings, like free men and women of Norheim, not like chattering magpies or frightened children. All men die. In the end, even the gods shall die. The Sidkona is old and deserves rest. But she went under death's shadow to bring us this word. Honor her courage with courage of your own." The hall fell quiet again, but there was less tension in it. "Now go and sleep, and think about what we've heard." He jumped down and walked to Rudi before he spoke again, quietly. "And you and I, my friend, will think, and then we will talk. There are things I must know if I am to steer wisely. And mine is the hand on the tiller here." "And I will tell them gladly, Bjarni," Rudi said. Then he smiled. "You can see that there's more than one spoon in this stew-pot, and some of them of an exceeding longness." Talk they did, and after a night's sleep they spoke into the next day, when Heidvig joined them. She looked better than Rudi had expected in body, and less nerve-racked than many others in Eriksgarth by the foreseeing. "You're well, I hope, lady," he said, rising and bowing as her pupil helped her towards the hearth. She grinned at him, indomitable.
"At my age, you're either well or dead. I'm not dead yet. This is just an act to get a handsome young man like you to give me an arm."
He stepped forward and put an arm beneath her hand. It gripped him like a handful of walnuts. He guided her into the cushioned armchair nearest the fire, with Thorland on the other side. Despite the light words, he could hear her breath whistle a little between clenched teeth as she sank down into the seat. Thorland fussed with a rug she tucked around. The old woman pushed her hands aside with a good-natured chiding.
"We're in front of the fireplace."
"We were telling my story," Rudi said, as he took seat again across from her, "and trying not to let it go back to the beginning of the world so. Well, you'll need to know a little of how the change took us in the High West, though I was born about this season of the first change year. Born on a battlefield, near enough." He sketched it in. The details were unfamiliar to them, and what tales had crossed the continent were hopelessly garbled, but the gist of it seemed easy enough to grasp. It was not altogether different from what they or their parents had experienced.
"Lady Juniper,"
the seeress said at one point.
"Juniper Mackenzie. Tell me, boy, she's short and slight, is she? And with hair brighter red than a fox, green eyes and a voice like water flowing by moonlight? With a County Mayo brogue she could put on when she wished, that she learned from her mother, and you learned from her?"
"You know my mother?" Rudi said, stopping in an astonishment shared by the others. "You've met her?" Then he smiled and slapped his forehead.
"Oh,
from before the change?"
"Yes. She used to play with the consort Shubon Yudosa put together for the Principality of the Mists. It was a great loss to the Kingdom of the West when she moved north again. If anyone lived,
She would. But you say that nothing is left in California, she added wistfully.
I fear not, except in the most remote mountain parts of the north and east, Rudi said gently. It was very bad there, from what the Dunedain explorers have found of late.
So Cock saw in his vision, before the change.
So my heart said, she said. That's why I and my family moved here, and just in time. Then she shook her head and looked shrewdly at Mathilda.
And your father was Norman Arminger, and your mother Sandra, girl?
Mathilda nodded wearily. Her parents had collected enemies, and though they hadn't spoken often of the old world, she'd heard rumors enough. Heidvig laughed shortly.
And Norman ended up cutting himself out a kingdom from the chaos at the sword's edge. Why am I not surprised?
He was Lord Protector, Mathilda said. He died in battle. Well, to tell you the truth, he and Rudi's father killed each other in single combat when I was 10.
Your sires killed each other? Bjarni said, a brow going up. Rudi spread his hands.
But not before we'd sworn the oath of Anamchara, which made us as soul brother and soul sister.
Ah, the Bjorning said. Yes. Sometimes one duty has more might than another. Also, a fair fight that men chose freely. Well, that may end a feud, not start one. Mathilda nodded and went on.
My mother, Sandra, is Lady Regent now until I'm of age. 26, that is. A few months less than 2 years from now. She held things together in Portland after he died.
Why am I even less surprised at that?
Heidvig said dryly.
You, knew them, lady? You were in the society?
You might say that,
she said wryly. But that was another world, literally. I had another name then. I was another person then, and not just because I was a lot younger.
Then, softly for a moment,
that world went down in ice and fire and terror before you two were born. Let all the old feuds die with it. From what you say, Norman and Sandra did great things, deeds terrible and grand, that few others could have accomplished. For good and ill both.
Farther down the hall, Odar Liu and Ritva Habel were playing their lutes, a crowd of appreciative Bjornings surrounding them. They knew the guitar here and the harp, but didn't seem to have many lutists. The Baron's voice rose in a song he'd composed some time ago, but with altered words. Mathilda flushed a little to hear it. The ones who rule over our fair land of Monteval. They reign just and wisely, without favour or fear. And no truer lady trod on this good earth. So let the hall ring for the light of the north. Let the hall ring for the princess of Monteval. Let the hall ring for the light of the north. She matches in honour the prince of our Monteval. To all of her subjects she lends a kind ear. Lady by grace and princess by birth. So let the hall ring for the light of the north. So let the hall ring for the Princess Mathilda. So let the hall ring for the light of the north. She carries a sword for the honour of Monteval. Before her in battle our foes flee in fear. With her inspiration our knights will charge forth. So let the hall ring for the light of the north. So let the hall ring for the Princess of Monteval. So let the hall ring for the light of the north.
He thinks he's a troubadour,
she said apologetically, as cheers greeted the song.
Well then, he probably is,
Heidvig said.
I've heard far, far worse.
She reached across with a staff and prodded Rudi's bare knee below the kilt.
Go on, lad. Go on.
Rudi cleared his throat. More than any woman he'd met besides his mother and Mattie's, Heidvig seemed able to make him feel like a boy again without even trying. Well, 2 years ago.
2 years and a month. It was Samhain Eve, and that an omen in itself. Ingolf here rode into Sutterdown, the clan's only town, having, as he thought, shaken off the prophet's men in the passes of the Cascades. They were waiting for him instead, disguised as harmless travellers, and— "That's a wild tale," Bjarni said when it was finished, shaking his head. "I wouldn't credit half of it if it weren't for the Sidecona. Even so, it'll take a while to settle my mind around it. How large the world is. How little our share of it seems now. That was so broad yesterday." She looked at Rudi.
"The Church Universal and Triumphant, eh? I knew a little about them before the change. They were strange and obnoxious sometimes, but they didn't traffic with malevolence or try to turn men into less than beasts. They've been corrupted to serve the enemies of humankind and of the gods."
"Corrupted by who?" Rudi asked. Bjarni shivered a little, and his wife laid a hand on her belly over the child.
"Asa Lokai, 'neath the mountain, chained and raging,"
Harberga quoted softly. Heidvig nodded.
"As good a name as any. And unless they're stopped, even one as old as I may yet live long enough to see that one riding with a face of poison to Vigrid Plain on the last morning of the world."
Father Ignatius nodded crisply and signed himself. "Good will triumph over evil in the end," he said. "But it doesn't happen without us working, and yes, fighting for it. Nor is any victory certain until the last days." Rudi shivered slightly, staring into the fire where white flames danced over the red glow of the coals. "I've had visions. Some, I think, of what the world might have been if the change had not come. Some of what might yet be, if the cut triumphs. Both bad. Very bad indeed. And their common feature that men no longer walk the earth, though in some of them things in our shape do. In others, the very soil and air are dead." "I've seen those too," Ingolf said, his battered hands clenching on his knees. "Only on Nantucket, though. Gods, that was weird. But I saw things in Corwin while I was a prisoner there that were enough to turn your stomach. And things that would make your hair crawl. Things that just shouldn't be. They've got plans for the world, and I wouldn't want them to come true. Those breeding pits." He shuddered.
"Then we must see that they don't come true,"
Mathilda put in. Bjarni's big, capable hands gripped the arms of his chair. "I know that the Sidecona's vision was the truth. Thor's hammer. I heard it. I'm a true man. I'll stand with the gods, which means with you, Rudi, with all my main and my might. But I can't call in every fighting man in Norheim to march 1,000 miles and more to battle an enemy they've never heard of. They'd hoot me off the Thingstone. And—" He looked at his wife again. Love and pain were at war in the glance they shared. Rudi nodded. "You can't leave your steadings and families unguarded. I wouldn't expect you to." Bjarni's mouth quirked. "The Wanderer is at home everywhere and nowhere. He has all the world of Midgard to ward, and all the sons and daughters of Ash and Embla to guide, and more besides. But this—" His gesture took in the hall and the lands beyond. "Is my world. My tribe and folk, the world my father built, the one I want to hand on to my children when I lay my bones beneath the howe. Yes, and watch over afterwards." His fist pounded the arm of his chair. "But what does it matter if I guard the borders of Norheim now, and in a generation or 2 or 3, Eton craft and trollmen flood over us like a tide?" Rudi tapped a finger on his chin. I think there was more than one message in the seeing you made, Lady Heidvig, and more than one meaning to every message. A certain one we've both met is crafty and subtle. You may not have noticed, Bjarni, but the old man's word was not the only part of the vision you need to ponder. At Bjarni's surprised look, he went on. That unfortunate honey-haired lass who lost her man north of here. Well, that's the way we've come, and the cutters have been at work there too. Hence the man in the red robe with the sun sign on it. That was an adept, an evil magus. A troll-curing, we would say, Heidvig said. Rudi nodded. Stirring up the wild bands. Those you deem trollmen, so. They'll move those against you, I would guess. What other dwellers there are in that country are few and weak, and the prophet's ambitions are not limited to Monteval. Corwin aims to bring all of humankind under their sway in the end. Bjarni had looked not fearful, but apprehensive before. Now his face firmed into a thing of slabs and angles. That was a threat he could understand in gut and bone. You see as clearly as Heimdall. That I can tell thee, Althing, and be believed. And that will serve our common cause, Rudi said. Otherwise, those men will fall on allies of ours and enemies of the enemy, further west. But as for us, we need to get to Nantucket, Mathilda said. Your, High One himself said it. Without the sword of the lady, we'll surely lose. Mary, intercede for us. The old tales have a number of such swords in them, Ignatius said, half as if to himself. Many were borne by paladins of the light. Arthur's Excalibur, of course. Durendal, that Roland bore at Roncesvalles against the infidel. Perhaps they were less metaphorical and more substantial than my teachers thought. I don't think the pagan elements matter in the end.
Tyrfing, Harbiga thought, though I'm glad it's not that blade. Getting to Nantucket. There I can help you, Heidvig said. I came out here with my family before the change because of a feeling, you might say, and because Cock told me he foresaw a great troubling of the world while I was dickering with him over a harp.
Rudi couldn't quite hold back a blink of surprise. Heidvig smiled and stroked one knotted hand over another.
Yes, I made music once. I stayed with Cock and his people at the coast through the first month after the change, before Eric Walterson arrived. Cock was pagan too, and a student of the old crafts, and I put them in touch with each other when I heard the Bjornings had come.
From which meeting many deeds came in turn, Bjarni said. Heidvig nodded.
I stay there still when I'm not travelling between garths, working side, or just visiting the great-grandchildren nowadays.
He's called Cock the Shipwright, Bjarni said. He makes ships and much else at the garth he built by the sea after the change. His hand indicated the carved pillars of the hall and the grim magnificence on the walls. By implication, the dragon heads that reared proud from rafter and roof tree outside. All the finest woodworkers in Norheim trained with him and his folk. They're cunning smiths and fine weavers there too, and wise in many other arts. Cock collects craft skill, as some men do gold or horses or fine weapons, and his sons and grandsons are the same. Heidvig took up the tale.
The shipwright's men are great traders and fishermen, and often in Viking.
Rudi's eyebrows went up, and she chuckled.
Oh, that's changed meaning here. They go to the dead cities and hunt for goods they can use or barter, as far as New York sometimes.
Ingolf rubbed his short-cropped beard. I was in the same trade, though overland. I think we were the only Midwesterners to reach the East Coast and survive. So far, at least. Vikings? You'd need something like that. Salvage works. Well, There are treasures, right enough, but they're hard to get at. I can see why you use that word. Bjarni shrugged. We trade in peace with the Isle of the Prince, and with the English Empire and the non-landers, and the Icelander folk. Those of them who stayed there and didn't go back to the ancient homelands. To Norland, it's called now, or to England, offer to the Aesir now, too. Not much trade in any one year, but it's welcome. He scowled. And besides the trollmen who haunt the ruins, our folk fight with the Blaumen sometimes, southward, over salvage rights. Blue men, Rudi said. The English call them Moors, Heidvig said. They're from Senegal, really. They're numerous, but their lands are metal poor, not having as many cities from before the change for mining and salvage. My foster father, Sir Nigel Loring, helped keep the Isle of Wight alive through the change, and was a leader in the resettlement of England before he had to flee from mad King Charles, Rudi said thoughtfully. He mentioned trouble with them. No, they're not friendly to outsiders at all, though I suppose they have their own reasons which seem good to them, Heidvig said. Bjarni inclined his head towards Fred Thurston, sitting astraddle a bench among the group around Odard. He was laughing, his head thrown back, with a mug of the dark Bjorning ale in his hand, and Virginia stood with her arm around his shoulders and his around her waist. I thought he might be one from his looks, but he seems a fine young fellow, and I judge him a good man of his hands already. Few better, none braver, Rudi said crisply. No lord could want a better. Gisith, you say? Gisith. Companion? Yes, or herdman. And no warrior a better comrade, Rudi finished. He'd better be a strong man to keep up with that she-cat, Harberger said. She's a wild one, if I've ever seen any. She has reason to face the world like a drawn blade, Rudi said soberly. They're well matched. Virginia's shrewder than you might think from her manner, and Fred uses his head for more than a helmet rest, too, and doesn't lose it when the steel's out. Bjarni nodded. Of course. He's an Odin's man. Why, the High One claimed him in person. That's a great honour, though not one I envy. I'll stick with my old friend Thor. And if he's good enough for Odin, he's good enough for me, Heidvig said, with an odd, half-chanting tone in her voice. When they looked at her, she shrugged. Classical reference. Now, we were speaking of Cock's shipwright. Cock's stubborn, more now than ever. He's even older than me, and he won't want to risk a ship. Most are laid up this time of year, but I think he'll listen to me. And if not to me, then to the High One, though he offers mostly to Njord and Freyr himself. They spent some time thrashing out the details. When Rudi's party would leave, how Bjarni would help with the journey to the coast, and how to send out messages warning the rest of the Norheim tribes that trouble was foreseen. The conversation wound up as the celebrations began again in earnest. Rudi joined in the laughter and applause as 13 masked youths in gaudy, raggedy costumes entered and cut capers, tumbling and playing pranks. Then the children in the hall called out their names, seeking to chase them down and tag them. "Stifflegs!" one cried, and clutched the sleeve of a figure who had stilts under his 2 long breeks. The others were caught one by one, some trying to climb the pillars until they dropped back into the shrieking crowd. Gully Gawk, Shorty, Ladle Licker, Pot Scraper, Bowl Licker, Door Slammer, Skyer Gobbler, Sausage Snatcher, Window Peeper, Sniffer, Meat Hook, and Candle Beggar. When they were captured, the tumblers handed out shoes stuffed with toys and candied nuts and other treats. Harberger carried a broom around the hall and beat them forth with it, the youngsters following in a chain dance, before relenting and announcing, "Come, those who wish to come. Stay, those who wish to stay, and farewell, those who wish to fare away.
harmless to me and mine."
That brought the rest of the grown folk in for the evening meal, which for a Yule feast started in mid-afternoon.
"We drink Sumbel this evening,"
Bjarni said to Rudi, when it was well under way and his wife was away putting their daughter to bed.
"You know that custom?"
Rudi nodded.
"My half-sister's mother Signy is a follower of your gods, and so are many of her folk," he said. "I've been at Sumbel in Larsdalen and the other bear-killer holes. Perhaps you do it a bit differently, though." He grinned. "For a start, they like to drink it with wine. They've many fine vineyards there. The western side of the Willamette is better for the grape."
Bjarni sighed. "I've never drunk wine, except a few bottles found by Viking salvagers. They sound like an interesting lot, these bear-killers of yours, with a fine, fair land." Then Bjarni's smile grew crooked. "Perhaps they're more interesting in a tale of far away than his neighbours."
"They're not my bear-killers, as Lady Signy would be the first to tell you, though I've many friends among them. My Uncle Eric, for one, and my blood-father's young namesake by Signy is a very likely lad." "And they are a warlike lot," Rudi admitted, "but only in a cause they think righteous."
Bjarni snorted. "I've seen a fair number of fights, Rudi Mikeson, over matters great and small, but never one yet where both sides didn't think they'd rightful cause to bash the other."
"A point, a very palpable point," Rudi agreed. "But I'm certain and sure they were always wrong if they fought against you, my friend."
Bjarni bellowed laughter.
"True!"
Harberga returned.
"Swandhild's sleeping hard," she said. "They do at that age," she added to Rudi.
"That they do."
"You don't have children yet, surely?" she asked, her eyes flicking to Mathilda. "No, but the little lass reminds me of my youngest sister at that age. Fjorben will be turning 10 now. It's a grief to me to miss so much of her life in the swift change in years. Her hair and eyes are just that shade, and she was always active as a squirrel until she drops in her tracks." "Fjorben," Harberga said, as if tasting it. "A pretty name. What does it mean?" "True sweet in the old tongue," Rudi replied. "After a famous harp, you see. And well named, for she could sing true almost as soon as she could talk at all." "And Swanhild?" "Swan battle. Also well named, especially since she learned the word no."
The last remains of pies and pastries were cleared away. The last children, not quite old enough for the ceremony, shepherded off to their beds, and horns and horn rests were set out. Like bear-killers, the Bjornings considered that the proper vessel for solemn toasts, oaths, and boasts. 4 youths and 4 maidens brought in a litter. On it was a gold-sheathed wooden image of a boar, done life-size, with the tusks of a real one and a wrought golden ring in its mouth. They carried it around the inside of the long rectangle of the tables, and folk did it reverence. When the golden boar was set before the chieftain's seat, Rudi noticed that it stood in a wooden tray of dirt. "That's earth from the first half," which meant temple, more or less, of the Bjorning kindred, that my father brought north and mixed with the soil here at the land-taking, Bjarni said. "We swear all the greater oaths on this boar, the oath swine of the Bjornings."
"That's a strong rite," Rudi agreed.
"Yes, it's the holiest we have, and this the season for the most powerful oaths." Out of the corner of his eye he saw Father Ignatius politely taking his leave, and frowning a little when Mathilda and Odard shook their heads and stayed. Rudi wasn't too concerned. He'd gathered that there were still some Christians around here, and that they came to this type of ceremony, if not the blot sacrifices. It would be difficult to be a member of the community if you didn't. Bjarni rose and spoke. "Bjornings and guests, now we drink sumbel, to the gods, in memory of the ancestors, and to make boast and oath. Take care when you do, for to make oath before all is to lay your words in the well of weird, binding the fate of all. My uncle, Ranulf Walterson, shall be Thule of the Sumbel." An older warrior in his 40s nodded, with his arms crossed across his tunic. He was darker and leaner than his nephew, but had a family look at him. "And none shall dispute his judgments. Let the Valkyries fill the horns." Harberga and Gudrun led a group of women, kin of the chief, for this was a duty of honor and high regard, to pour mead from the pitchers they carried. Most of the drinking so far had been ale, and usually not very strong ale at that. This mead was heady, smelling of flowering meadows gone, and itself a boast of sorts. Being made from honey, it was expensive in this land where life lay sparely, and only a great chief could bestow it so lavishly. Bjarni's horn was bound and tipped with rune-graven gold, and bore a carving of a woman carrying a horn to a man who rode a chariot pulled by goats. He held it high. "I drink to Odin, to Freyr and Freya, to Njord, to Almighty Thor, and to all the gods and goddesses. Hail Aesir! Hail Aesingir! Wassail!" Rudi raised his horn and drank. The mead was dry and strong, and left a slight catch at the back of his throat. There was nothing in his faith that forbade. Some of the dwellers signed the hammer over their horns before they lifted them. A few used the cross. Some touched the mead with a finger and then their foreheads rather than drinking. Harberga did, he noticed, probably for the unborn babe's sake. Bjarni bled his horn again. "I drink to our ancestors, who made Norheim with their might, their main, their craft and luck. Most of all I drink to my father, Eric Walterson, Eric the Strong. Drink hail! Wassail!" The Bjorning chieftain paused and took a deep breath. When he spoke, his voice was matter-of-fact. "Most of you were here when the Sidekona took the high seat last night. Through her the Allfather spoke, and laid a duty on all those who would stand with the gods to aid our guest, Rudi Mackenzie of the Mackenzies, called Atos, son of Bear and Raven." He stepped down from the dais and laid his free hand on the golden ring clenched in the jaws of the gilt boar. There was a tense hush, for that was the oath ring of their folk. Swearing on it bound doubly. "As first braggerful, I swear to make Rudi Mackenzie my blood brother, to have the same friends and the same enemies, to give each other sanctuary without stint, to share our goods, to foster each other's children at need, and each to avenge the other's death on any foe and give him his rights if he falls on foreign soil. This I swear by Almighty Thor." His uncle Ranulf stood. The Thule could object to an oath. "You swear more than you can perform, Bjarni Eriksson, for blood brotherhood needs the will of two. Will our guest support your oath?" Rudi nodded. "I will," he said, calmly but forcefully. He rose as well, and they stood facing one another across the golden boar. He drew the Cian dub from his sock-hose and nicked the flesh at the base of his right thumb. Bjarni did the same with his sax. They clasped hands, letting the blood mingle, then raised them to allow a drop to fall on the holy earth. Then each ran a drop into his mead horn and offered it to the other to drink through linked arms. "Drink hail! Wassail!" A murmur ran through the hall as the two resumed their seats. The oath bound the Bjornings as a whole, through their chief. Rudi thought most of them were satisfied. He was himself. Bjarni was a man you could trust to have your back. Their acquaintance had been brief, but intense. A young woman stood and raised her horn. The looks and exclamations and a few gasps told him that this was not expected.
"I drink to Odin, Lord of Ravens," she said, "and I ask him to witness the oath I shall make."
It was as if the room held its breath. Rudi recognized the girl who'd asked after her man Sigurd at the divination, though she looked to have aged a decade and a day. But the long, amber blonde hair was shorter now. roughly hacked off below the ears, a man's style among the Bjornings. And she was wearing belted tunic and breeks and boots, not the gown and long apron. All her clothing was in black or dark blue. These folk didn't make as much of the differences between men's dress and women's as Mathilda's did, but from what he'd seen, they were more particular about it than Mackenzie's, especially on formal occasions like this. The clothes had some significance here, something that he wasn't quite grasping. Bjarne's mouth had closed in a grim line, and Harberga was frowning. An older man and woman seemed caught between anger and tears. Probably her parents. The tall young woman walked down and crossed to the oathswine. As she did, the lamplight glittered on a pendant she wore, a valknut, a set of 3 interlaced, equal-sided triangles with the points upright.
Now that I know. It is Odin's mark, I think.
She laid her hand on the ring and spoke.
This I swear and promise, that I will have vengeance for my betrothed, Sigurd Giensen. I will be a shield maid until I have taken a wergild of lives tenfold for his, taken them by my own hand.
The Thule stood, and more quickly than before.
Asgerd Karlsdottir, to speak these words in Sumbel is to link our fates to yours in the Well of Weird. If you fail, all of us bear the ill luck that falls on the forsworn. What sith, what recompense can you pay if fulfilling this oath is beyond your might?
The ravaged face lifted.
If it is beyond my might, it is not beyond my main, my soul strength. If I fail in this oath, the price I offer is this, my life. I will fulfill my oath, or I will die with my face to the foe.
Rudi hissed slightly between his teeth.
If ever I saw someone in most desperate earnest, this is she, he thought.
This is a dreadful oath, the Thule said. By it, you deprive your kindred of strength. Not only yours, but that of your children who might be. Proudly she replied,
I am a free woman of Norheim, and of the Bjorning folk, and of age. I have said what sith I will pay to support my oath. May I swear or not?
All men are born fey. All women too, Ranulf said heavily. You may swear. Your oath is accepted.
So I swear by victory, father. Drink hail.
She did more than take a draught. She drank steadily, until the horn shed only a drop when she held it upside down. The wassail was ragged. When it died down, Asgerd turned and looked Rudi in the eye. The mead had put red in her cheeks, but her voice was still cold.
Since the High One commanded us to aid Rudi Mackenzie of the Mackenzies, and his foes are those who slew my man, I will fulfill my oath in his service if he will have me. I am trained to arms. I can use sword and spear, and I am better than most with a bow. I've hunted and trapped and know the ways of land and water. There are deer and wolves who could testify to it if they lived. But if he will not, I will follow none the less.
That I didn't expect either, he thought, a little dismayed. Then his gaze turned professional. She was tall for a woman, a hair less than his half-sister's, perhaps the slightest touch taller than Mathilda, and looked fit. She moves well, and there's nothing wrong with her nerve, I judge. Apart from that. He looked over to Ranulf. He'd gathered that the brother of the Bjorning founder was an arms master and one of his nephew's right-hand men. All our folk are trained to weapons play, Ranulf said. It was a little grudging, but with the air of a man who wouldn't bend the truth about the trade he loved. The same judicious appraisal went through the rest. Though women usually put it aside when they wed, and few ever fight except at greatest need, when their home garths are attacked. Asgerd isn't as strong as a man with her inches, of course, but she's strong for her weight, and quick, and more skilled than most girls her age. Sigurd Giensen was a fine fighting man, often in Viking, and he sparred with her much. Nor have I seen her flinch from a blow on the practice field, even the hardest." Asgerd nodded.
"My Sigurd said he would have no coward, no weakling, to be mother of his sons or to guard his steading when he was away."
Unexpectedly, a Dane spoke as well. "I saw her shooting at the range earlier," he said. "She's got a good eye, the archer's eye. Not the heaviest bow, but she's sure, and fast. She'd pass trial for the first levy at home, though there's room for improvement, of course." She shot him a look of startled gratitude. There was even the hint of a smile in it. Rudi nodded. That settled the question of her skill with the bow. Archery was something an Aylward took very seriously. "I will accept your service, Asgerd Karlsdottir," he said, "but I will tolerate nothing reckless or heedless. So before we leave Eriksgarth, you must swear to me by my own people's oath. I give you fair warning. That oath will bind you tightly. My warband has but one will, and that one is mine."
"I will swear that oath."
Asgerd walked slowly back to her seat and sat. Rudi judged her stunned by success, and not the least regretful. That brought a clamor of young Bjornings wanting to enlist with the Questers. Rudi picked carefully, just enough to replace the Southsiders killed or too badly wounded to continue. 6 men and another woman.
"Looking for adventure, I think,"
he decided.
"Or for a trip away from troubles. Or perhaps for gain, rising with a king new come to power and willing to risk all for it. Or such reasons mixed together. Not a bad start. I've been questing for the sword, but once I have it, I must build a host."
"And that is all for now," he said firmly. He thought Bjarni looked a little relieved. "When I return with a sword, we shall see what we shall see. I fear that my blood brother will need all the strong sword arms he can muster before then, and need them here." There were pleased nods from the yeoman landholders at that. Several heads of household rose and pledged to take in their wounded or horses. Others swore to provide gear or goods to those who joined him, even costly items like mail shirts. Which was welcome. They hadn't brought along all the gear of their fallen, there being no space in the sleds to spare. Bjarni caught Rudi's eye and nodded. Rudi stood.
"Ogma of the honey tongue, be with me now,"
he thought, then pitched his voice to carry. "Folk of Eriksgarth, of the Bjornings, of Norheim, by now you know something of my story. Hear also what my mother said when she held me over the altar on our nemed, our sacred wood, when she gave me my name and made prophecy. Sad winter's child, in this leafless shaw, yet be son and lover and horned lord, guardian of my sacred wood and law, his people's strength, and the lady's sword. This was the fate laid upon me at my birth. Orlug, you say. Here I swear to take up this destiny, and the sword. I will defeat the black evil of Corwin, and free those it holds in thrall. I will be Ardri in Monteval. I will be High King. To my own people I will be land father, and give good lordship and fair judgment. In my lands each shall hold his own, and each folk shall follow their own customs and gods and laws, subject only to the common good. To foreign friends, such as yourselves, I will offer the open hand of welcome and alliance, and see that none trouble any who come to trade or visit. Only to the reaver, the evildoer, the oppressor, and the invader shall I show the edge of the sword. But to them it shall be a sword of fire indeed. So I swear, by the gods of my people, by the Maker of Stars, by the Lady of the Ravens who has held me under her wings, and also I swear by great Odin, Victory Father, who has given me of his strength and wisdom here and elsewhere. He took the oath ring in his hand. So I swear, so shall I do. and if there comes a day when the king must die for the people, then I will go consenting with open eyes. Drink hail. Wassail!
Mathilda smiled at him over her horn, but tears trembled in her eyes. She rose.
I have sworn service as vassal with Artos the High King already. Here I swear that I will take him for my man, for my war captain, for my king, and keep faith with him in all ways so long as life is in me. Drink hail.
Wassail!
A Dane stood in his turn.
I started on this quest a boy, following a friend. Along the way, I found a king to follow, who's still the best friend and comrade a man could have. I swear I'll stand by him as best I can, all my life long. Drink hail.
Wassail!
The others followed. The twins swore their pledge in liquid cinderin, causing a little confusion. Odard went last, and stood silent for an instant. When he spoke, his voice was low at first. When I started this journey, I came because of the princess more than Rudi. There was bad blood between my family and his. A man's mind is never all of one thing, nor does he know himself or all his reasons beneath the masks he wears. They deceive even the wearer. But by following Rudi, I've found enemies worth fighting, and a man, a king, worth following. I will follow him and raise my sons to follow his. Drink hail.
Wassail!
Chapter 18. Norheim, land of the Cockings, approaching Kalksthorpe. Formerly Washington County, Maine. January 6th, change year 24, 2023 A.D.
You attack this time,
Ritva said to Asgerd Karlsdottir.
On the count. 1.
The ranger had her parka off, and wore only the down-quilted vest, wool undershirt, wool tunic, padded gambeson, and mail-lined leather jerkin. That was miserably chilly, but exercise would help, though there was a hint of moisture in the air today that made the cold sink right into bone and joint. For some reason, the same quilted padding that turned a male shirt hellish in summertime did nothing for you in weather like this. At least the cold muted the harsh, rank smell of old sweat and rancid oil inseparable from armor, leaving the clean scent of spruce and pine the strongest scent around them.
2.
The edge of her shield snapped down the visor of the sallet she was wearing, and the steely gray light of the winter's day shrank to a line of tarnished brightness across her eyes through the vision slit. Her shield came up under her chin, and her feet felt for the balance. The mealy snow moved beneath her boots, as bad as sand for leeching away speed. Sword up, point up.
3. Hola, Odin!
Asgerd Hawk screamed. She moved like a swift, slender metal statue in her mail byrnie and nose-guarded conical helm, and cut with the cry. The hilt-forward position of her sword turned into a sweeping circle that came down towards Ritva's head as her feet moved her forward like a stooping hawk. The Norheimer-style round shield was held by a single grip beneath the boss, and she kept it always between them, ready to strike with it as the sword hammered down. Ritva brought her own shield up in a flash of motion, and around so that it didn't block her vision, and arrived slanted at an angle.
Crack!
The hard birchwood lathe of the practice blade bounced away from the curved surface of the shield. Ritva grunted as the blow rocked the convex circle of plywood and bullhide and painted sheet metal against her shoulder, and shocked through her arm where it ran between the elbow loop and the rim grip. Strong, she thought approvingly. The same impact helped her swing aside and out of the path of the Bjorning's rush. Her left foot moved forward, and her right followed it in a skipping, crabwise step, blurring fast. The blunt point of her wooden sword drove home, and Asgerd gave a cry that was half frustration and half stifled pain as it took her on the back of the knee below the edge of the byrnie.
That sent her off balance as the leg buckled. Ritva struck with her weight behind it in the same instant, shield punching into shield. The younger woman went over on her back with a hard thud, only slightly muffled by the deep snow under a leafless maple, and an oof as the impact knocked the wind out of her lungs. The ranger skipped forward to tap her lathe sword at the base of the Bjorning's throat. "Ah, I think I see your problem," Ritva said, sliding the smooth curve of the visor up the forehead of the sallet. Asgard slowly levered herself out of the snow, blowing and shaking her head, snatching off her helm by the nasal bar to strike at the snow that had packed up under it and into her hair. "You're better with a sword than me," she snarled, her breath puffing white in winter air. "And you're more experienced. That's my problem. You've killed me 4 times and I've only wounded you once." "Yes, but that's not your problem," Ritva went on. "You've been well taught, but your problem is that you're fighting like a man." "Well, if I'm to fight, it probably won't be against women." "No, but—" She turned to Mary. "Let's show her the parable of the door. You do the sounds." Mary grinned, a remarkable piratical expression with the eye patch. They'd played this game as instructors at Mithrilwood ever since they graduated to Otar rank, and had missed it on the trip. Aunt Astrid and her Anamchara Lady Eilir had come up with it, back when they first brought the Dunedain together. "Running off the unsuitable and training the teachable," she thought. "Both good fun." A lot of discontented teenage girls had turned up at Stardale Hall over the years, drawn by the lure of the Dunedain name and the glitter of the histories, and weary of the endless routine of churn and hoe and loom, or the damp hands of pimply-faced local swains, as opposed to dreams of some elven prince, or, in the case of Mary and Ritva Havel, tired and bored with being spare heirs. "Which is about as useful as being a wagon's 5th wheel." Ritva turned back to the Bjorning, who was dusting more snow off her byrnie and the seat of her breeks. If you let it melt into your clothing, the dampness could linger for days on the trail. There wasn't much chance to get people warm and dry, much less their clothing. "Fighting is like opening a door. Now imagine there's a door here," the ranger said. She stuck the practice longsword in the snow and sketched a portal with her finger, and pointed out the features. "Nice solid door. Here's the hinges. Here's the handle and the latch. Now, imagine a man trying to open the door. Here's how he'd probably do it." "Belch," Mary put in, with an alarmingly realistic accompaniment. "Urgh," Ritva said. Her hands went up and gripped the sides of the imaginary door. Then she whipped her head forward. "Bong!" Mary shouted. Again. "Bong!" Again, and then she stopped, scrunched one eye closed while rubbing her head and scratching her backside, then reversing the process. "Belch," Mary put in. "Fart." "Me smash! Arr! Me smash! Me smash!" Ritva bellowed, mock guttural. She mimed head-butting the door over and over, her features contorted into a mask of cross-eyed rage, and lips slack as if she was drooling. Then the eyes rolled up in her head, and she fell backward into the snow. "Now," she said, bouncing back up again and clapping her hands together. "Here's how a woman does it." Ritva reached out, lifted the invisible latch. Mary supplied the click, turned the knob, stepped through, and closed the door behind her, with a final clunk from her sister. "You see?" Asgard looked at them both. Her face had been grim almost all the time since they left Eriksgarth. Now it lightened a little. The smile had to struggle up like a fish broaching from the depths, but she managed it. Then Ritva's eyebrows went up. She started to giggle. After a moment she spoke. "I think I see a little of what you mean. We have a saying that when your only tool is a hammer, all your problems start to look like nails." "We have the same proverb," Ritva said. "Though if it's John Hordle, or even Rudi, They just walk through the door without noticing it's there. But that would undermine the lesson, so... She went on. The gods have made men and women differently. They have hammers. We have needles. If you want to fight well, you have to fight like a first-rate woman, not like a bad imitation of a man. She took up the lathe practice sword again. Rudi can break a shield's frame with a straight flourish cut like the one you used, if he hits full on, and break the arm underneath it sometimes. Asgard blinked. With a one-handed blow from a sword? She said incredulously. With a battle-axe or a warhammer, perhaps. I've seen him do it. Or slash right through ringmail. So can Ingolf, Mary said, a little reluctantly. Rudi's faster, though. Ritva nodded. For you or me, trying to do that's just a waste of effort and leaves you open to the counter-strike. Or you're about my height. Or Odard's or Edain's. But getting into a shield-to-shield shoving match with either of them is a bad idea. They're a third again our weight. More muscle, heavier bones. Let's try something a little different. Edain came up on skis, then slid to a halt to watch for a while. Garb sat beside him, her tail curled around her feet and black nose going back and forth, tongue dangling behind white puffs of breath. Not bad, the young clansman said after a flurry of blows. But it's time for lunch, and then to get moving again. He grinned at Asgard. They beat me all the sudden time, too, he added. Sure, and it's like trying to hit a ghost. She snorted, too winded to speak for a moment. Edain politely didn't look at her too closely, or in too non-professional a way, as she shrugged into her loose parka with its mottled cover of white and off-white and brown, and buckled on her sword belt and the baldric for her bow and quiver that she'd hung on a branch. The shield rattled as she slung it over her back as well. A cover of bleached canvas hid the colorful black and red painting of a fieldfoot. Garb came over and butted a friendly nose beneath a hand, and the Bjorning paused to ruffle the big beast's fur, which seemed to soften her mood a little. Do they beat you at shooting? She said, tossing down her skis from where she'd leaned them against a birch and stepping into the toe loops. No, they're better than fair shots, but not nearly as good as me, he said straightforwardly. But better than me? Asgard asked, with just a touch of belligerence in her tone. For now, yes. Rangers train hard and long. They're not farmers. They fight and hunt for a living. You could be as good, but it'll take a year at least, or more depending on how much time you put into it. Asgard nodded, her face calm, but approval in her eyes. She'd have scented flattery, Ritva thought, and hid her grin. Now, they're both a total failure at milking a cow, mind, Edain said. More of a moo and a kick they'd get if they tried than aught in the pail. The two rangers snorted, and Asgard chuckled. They all slid south and east, and slightly downhill, towards the valley where the main caravan lay with its sleds, or bounded easily in a series of puffs of snow, in Garb's case. Edain's not quite the bluff, simple Mackenzie crofter he puts on. That was quite clever. Asgard seemed like a nice girl, if grim, which was understandable given what had happened to her betrothed, and far less likely to meet a bad end than that Mormon woman back in Idaho. She wished him all success, as she might a younger brother. As I might a considerably younger brother, though we're within a year of the same age. Still, he's always felt younger than us. Men grow up more slowly. And there wouldn't be as many religious problems if things went well, which wouldn't be soon anyway. Those faiths of the book with their exclusive claims to truth were a complete nuisance. Look at the bother it had caused for Rudi and Mathilda. You live by the sword, too? The Bjorning girl asked Edain. Or the bow, she added. Not all the time, no. Not until this trip. Mostly I help me da on the farm, and in the boyar's workshop we have. That's what Mackenzies do. Work the land and follow crafts. My mother's a weaver of some note, and well known for that and her cheeses. People come from as far away as Corvallis to buy 'em both. To be sure, Da was first armsman of the Mackenzies for years and years, war leader of the clan under the chief. But everyone who can fights when it's needful, among Mackenzies. Only a few are warriors all the time.
As with us,
Asgerd nodded.
only the herdmen of a Godai, the guards of a chief, make a trade of war. We haven't had a big war for a long time, not since the years after the land-taking, when they say whole bands of reavers were abroad, desperate and hungry. Just scuffles and skirmishes since then, and—"
Her voice broke for a second. Then she cleared her throat and went on doggedly.
"And those who go in Viking to the dead cities must fight often against the trollmen."
They talked, stumbling over terms occasionally. Ritva and her sister helped when they were at a loss for words, or used them differently. Rangers traveled widely and had to be good at picking up how meanings had drifted in the last generation, and she could speak Spanish and some French as well as English and Sindarin. It was harder with Asgerd, because her speech was speckled with words from old languages Ritva knew only as names, or with French. Not the ancient tongue that Portland's nobility liked to affect now and then either, but a quacking, nasal local dialect like nothing she'd ever heard before. Asgerd nodded when she was satisfied.
"You're a bondar, a yeoman's child like me, then," she said to Edain. "Neither rich nor poor, eh?"
It seemed to make her easier in her mind if she could place someone by station and kindred. Edain shrugged.
"Right. We've got a good farm, and we're well thought of in Dun Fairfax." "Dun means village, more or less. Thorpe, you might say,"
Ritva put in. Edain nodded.
"In our village, but not great chiefs, no."
Asgerd sighed.
"It seems a rich land, though, this Monteval. Gardens yielding into November. Stock grazing outside all winter. We have to feed ours hay and turnips and grain 5 months of the year. And I've never tasted those fruits you talked about. Grapes and peaches and cherries and apricots and hazelnuts. They're only old words here."
"It's fine country, and that's a fact," Edain said. "Better than aught I've seen on this trip. Iowa was very rich indeed in grain and swine and cattle, sure and it was. But cold in the winter, too, from the looks of it. And no vineyards to speak of. And not nearly the fruit orchards we have. And flat. And short of timber, the which we are not. The Lord and Lady have blessed us." She bristled a little, and he added, "It's not bad soil here. Those were fine spuds at Ericsgarth, and the stock was good." Then he looked around. They were traveling down a small river valley now, narrow between low, steep, densely forested hills, mostly pine and spruce, with an occasional stand of taller white pine, and broadleaf trees along the water. Naked rock showed here and there, through snow and the thin soil beneath. "Or at least that bit about Ericsgarth wasn't bad. This here would break a farmer's heart, it would. And any plough he tried to use on it. Fine timber trees, I grant, but ours stand taller."
"They say the folk of the old world cut so many here in Norheim. They called it Maine then, that few grow as tall as they might," Asgerd said. "Or as tall as they will grow by my grandchildren's time. That's hard to imagine, but—"
The 3 Westerners nodded at her shrug. They'd all grown up on tales of a world of marvels vanished before they were born. You never knew exactly which were true, and which mere fable either. Not even the old people agreed on that.
"It would be a good place for a ranger steading," Ritva said. "We don't farm. We keep to the woods and wilderness mostly, and live by the hunt and what the forest yields. And what we're given to protect farmers from bandits and beasts," she added virtuously. "That buys us grain and wine and cloth and weapons, whatever we can't make or grow for ourselves."
Edain snorted. "That, or what merchants pay you for protection of their caravans," he pointed out.
"They don't have to hire us," Mary said. "No, you just loudly announce that so-and-so isn't under your protection. The witch used to pin a great sodden sign on their backs. Rob this one, eh?"
Mary sniffed as her skis hissed rhythmically. If we didn't announce it, that would be like cheating the honest ones who pay. Overcharging them, you know. And there's what we get from the other realms by treaty for bandit hunting and patrolling." A Dane grinned, enjoying the teasing game. "And what you get by exploring for the good of all. The which so often leads to stores of gold and silver and jewels and other treasure from the old times falling into your hands somehow. And isn't that a curious thing? The wonder and the joyous surprise of it." Ritva frowned. "It's traditional," she said in a slightly huffy tone. "Dunedain have always done those things. Except for that bit just before the change when the world got so weird and crowded." A Dane snickered when her nose went up, and she didn't go into detail. "Mostly because I don't think I could go into detail," she thought. When you were the child and niece of rulers, you grew up knowing how much effort and planning had to go into provisions and equipment, and what a disaster it could be if you didn't have something essential when and where it was needed. The histories painted Gondor as normal enough, if a bit seedy and run down, but they were irritatingly vague on how the original Dunedain had made their livings after the fall of the North Kingdom, much less on how they outfitted their warriors. Supposedly, the rangers of old hadn't even told people how their labors in the wilderness kept settled folk safe, much less demanded dead or alive rewards and head prices for outlaws and a yearly stipend as they did now. How did they get the price of a meal and a night's sleep at the Prancing Pony in the Third Age? Barlam and Butterbur didn't strike me as the sort who'd let you run up a big tab. Where had the Dunedain children and old people lived? Armor was expensive and needed skilled specialists to make and keep up as well. Did they have weaponsmiths of their own? For that matter, how had they gotten pipeweed from the Shire? It wasn't as if the hobbits would give it to you. They couldn't all have sponged off Elrond in Imladris, like hairy, smelly, short-lived poor cousins, she thought, or hawked ancestral treasures to the dwarves whenever they ran short. Aunt Astrid has enough trouble making the people who owe us money pay up, even with a contract. It's a puzzlement. A Dane's hiss brought her up. She angled the points of her skis together, snow-plowing to a halt and focusing outward. Garb was standing at point, her body lowered and muzzle locked forward like a compass needle, the cold, muffled scent to a human nose, but hers was almost infinitely keener. They all kicked their toes out of the loops and stooped low, motionless, listening. "Grok! Grok!" That was a raven, a deeper cry than a crow. A black shape flogged itself into the air a little ahead, where a lone spruce leaned over a boulder, then drifted stiff-winged back to its perch, cocking an inquisitive and hopeful eye downward. "Something dead," she thought, as she reached over her shoulder for an arrow. Someone, rather. Garb wouldn't act that way for ordinary carrion. Mary held up 2 fingers and then tapped them to the left. A Dane nodded and ghosted off to the right, with Garb swinging wide to cover his flank. Asgard followed man and dog with blade in hand. Creditably quiet, the grey steel of the Norheimer broadsword at one with the brown and white and green of the winter woods. The 2 rangers traced a course like drifting mist by drilled habit, from bush to boulder to tree, until they looked through a tangle of reddish, wild blueberry canes. Ritva relaxed and let her breathing slow, let her gaze drift a little out of focus for an instant. That was how you could see patterns best, if nothing was moving. Her eyes met Mary's single one, and they nodded slightly. The man curled in the shadow of the rock was unmoving, and snow had collected on his thin, sparse beard. A Dane came in from the other direction and waved them forward. "Garb found his backtrack," he said. "Only one, and hours old. Blood spoor, too." He looked down at the corpse and pointed a toe. "Arrow," he said succinctly. The fletching had broken off, and a stub of it stood from the body's ribs, 2 hands down from the left armpit and a third of the way in towards his spine. Ritva nodded. "Someone got him while he ran," And he kept going longer than I'd have expected, with that in him. People did sometimes, when great need or a very strong will drove them. She and Mary dragged the man into the light. The body was slight, less than their own weight, a very young man, just old enough to raise a brown peach fuzz of beard, and long in the legs. Even beneath the winter gear, his gawky coltishness was obvious. The open eyes were hazel. Ritva paused to close them before she continued her examination. Poor lad, she thought, with the slightly abstract pity you felt towards an unlucky stranger. You didn't get many years, did you? But earth must be fed, soon or late. Dreadlord, be kind. Lady Mother of all, comfort him. Return him from the halls of Mandos to a better fate. He's been here a while, but he only died a little while ago, she said. See, he's not very stiff yet. Blood on his face and under this leather armor. Ritva rubbed some between thumb and finger before she scrubbed with snow and put her glove back on. Some is dried, but some of it's still tacky. The arrow nicked a lung, I'd say. Asgerd spoke, alarmed. That's a war sark of the kind they make at Coxthorpe. He's an Orheimer, but not a Bjorning. He must be one of Cox's folk. But I've never seen an arrow like that. It's some sort of cane, not ash or cedar. The unfortunate fellow was headed out of Coxthorpe, and kept going as long as he could, though he must have known he was dying. The sorrow and black pity of it, the Dane said thoughtfully. Asgerd pointed northwest. There's a steading that way, about 10 miles. We didn't go near it, but anyone coming inland without supplies would head there first. Or, if he bore a word of war for others to spread. Rudi needs to know about this, Ritva said with conviction. Now. Yes, I'm ready, Heidvig said. But Rudi looked at her with concern. The journey had been hard on her, despite taking it by easy stages and the well-made sled, and her getting the indoor bed when they stopped at some lonely farmstead. Her wrinkled face was a little grey, though she'd made no complaints. Sure, and I've gotten well used to travelling only with those young and very strong, he thought. Even armies would have trouble matching the pace we've often set. And I need her to talk to this cock. But it's odd. Someone should have met us by now, she went on. There are always hunters out, and winter is the best time for traveling. Rudi's glance turned keen, but she shrugged beneath the bearskin rug. No, nothing definite. Just a feeling. Thorland paused. She doesn't just have feelings. My thoughts exactly, good lady, Rudi said. She's a fuss budget, is Thorland, he thought silently, while most of his mind mulled distances and numbers. But a fuss budget of considerable wit, and no mean worker of her craft either. Thorland pulled a precious, pre-changed thermos out of a box beneath the driver's seat of the sled and poured steaming, hot, rose-hip tea into a cup. Heidvig took it meekly, which made him a little more worried about the old Norheimer Cirrus. But there was a prickle down his spine that hinted at more immediate problems. I haven't seen my unfriend Graber of late, nor the Red Robe. Too much to hope for that they both drowned when the ice broke. I don't see how they could know where I was heading, much less get there first. But then, they've done things I don't understand before. Rudi's head went up and down the trail of sleds. The little portable stove on one was smoking beneath a cauldron. The Bjornings made endless pots of stew in early winter, boiling it thick and then freezing it in blocks to store in their cold pantries. The travelers had brought a good many of those bricks along from Eriksgarth. It meant a great saving in time and effort, since you need only throw in some snow for extra water and put the pot over the fire until it was hot enough to be served. Virginia oversaw the distribution of the results today. Rudi accepted a bowl, a spoon, and a slab of rye bread, stale but with some sharp, hard yellow cheese melted into it. The stew was ground moose meat again, with potatoes and peas and onions and carrots and turnip in it too. Plain food, but good fuel for the furnace. He'd put far worse things past his lips at need.
"I'll be glad to get out of these trees,"
the woman from Wyoming said, and looked around with a slight shiver.
"Gol darn, but it's bleak country here."
Rudi nodded gravely, though he had a flash of what it had been like in the Valley of the Sun amidst the Tetons last winter. It would be worse out on the high plains, in the Powder River country where the Skywater Ranch of the Kane family had been before the armies of the Prophet overran them. There, a wind could travel 1,000 miles without a wood to break the hard teeth of it. They called that a lazy wind, too idle to go around a man, so it went right through like a spear instead. Riding after herds in a blizzard there, the very thought was enough to make a man's stones ache and his nose feel frostbite, not to mention that the commonest fuel in those parts was dried cowpats.
"It's all where you're raised, I suppose," he thought. "I don't think it's the cold that oppresses you, Virginia, but the strangeness."
Then he looked around at dark pines, pale snow, leafless maple and birch, low clouds the color of frosted lead, and remembered blossoming orchards below Mount Hood, with drifts of cherry pink and apple blossom white flying free amid a scent to make a man drunk, or lying in a clover mead near Juniper, with the bees humming beneath a sky of cloudless blue so deep a man could lose his soul in it, and the high cascades hovering on the horizon like banners of green topped with silver, or riding across the horse-heaven hills with the sun on his back and mustang herds running with the wind in their manes. No doubt this place had its own loveliness. Even now there was a stern majesty to it. He'd never seen it in the short, bright nights of its summertime, or the quick flowering spring, or the gold and scarlet beauty of its fall plumage. Still in all,
"I'm tired of this,"
Mathilda said quietly from beside him.
"I want to go home. I want to be home. I want to be at a garden mask in Castle Totenangst and bored out of my mind."
Rudi's mouth quirked.
"And it's precisely my thought you've just given voice," he said, "though I might call it sitting in judgment at Juniper, listening to a pair of stubborn crofters quarrelling over a cow until I yearn to smack their thick skulls together. Yet then again, I choosely might cry, darling treasure of my heart, where you are, home is, for there my heart dwells."
A brilliant smile rewarded him, the smile that turned her strong face beautiful for an instant. Heidvig gave a slight snort, and Rudi pulled out a map Bjarni Eriksson had given him and spread it before her. A new one on white calfskin parchment, but based on an ancient guide for wayfarers called Rand McNally. He thought the blue and scarlet and golden border of writhing dragons and curl-tusked trolls was probably modern work, along with the bearded faces puffing wind from the corners. The trail they were following came down from a lake, frozen now, and debauched onto a shore where Coxthorpe stood, its little harbor sheltered by a nook of land.
"Robinston,"
he murmured, reading the other name in brackets below Coxthorpe. Heidvig nodded, revived by the drink and hot food.
"That was the name before Cox folk came, myself among them. Right after the change, we knew we had to leave Holton. All my family and friends I'd talked into coming east, and Cox followers, and a bunch of others who thought we knew what we were doing. There was this barge full of canned goods. It's natural for the old to dwell on the past," Rudi thought.
Her finger traced their path. The low hills gave way to flat land along the water's edge. It was where the San Croix, what the Norheim folk called the Grey Flood, gave out onto the ocean. Sheltered still, but easy of access, and with islands and a rugged coast of fjords to the southward.
"Land is mostly cleared back a mile from the palisade," the seeress said. "There are mills outside, here, and timber yards. Not much farmed land,
just enough for summer pasture and truck gardens. The Thorpe's food mostly comes from the sea, and in trade down the river and from inland."
Rudi was about to reply when one of the sentries sounded an alarm. They all looked up as the twins came gliding in on their skis, with Asgard and Edain behind. His teeth showed a little at the sight of a man's body slung over the younger Mackenzie's back.
"We found him in the woods, not long dead, and from his back trail, he came up from the place we're going," Edain said, laying the man down. "Arrow in the lung. He kept going until he couldn't, then lay down and died."
"He was trying to make Erling Jimson steading, I think,"
Asgard put in.
"It's the closest."
Thorlind made a sound.
"Olaf!"
She went to her knees beside the young man as she came up and saw his face. She took the stiffening body in her arms, holding the boy's head against her shoulder, rocking him. Her voice was naked.
"Oh, Olaf! Olaf!"
Heidvig pushed herself erect, leaning on her staff.
"I know him,"
she said quietly to Rudi, underneath the muted sounds of her pupil's grief.
"He's her nephew, Olaf Knudsen, her younger sister's son, and Cock's oldest great-grandson. Just 14. Something terrible must be happening at Coxthorpe. He was a very swift runner for a boy. They sent him for help, but someone shot him on the way."
Rudi nodded.
"I'm sorry if we've brought ill luck upon your folk," he said.
Thorlind looked up.
"You haven't. Whoever's attacked us has. If you owe me anything—"
"That I do, lady, and freely I acknowledge it."
"Then give me blood for my blood. I will raise a knighting staff and curse whoever did this. But I need a sword to do the work."
"I will that," Rudi said gently. "By the Morrigu I swear, and by Macha and Babd Katha, and by the greater one that the three make."
Then his voice went hard and brisk.
"We need a scouting mission. I'll lead it."
Ingolf cocked a brow.
"That's Grunt's work," he said bluntly. "You're more balls than brains, Majesty," he added, with a dry tinge to his voice. "Grunts can be idiots. They mostly just get themselves killed. Bossmen, kings, can't afford to be stupid. Your life isn't your own to throw away anymore."
Rudi looked at him. It was on the tip of his tongue to say, "If I'm the king, I give the orders, but—"
"But nobody is less able to indulge a whim than a ruler if he wants to be a good one. Ingolf has the right of it."
He sighed.
"You've talked me into letting someone else do the work, you silver-tongued bastard of a man. I can deny you nothing."
Then he looked about.
"Mary, Ritva, you're going, and Edain. Are any of you Bjornings familiar with the land here? Fighters only," he added.
The Norheimers looked at each other. A few raised hands uncertainly. Asgard cleared her throat.
"I've come here 6 times. No, 7, but I was a little girl the first time. My father brings hides and wool and butter after the first hard snow to trade for cloth and tools and stockfish. We stay a week or 2, and I know the neighborhood a little."
Rudi flicked his eyes quickly to Edain and his half-sisters. They all nodded, quick, slight jerks of the chin.
"Good, you're the 4th," he said aloud. "You're also the youngest and least, and don't forget it. Get me what I need to know, Edain, then get back, and quickly. The rest of us will move forward, but slow and cautious. We'll sprint the last bit, I expect." "I wish we had our destriers," Odard said.
Rudi grinned.
"I doubt there's room for a charge of knights here, my Lord Gervais. Now, Asgard, show me on the map how we can approach. I'm thinking the main trail is a bad idea the now, until we know exactly who it is has come calling at Coxthorpe."
"Be patient with them, Jawara," Abdu said. He hunched his shoulders against the cold wind off the sea,
and even more against the itching feeling of being immobilized here ashore while his ships swung at anchor. The sea was his element. This continent was alien and hostile. He liked feeling that way. It kept you alive. "Supposedly they're some sort of Muslims," he went on. Abdu al-Nari was a tall, lean man in his 30s, with skin the color of old saddle leather, part owner and captain for his kin corporation of the Corsair schooner Bo el-Mogdad, named after a fabulous ship of the ancient world. His subordinate, Jawara, was shorter, a little younger than his 36, thicker built and ebony black, with 3 scars like chevrons on each cheek. He had named her sister ship Gizandu, Shark. Jawara looked over at the men they were now allied with, the corps of disciplined ones in the reddish-brown armor with the raid sun sign on their chests, and the rabble of savages around them. When he spat, it was for the benefit of both groups, and perhaps also for the man in the green robe and turban who was standing and talking with them. In the old days, that dress would have meant he was a Haji, one who'd made the pilgrimage to Mecca. A few men bold enough or mad enough, or lucky enough, or all 3, had made the journey across the length of the Sahel and the Red Sea since the change, and found nothing human left in the Holy City, except dry, gnawed bones. Now the green cloth merely meant a pilgrimage to Tuba, where Sheikh Bamba of the Morid Brotherhood had dwelt. Jawara's voice held a sneer as eloquent as the gobbet of spittle. "If they're Muslims, I'm the emir, and I'm not freezing my balls off here. I'm sitting in my palace at Dakar, sipping coffee and smoking good keef this very moment under a screen grown with jasmine, while pretty girls bring me plates of chabogène with yete." Abdu spat himself and shivered as it froze on the ground with a slight audible crackle. The thought of good hot coffee and some decent food was enough to make him want to howl. They were both bundled in furs and wool over their armor, and the wind off the estuary was still enough to make a man feel as if he was walking about while 3 days dead. Gray sky, gray water, dun-colored patches of rock, dark green pine, pale snow. It was all calculated to convince you that you'd become a ghost without noticing it. The memory of mangroves alive with brightly colored birds beneath cerulean skies, of blue, blue breakers turning to white foam as they went crashing on silver sands beneath rustling palms, seemed infinitely distant. He was hungry for it. The sights and the warmth and the very smell of smoked fish and onions and tomatoes cooking in peanut oil. "The Marabout says they are believers," Abdu said, "and he's supposed to be a very holy man." "If he's a holy man, I'm not the emir. I'm his 3rd wife," Jawara said. Abdu grinned. "I thought you were his catamite with a bottom sweet as a ripe mango," he said innocently. Jawara made an obscene gesture at him, and they both laughed. Abdu did have his own doubts about the Marabout. Supposedly he was in favor with the new Grand Caliph of the Morids, and the captain had welcomed him along on this venture when he turned up asking for a place. It reassured the men and made them feel God's blessing to have a cleric around. He himself wasn't so sure. His own family were of the older Tijiane Brotherhood anyway, not the Morid. And he was an educated man, literate in Wolof and in his native Hassaniya dialect, and in the classical Arabic of the Holy Book, and even a little in Francais, the dead Kafir language of the sciences. Also, he spoke enough English for trade and war. He'd spent time at the emir's court as well, and he inclined to orthodoxy. The Brotherhood, founded by Sheikh Bamba, had been powerful in his land for a very long time, and more so since the change. But the reverence the Morids paid to their hereditary religious leaders struck him as little short of shirk, idolatry. What need of intermediaries? There is the Word of God and God. That is enough for a believer. But you had better not say that where one of the Morids can hear you, especially if it's a bay foul madman. There were 2 of them, always with the Marabout. Wild-looking men, with their hair in plaits and great brass-bound ebony clubs in their hands. Both loomed like giants, and Abdu was not a small man. And how did he know where to find these so-called Muslims? It was as if they were waiting for him here on this begotten of Shaitan wilderness shore. Well, at least the plunder should be good, Jawara said, working his hands in his gloves. One dropped caressingly to the pearl-encrusted hilt of his scimitar. This nest of pagans has been scouring the god-smitten cities on these coasts longer than we have, and they make some very clever things themselves. And they're a nuisance when they clash with our people, Abdu said. Yes, we'll probably get a richer cargo than we could scavenging the ruins ourselves. But I hate losing good men getting it. This will cost us more than fighting a few ignorant cannibal savages in the Deadlands. These Norheimers may be pagans, but they know too cursed much. How to make good armor and war engines, and fight in ranks, for instance. Bad as fighting the Ashanti. Jawara brightened. There'll be women, at least, when we take the place. That warms a man up. Abdu shrugged. The dwellers here were polytheists, and so legitimate prey by Sharia, the holy law, but experience had shown these northern peoples were useless as slaves. If you took them back to a civilized climate, they just sickened and died of the fevers. On balance, it was a good thing, because it made it impossible for the English Nazarenes to invade the House of Peace rather than just make punitive raids. Besides, he found the fish-belly skins and skeletal faces of whites repulsive, even after so long at sea. He'd wait until he got home to Fatima. Get your mind out from between these hypothetical women's thighs, Jawara. First we have to break their wall and beat their fighting men, he said sourly, and hope no English ships come by before we can. This is far too close to the Gazira al-Said, the Isle of the Prince, may God sink it. The coast of the river estuary ran northwest-southeast here, with a hook of land protecting the site of the town. On the landward side was a wall of tree trunks, squared and sunk deep, bolted together with heavy steel rods and wound each to the next with metal cable. A little in from that was another wall, and the space between was tight-packed with rock and rubble to make a bulwark of solid strength. Blockhouses of large, tight-fitted logs laid horizontally studded the wall, with 2 by each of the gates. The seaward approach was protected by more logs, but those were sunk in the seabed, angled outward, their ends tipped with vicious metal blades like the heads of giant spears. He could see some of them from here, frosted and menacing and bearded with icy tendrils of weed. But some were always under water, even at low tide. Only the dwellers knew the paths through them. His own ships were anchored safely out of range offshore, their rigging half blocked from here by the rearing complexity of the pagan temple's shining roofs. Both were 2 masters, built in the Saloum Delta of Sapele and Iroko. Low, fast, snake-like craft designed for speed at sea and handiness around shallow coasts. The pagan warboats were formidable where they had room to move, but they couldn't thread their way out through their own obstacles, not when they had to come slowly and in the face of catapults throwing globes of stick flame. He'd come in out of the dawn 3 days ago and caught them tied up. That blockade duty pinned his ships down as long as he stayed here, though, which also meant he couldn't dismount more than a pair of light engines for besieging the town, not nearly enough to do significant damage. The Marabout, Sheikh Ibra, he was called, was in conversation with one of the strangers. They were too far away for Abdu to follow the talk, but close enough for him to hear that it was in English. That made his mouth tighten. How had Ibra learned that tongue? In the lands of the Emirate of Dakar, only seafarers did, and of them only a few. "Ahmed," Abdu said, raising his voice slightly. His son trotted over, proud in his 15 years, a slim young man who already bid fair to be taller than his tall father some day. He was prouder still of being on his first foreign voyage. "My father? I mean, Captain?" "Fetch the learned sheik for us." The boy walked over to the strangers with self-conscious dignity. He transferred his spear to the left hand that also held the grip of his shield, so that his right could touch brow and lips and breast as he bowed and murmured a polite formula. The perhaps holy man nodded and walked over to the 2 Corsair captains. "I have good news, God willing," he said cheerfully. He didn't even seem to mind the vile weather here. "God willing indeed," Abdu said. "What could be good about this place except seeing the last of it, when that is his will?" "Confounding the pagans and plundering their goods?" the Marabout asked dryly. "And then seeing the last of it?" Jawara nodded. "Yes, but how? Charging those walls would leave nothing but heaped corpses, and if I'm to be a martyr, I want to be a victorious one. And we can't sit here long. Too likely a warship of the accursed English Nazarenes will come by, may God confound them. Their merchants put in here to trade every now and then, too." All 3 men nodded. In theory, the Emir of Dakar had agreed to forbid these waters to ships from his realm after the defeat he suffered at the Canaries from the united Kufar fleets a decade ago. Abdu and Jawara had both been there, fighting beside their fathers in their first real war, and had been among the lucky minority who escaped alive from the arrows and flamethrowers and the waiting sharks. In practice, the emir had neither the power nor the wish to control the ships that sailed from the tangled swamps and creeks of the Saloum Delta, looking for revenge as well as wealth. Their folk needed the salvage of the ruined cities. Not just metals, but gears and springs and glass and 100 other things. And the English charged usurers' rates for such. But the treaty allowed their navy to attack vessels in the exclusion zone on sight, which they did with ghastly efficiency. The Murid cleric went on. "These men, who are veritably followers of the Prophet." Abdu caught a glimpse of something he didn't like in the man's eyes then. Something like mockery. He gritted his teeth and ignored it. There was work to do. "Say they can build a trebuchet. There's plenty of timber in the barns and outbuildings, and there's savages to do the rough work. They need some help with tools and our ship's carpenters and smith, but they have an engineer who has erected one before and knows the proportions." The Corsair leader rubbed his chin-beard, shuddering a little as bits of ice condensed from his breath fell off it. The strangers had already built mantlets, thick-sloped wooden shields on wheels that would stop arrows and bolts. The Corsairs had brought 2 light pieces of deck artillery ashore. A rover ship was built for that sort of flexibility. But the 6-pounders wouldn't knock that wall down. Not if they threw round shot from now until the Day of Judgment, or until the ship's ammunition ballast was all gone. "We might be able to set it on fire, or the town, but charred ruins yield little plunder. A trebuchet could break down the timbers and spill the rubble core." A trebuchet was the most powerful of war engines, and the simplest. A giant lever pivoting between uprights with a box of rock fastened to the short end and a throwing sling to the long one. Given one of those and enough time, they could batter their way through walls of well-fitted stone blocks or even ferro-concrete, much less timber with rubble fill. A big trebuchet could throw a half-ton rock the better part of a mile. But they weren't naval weapons. More a matter of fortress and siege warfare, and none of his carpenters and metalworkers were familiar with them. But given time is the word to remember here. Risky. Still, The plunder was tempting, and the chance to show the Norheimer pagans that interfering with his people wasn't a good idea even for battle-drunken madmen. If he had been a timid man, he wouldn't have become a Corsair. Growing peanuts and rice was much safer than being the skipper of a saloon rover, and trading in cotton and indigo was almost as lucrative. A big trebuchet can make a ramp out of that wall. By God and his prophet, though, I know who's going to lead the assault when it comes, and it isn't going to be my men. The thoughts took only an instant. We'll do it, and let us not give the infidels the precious gift of time.
So tell me about your betrothed,
a Dane said quietly when the scouting party had stopped for the night. Ritva gave him a look and slipped away to take the first watch. They'd made a cold camp here. No fire, of course, just rearranging some snow below an overhang and bringing in some spruce boughs for insulation between their bedrolls and the ground. As long as you were out of the wind, it was the earth below you that sucked away the body's heat. All that they had to do was unroll the sleeping bags, arrange their weapons close to hand, and huddle close while they gnawed on sausage and cheese and cracker-like rye flatbread, and kept their canteens in with them to keep the water from freezing. The air was clear above for a change, with coldly glittering stars shining in glimpses through the needles of the spruce and pine. Air soughed through the branches, sending an occasional mist of snow like powdered silver down towards the ground. He thought Mary's single eye gave him an ironic look, too, over the fur-trimmed edge of her bag. They all used the same type. Greased leather lined with fur and down-stuffed quilting, with catches that could be loosed with a single movement. The two Dunedain had their own from the beginning. Rangers went places where it usually got this cold, and he'd gotten his in Reedstown. The Bjoning girl had something almost identical.
Sure, and these things are an amazement, a Dane thought. With one of them and all your clothes, you can get all the way from frozen to death to just miserable in only an hour or two. Ah, but wouldn't it be nicer with two?
You could join two of them together. Mary and Ritva often laced theirs into one. Asgerd wasn't interested in being that close with him. Yet. Not that you could do anything but huddle in weather like this. Freezing to death was no joke when it got this cold.
Sigurd was a hero, she said.
Then,
his father was one of Eric the Strong's handfast men. He came north with his bride and won land. But Sigurd was the third son, and...
A Dane made approving noises. Asgerd was hotly devoted to this Sigurd's memory, and he had no objection. The man was dead, after all. Also, it proved she had a loyal heart. When she'd run down and made herself depressed, he winced slightly as the eagerness in her voice turned to the sort of sadness that made you feel core-chilled even on a warm summer's day. She said with obvious effort,
"And what will you do when your chief, your King Artos, has this sword?"
"Like something out of an old tale, isn't it?" a Dane said dreamily.
"Like Andoril, the Flame of the West," Mary said.
There was no irony in her voice this time.
"When the sword is ready, the king returns."
"We'll take it back home, and the worst of luck to anyone who tries to stop us," a Dane said.
"And Rudi,
Artos,
will raise armies, beat the cutters, and everyone will hail him High King." "Everyone?"
Asgerd said, her voice a little pocky.
"You have no disputes or feuds out there in the West?"
"Everyone who knows what's good for them will," a Dane said. "And for the rest?" He had his bow with him in the bag, to keep it that little bit more supple. He stuck the tip of it out and wiggled it a little. Mary gave a grim sound of assent.
"And when he's king, what will you do?"
Asgerd asked. A Dane frowned. "Fight for him when he needs me to ward his back," he said. "Help Da on the farm between times. Take over the holding when he's gone to the Summerlands, And sure, I hope that's many years yet." Asgerd laughed, with an edge of iron to it.
"From the sagas, that's not what happens to the right-hand men of new-made kings."
Mary chuckled too, the sound just as grim.
"She's got you there, Edain. We don't know everything of what being High King will mean exactly, but I give you any odds you're not going to see much plough and pitchfork work. Boyo," she added with malice aforethought.
"Teeth of Unwin's hounds," Edain said, dismayed. He liked tending the land. "Da did, and he was first armsman."
"Of the Mackenzies. Rudi's going to be High King of Monteval, though. Rudi said he wouldn't spare himself or us to see the work of the king done right. Did you think he was joking?"
"No, it's not the sort of thing he jest on," Edain said unhappily. "I just thought he meant he'd put us in harm's way and battled if it was needful. How different could High King be from being chief?"
"Times have changed," Mary said. "The world's not as simple as it was."
He could see Asgerd nodding.
"Here, too," she said, "there's been a talk of choosing a king of Eric's line. There's more people now, for one thing. The realm needs more steering."
Not just a pretty girl who's middling good with a sword, Edain thought. Then, I was looking forward to going home. Maybe I can't, even when we're home again. Then Mary's head went up. He felt a prickling himself an instant later, as if he was listening to an absence of sound rather than a noise in itself. Asgerd's head went back and forth between them, puzzled.
"Smart, but she hasn't spent as much time as we on the trail with lunatics and boogeymen after her, that she has not,"
Edain thought grimly, and pulled the toggle that opened his bag. Ritva made a twittering sound before she came into sight, to avoid hasty arrows. She was wearing a winter version of the war cloak, white mostly, with less vegetation and more broad strips of pale cloth that made you look like a lump of snow when you stopped.
"We're a bit closer than we thought. I spent half an hour right under one of their sentries," she said. "Come look."
Chapter 19. Norheim, land of the Cockings, near Coxthorpe. Formerly Washington County, Maine. January 7th, change year 24, 2023 AD. Rudi could see the throwing arm of the trebuchet move despite the bright morning sun rising behind it. The great wooden balk was tiny as a matchstick in the distance, even through the binoculars he held in his left hand. His right was around the tree trunk, hugging the rough, resin-smelling wood. The picture swayed as the big pine did. The two of them were high enough up that their weight made that sway worse, like a rock at the end of a stick. But the snow-clad branches all around should still hide them as long as he was careful not to let the light flash off the lenses. The war engine was of the simplest. A thick, upright beam on either side, braced with shorter logs fore and aft like a double inverted V. The throwing arm was another tree trunk swinging between them, roughly smoothed and pivoting on a metal axle a third of the way along. The stone in its sling lay loosely on the trampled snow for an instant, as the arm stood pointing downward. Then the ropes were released. For an instant, the great box of rocks on the shorter end stayed poised aloft. Then it began to fall, slowly for an instant, gathering speed until the air whirred. The long arm moved even faster, dragging the sling along the packed snow in a shower of shavings and lumps, then soaring aloft. The cradle of woven rope whipped upward at its end, and at the height of the curve, the eye that held it closed slid off the carefully shaped hook at the end of the beam. A dull whonk and heavy creaking sounded as the weighted end of the throwing arm rocked back and forth at the bottom of its trajectory, the longer tapering part upright like a mast swaying in a storm, with the loosened sling for a pennant. All the while, a 200-pound boulder hew free. It spun lazily through the hazy air, seeming slow even though he knew it was traveling faster than a galloping horse, if more slowly than an arrow. Then there was a crunch that made him wince slightly even at this distance. The field glasses showed man-thick logs snapping like twigs. A section of wall wavered and sagged outward, its frame of rod and cable shattered by the repeated blows. Rubble poured out as the logs tumbled, and now the inner row of timbers was exposed. Captured oxen were brought up to hitch to the winch that would haul the machine back to its ready position, and men began to roll another rock forward. A Dane showed teeth in what was not quite a smile.
"I thought the cutters were against machinery,"
he said quietly. He wasn't using glasses, but his unaided vision was the keenest the Mackenzie heir had ever met.
"They are. Complex ones, not levers,"
Rudi said grimly.
"And to be sure, that's as simple an application of leverage as you can get, short of a club like the dog does for the bashing of heads. They've bashed well at the blockhouses on either side of the stretch they're knocking down. You notice?"
He'd brought a Dane up for a reason. The young man was more than bright enough to learn more of war than what you needed to lead a few archers.
"And I'm going to need him. For all that I've got so many capable commanders in the making in this band."
"Engines there?" a Dane said.
"There were, and enough well-protected archers shooting through slits to make an assault like sticking your rod into a meat grinder with a madman turning the crank. Whoever's in charge there knows his business. It's how I'd take the place myself if I was in too much of a hurry to starve them out. Now quiet for a second."
He turned his attention to the rest of his enemy's efforts. There were the 2 ships anchored offshore, keeping the water approach covered with their deck engines. He estimated them as a bit more than 200 tons burden each. Substantial, but not large. Probably with large crews, but there was no way to tell for sure how much of their space held men and how much food and water. They were far from home and from secure supplies. And a camp ashore at twice bowshot from Calksthorpe's defenses, of tents and brushwood huts surrounded by an abatis of tree trunks with their branches sharpened to act as obstacles. He rough-counted the men there, and the ones behind a row of mantlets before the breach. There were archers, stepping aside from the cover of the wheeled shields to shoot now and then, dueling with those on the wall. 2 light-throwing machines as well. One bucked and spat as he watched, what the Western world called scorpions, more or less. The round shot smashed chips off the pointed edges of the logs along the fighting platform, and he thought he saw a man fall, though he couldn't be certain. There was a haze of smoke over the town, but no great black plumes. The attackers weren't using incendiaries.
Still, overshot rounds will smack through roofs and into kitchens or forges. Fire's always a threat in a wood-built town.
25 or 30 of our old comrade Graber's Sword of the Prophet, he said.
"Sure, and they're as hardy as cockroaches,"
a Dane said.
"They're good fighting men, and no mistake," Rudi said. "Nor is there any giving up in them, at all. They're worthy of a better cause. 3 times that number of those Bequois savages. Maybe 4.
A Dane grunted thoughtfully. Rudi could read his thought. Fierce men, fearless and deadly on their own ground, but lightly armed and not trained for a stand-up fight.
And as many again from those ships, the Moorish pirates. They look well armed and most malignantly expert in their trade, the grievous sadness and pitiful misfortune of it are shown. 200 inside the wall, less any they've lost, from what our friends of this land say, a Dane said. Counting every bugger and arsewipe, as my dad would put it. And just 36 of us here, Rudi said. Call it 200, 230 on either side. He cased the binoculars and tapped his knuckles thoughtfully on his chin for an instant. This is going to require the most careful timing, he said. We're enough to pull it off,
But only just, you see. With luck and the Lou's own favour.
They slid down the tree, dropping from branch to branch and springing the last 10 feet or so. His companions gathered around him.
"It can be done," Rudi said. "To boil it down, we wait until they're all engaged, then attack them from the rear. But it's possible only if we have some advantage of surprise. Take them at just the right moment, and it will work. Otherwise, bloody failure. The problem there is that the cutter Magus has what I'd be calling a most unpleasant habit. He knows things he should not. Not with just his 5 senses."
Thorland was grey-faced but determined.
"He will not. Not this time," Heidvig said. "I can feel him. Like putting down your hand and having it push into a rotten corpse seething with maggots. He's very strong, but we can blind him. For a little while."
"A little while is all we'll need. We must also take out their sentries, as many as possible. Delay the alarm as long as we can."
"When will you attack?" Thorland said.
"Not until they've made their breach in the wall. Not until they've launched their attack, and are fighting in the town itself, tangled up amongst the buildings with no way to mend." Thorland's face was grim, and Heidvig's like as an age-worn stone.
"So long?" she said. "You must wait until they've entered our home?"
"Yes," he said with calm firmness. "We aren't enough to count on driving them off if we attack sooner. A blow struck when your enemy's off balance is the one that knocks him down so that you can put the boot into him. And even if we did put them to flight earlier, we would not reap and savage them as we must. Pushing an enemy back isn't enough, nor even making them run. Too much chance of their returning the favour, manyfold, some other day. I want to catch them between my hammer and the anvil of the town, and crush them. And the price of that must be paid, for it is the price of victory."
"Paid by my people,"
Thorland said. Rudi met her eyes and nodded. "For the most part, yes. The cost of defeat would be much higher." Heidvig gathered her bearskin robe around her shoulders.
"I'm glad I don't have to make decisions like that," she said softly.
"And I'd be glad never to make them either," Rudi said. "But if I'm to make them I will, and properly." He raised his head from the map. "Ingolf, you're in charge of the main body. Father Ignatius, you're second in command." Then his finger went over the parchment. "As for their sentries, Marion Ritva, you take the ones here. Adain, Asgard, here. Fred and Virginia, here. Matty and I will see to the removal of the ones here in the centre, and them causing such a blockage and obstruction, the Spalpeens." That was a legitimate use of his own talents. He was much more likely to succeed than anyone else they had.
"I'm a general with an army of about platoon size right now, and one with a round half-score of followers fit for the command."
"Ingolf, you come forward with the main body, and we'll rejoin as you do. Then we cross the open ground and hit them before they can disengage. Keep ranks, no quarter until I command, or they all throw down their arms. Lady Heidvig, Lady Thorland, you'll remain here. Is everyone clear? Then let's go."
"The enemy sentries should be here,"
Rudi thought 20 minutes later, baffled.
"They had perches in the trees."
Instead, everything looked just as it had. The last fringe of pines, towering over hummocky ground covered in thick, soft snow, and no sentries waiting concealed in their branches, as Adain and the others had reported. That snow exploded upward right at his feet. A man came after it, the long knife in his hand flashing upward. The point struck him in the pit of the stomach, and breath gusted out of him with a grunting, "Oof!" Shock and fear happened, but distantly as pain. Will forced air back into his lungs in a whooping gasp.
He could see his own shock reflected in the other man's dark face, exaggerated by the bar of white paint across his eyes, as the knife tip stopped on a plate of the brigandine beneath the Mackenzie's parka. The knife kept prodding, reflexively, as if the man couldn't believe it hadn't sunk hilt deep and ripped upward.
"Nemed!"
the Beckwa blurted. Rudi snarled, an utterly unconsidered guttural sound that sprang from the back of his throat. His long-fingered hands flashed out, weaponless, and clamped on the man's chin and the back of his head, twisted and pushed in one sharp 90-degree turn to the left. There was a brief, fibrous resistance and a sharp sound like green willow sticks breaking. He released the body instantly, and it fell limp as a banker's charity as Rudi whirled. His sword hissed out, but the knee-deep snow leached agility. 2 men had come out of the same sort of deep hide as his attacker, snow allowed to drift over loosely woven spruce branches. Rudi's mind calculated without prompting, and his arm swept forward in a smooth arc. The long hilt left his fingers with a feeling of inevitability, like the sensation when you leapt from a height into water. The yard-long blade turned twice in a blurring twinkle. Thunk! A heavy, wet sound with a crackling beneath it, incongruous somehow in the cold air. The Beckwa who'd been about to stab at Mathilda's back looked down, goggling at 2 feet of longsword sticking out from his chest just below the breastbone. Blood steamed on the steel, and as it leaked out of his mouth and nose, Rudi stalked forward as the 3rd man attacked Mathilda. She had her kite-shaped shield up, and the smooth curved visor of her sallet down. The long parka concealed her coat of titanium alloy mail, but not the vambraces or greaves or gauntlets, and the metal had a gray glint in the bleak morning sunlight. The Beckwa was bulky in his furs, but no taller than she, with a 4-foot spear tipped with a spike of ground-down steel strip in his right hand and a knife in his left. Snow fountained out from under his feet, the moccasins throwing up trails like arcs of powdered diamond. The same snow was more than knee-deep on Mathilda. She waited in the perfect knightly form her instructors had taught, left foot forward and sword ready over her head. He could see Doth's instruction in it. The savage came in with desperate speed. He leapt the last few feet just as Rudi reached his dead comrade and wrenched his longsword free. The hilt and blade stood up like a mast from a ship. Then he was close enough to hear Mathilda grunt as the weight of the Beckwa struck her shield, the point of the spear grating across her helmet as she flicked her face and the vision slid away. But she was already crouched and ready for the impact. The broad, curved surface of the shield turned the swift thrust of the knife. The man reeled back, and her sword moved in an economical overhand chop that ended with a crack of steel in bone, then a low stab under the ribs. He sat down, staring at the nearly severed forearm that jetted blood onto the snow, clutched it to his chest, and sank backward to die. There was only the panting of their breath in the cold silence, and a murmur of something like "Meilleur place" from the wounded savage. The face beneath the crude paint was young, thin with bad feeding, and rather sad as the ferocity leached out of it. His eyes wandered for a moment, blinking and glazing with a look Rudi recognized, blood loss starving the brain. The dread lord's wing had passed over his face, and it would be only seconds now.
"Maman,"
he whispered. Then he smiled uncertainly for an instant, and the expression fell away as he went limp. Mathilda closed his eyes, drew the cross on his forehead, then rose and leaned against Rudi's shoulder.
"He said, we were going to a better place,"
she said quietly as he squeezed her for a moment with his free arm.
"I don't doubt he has," he said.
Then,
"Earth must be fed."
Rudi touched a finger to the blood on his steel, and then marked his forehead, murmuring the salute to the departed. After that he whistled a fluting trill like a bird's. Not any particular type, but with a generic avian sound. A few minutes later the same call came from the woods about. A Dane appeared, with Asgerd trailing him. She looked a little wobbly. Garb trotted at his heels, massive head low and licking her hairy chops, with a little blood from a slight cut on her right shoulder. "All right," Rudi said. He couldn't see any wounds on the Bjorning girl, though there was a splatter of red drops drying on the mottled white of her coat.
"In the event, Chief," the young clansman said. "They'd come down from their perches, though, and weren't where we expected, and there was an extra one. I had to shoot a bit fast. The last one was only winged. Asgerd took care of him, though. Might have been right nasty if she hadn't." "My first," she swallowed and added. "It wasn't like practice. More like pig butchering time. And as if I was watching myself kill him." A Dane put a hand on her shoulder for a moment. "He chose to come onto your land uninvited with a weapon in his hand," he said. "When a man does that, he consents to his fate and makes you clean of his blood." She took a pair of deep breaths and nodded. "That's true, and that's one towards my oath," she said, her voice growing stronger. Then she looked at Garb. "That dog is a man-killer." A Dane grinned. "To be sure, when she needs to be, or when I tell her, she is a man-killer. So am I, and so are you now." Asgerd nodded, but there was a dubious expression on her face, as if she was trying to frame an objection but couldn't quite think of the words. "And we've both hunted wolves, eh?" She nodded again. "The gods have made the world so that sometimes we must kill to live. Not just us, but our brother wolf and tiger and bear too. In the end, the hunter comes for us all. Earth must be fed." Mary and Ritva were silent when they came ghosting up. The one-eyed ranger was wiping the sickle blade on the end of her fighting chain, which was comment enough. Fred and Virginia appeared next. The girl from Wyoming had a fresh scalp at her belt, and the dark young man was limping very slightly. Rudi went forward with slow care, then down on one knee behind a screen of leafless brush at the edge of the woods. Where forest met open country, there was always a screen of it. Through his binoculars he could see past the besiegers' camp, which looked empty now except for a few threads of smoke that were probably cook fires, or heating water for healers to use. Beyond that, the town wall was even more battered than it had been from his treetop lookout earlier. They were getting a boulder into the air every 15 minutes or so. Good practice with a hastily built weapon and untrained crew. Shattered timber and rock made a rough, low slope through the gap the trebuchet had pounded. The two scorpions bucked again, and the loads they threw trailed smoke. They were using incendiaries now, the best possible way to knock back any defenders massing to hold the breach. Thick volleys of arrows hissed up from behind the mantlets, not individually aimed, but falling in a steel-tipped rain where any defenders would be. "Graber knows his business, to be sure, and I'd be betting that the pirate captains do so too." Crackling and muffled footfalls came from behind him. You couldn't move 20 warriors through the forest silently at a trot, even if they were all woodsmen individually. "Ready," Ingolf said, slightly breathless. Running in armor did that, no matter how fit you were. "Their outposts didn't give any alarm," Rudi said, which was a stroke of luck even with experts in what the Dunedain called sentry removal at work. He raised his voice. "Form on me! Archers to the front, and then on the flanks when we charge. A Dane, the usual for an assault. Now, wait for the word, and when I give it, a steady trot keeping good order, no more. It's useless a man is when he's too winded to fight." Even as he spoke, figures spilled out from behind the mantlets, running forward towards the ruined wall of Coxthorpe under the cover of the arrow storm and the globes of napalm.
Those lifted as they swarmed screeching up the rough slope, arching higher to fall safely behind the first rank of the defenders. The crest seemed to sprout armed men as the survivors of the bombardment rose to meet them. Faint with distance, he could hear the screams of the Bequois and a deeper chant. "Cut! Cut! Cut!" The Moorish pirates had slung their bows. They formed up in 2 solid blocks behind the sloped siege shields, waiting and still. Tall poles or spear shafts held green flags over their heads, with a squiggle of some unfamiliar script and silver on them, visible as the sea wind streamed them out. The bleak light glinted on their spearheads, above the dun mass of their tall, almond-shaped hide shields. Here and there, ostrich feather plumes danced on a helmet, or jewels glittered, oddly cheerless in the light of northern winter. Odard hissed between his teeth. "I suspect that they're not all blood brothers out there," he said. "It's after you, my friends. No, I insist, after you." "You are a cynic, my Lord Gervais," Father Ignatius said. He was on the other side of Mathilda from Rudi. "I fear you are right this time as well. Your Majesty?" "Wait, Rudi said, even as another long guttural shout rang out, this time from the Corsairs. "Allahu Akbar!" "Wait, not quite yet." The green flags waved, and the rover crews ran forward towards the thump and clatter and screams of combat beyond the broken wall. "God is great," the priest murmured. "So he is indeed. But men, alas. Father, forgive us for what we are about to do, and forgive us that we can see no better way. Lord, who blessed the centurion, bless us also this day. But thy will alone be done, for thy judgments are just and righteous altogether."
Holy Mary, Lady pierced with sorrows, Queen of Heaven, intercede for us, now and at the hour of our deaths,
Mathilda added soberly. She held up her sword for an instant by the blade, kissed the cross the Hilton guard made, then tossed it up and caught it ready.
For us and for our foes.
"Amen," the Christian said. Tension grew, with a taste like hot copper and salt at the back of his throat. For a moment, Rudi thought the wings beating above were in his mind. Then he realized they were 2 real ravens, launching themselves from a tall spruce. They soared upward, circling above the town. He felt a chill worse than the sweat congealing on his flanks under the armor and padding. Then a great calm, and under it a lifting current of hot anger.
"Yes," he said. "It's time, Victory Father."
Louder.
"For Monteval! Follow me!" "Artos and Monteval!"
his companions called. The wedge of them trotted out into the open ground, snow floating up around them like dust to the pounding of booted feet.
"No!"
Abdu al-Nari snarled, cuffing a man over the head with a gloved fist.
"I'll castrate the first man who plunders before the battle ends."
The crewman staggered, dropped the golden necklace he'd been pulling off a body, and picked up his shield again. An arrow struck quivering in it a moment later with a hard, dry thunk, and the man's eyes rolled in shock. Abdu coughed. The whole town wasn't burning, but there was enough smoke to lie thick, and it was a maze of lanes and log houses with steel shutters over their doors and lower windows. From the upper ones came arrows and spears, rocks and jars of burning lamp oil. Bodies of pagans and corsairs and their allies littered the trampled mud and dirty snow of the street, in a mess of blood and broken weapons, and men who shrieked or whimpered or tried to crawl aside and bandage themselves. Spears and axes waited behind a rough barricade of carts and furniture a little farther down. He could see the tiered roofs and gilt and painted dragon heads of the pagan temple beyond. If they took that, only the boat sheds and docks remained. "Shields!" he called. The Beau El Mogdad's crew rallied, raising a wall of wood and leather ahead and overhead as well. Under that tent he looked around for his boatswain, shouting the man's name. "Falelu!" The man looked up, and Abdu pointed to a well-placed house larger than the others with his sword. "That one! Clear it and get us some covering fire while we storm the barricade." The man nodded, grabbed a dozen hands who were all archers. They slung their bows, lifted a thick timber, and began beating in a door. It gave off a thudding bang like a huge drum as they rammed their way through. Then it fell inward, and they drew their blades and charged in. Screams came out then, but only a few clashes of steel on steel. "The rest of you with me! God is great!" They charged the barricade with their tall shields locked together against missiles. Those rattled and thunked and banged off the protection until the moment they had to climb the obstacle. Here and there a man fell, silent or screaming or cursing, but the others closed ranks and kept up the rush. Steel probed for his life as the wild Corsair charge struck. He knocked the spearhead aside, slicing up it at the wielder's fingers. A snarling face loomed out of the corner of his eye, and a huge two-handed axe swung towards his head. Another man's shield put itself in the way. Abdu could hear it crack beneath the force of the blow. He slashed at the pagan's face, and he fell backward in a spray of blood as the ugly, yielding feel of thin bones breaking flowed up wrist and arm. Grown men and boys and elders and even shrieking women were in the crowd facing the Corsairs in a heaving, stabbing, shoving mass. Then they turned and pulled back as a shower of black cane arrows came slashing down from the house, driven by powerful whalebone-backed bows. Abdu braced the point of his scimitar on a broken cart and his weight on the pommel for a moment, to sob for breath, waving his free hand to Falelu, who grinned from the second-story window before he loosed another shaft. Then a choked-off cry of pain drew his notice. Ahmed was crumpled at his feet, trying to get the broken shield off his arm. Abdu helped his son, and though the youngster was silent, his teeth brought blood from his own lips. "Not broken, dislocated," the father said. Then, in a sharp bark, "What's that?" The boy's head jerked aside to see what had brought the cry of alarm. In the same instant, his father grabbed the arm, pulled and twisted. The joint went back into its socket with a click audible as much by feel as through the noise of combat. Ahmed made a stifled sound, but the rough treatment was over before he could shift his attention back to it. "And you saved my life," Abdu grinned into the pain-sweating face. After a moment the younger man grinned back. "Now stay close. That arm will be too sore to hold a shield for days." They pushed on over the ruins of the barricade, and the houses drew back on either side. The triangular open space before the silver-worked and gilded doors of the idolater's temple, even when a brief, "What a place to sack," went through his mind, was crowded, but the fight was shaking itself out into lines after the chaotic scramble through the streets. His crew linked up with that of the shark, and Jawara was there, grinning like the predator itself. "We have them, I think," he yelled. Abdu nodded and let the battle surge past him. His head went back and forth. The pagans were still fighting, but they were outnumbered now, and most of the casualties on his side had been the weird allies the Marabout had found, not his own folk, which was just as he'd planned. A cry came from behind him, in Wolof, and not just the sort of screaming, usually for their mothers, that men in unendurable pain made. He turned, and his eyes went wide in alarm. It was one of the men held left as a rear guard at the broken wall. 2 gray-fletched arrows stood in the back of his steel-strapped cuirass of doubled hippo hide, and his left forearm and hand were a dripping mass of ruin, through which bone showed pink-white. His right held the broken stub of a sword. The man fell forward into Abdu's arms, and the captain turned and laid him down gently on his side. Blood bubbled out across his broad, dark face, and his eyes were blind as they hunted about. It was a younger cousin of his, not much older than Ahmed. "What is it, Dia?" he asked.
"Too many," the man mumbled. "Couldn't stop them. They come. Warn the skipper. Hurts."
"You have warned me," Abdu said. He spoke loudly to cut through the haze of agony and fear. The other did hear and understand for an instant. "You die with honor. Go with God, Ghazi of the Faith. The gates of paradise open for you." The man forced a smile, shuddered, jerked, died. Abdu rose and met Jawara's eyes. "We're fucked," the other man said. "So much for our allies' sentries who were experienced woodsmen." "They met someone more experienced," Abdu said. "We couldn't divide our forces, and we didn't know the country. Probably some force from inland." Which was any Corsair's nightmare on a long-shore raid. You had to strike swiftly and then go. He drew a deep breath. A rover captain had to be able to think quickly in an emergency, even a disaster, as this had suddenly become. He went on urgently. "Your men are closer to that southern gate, and it's probably not held anymore. Chances are any of the pagans there hurried back into the street fighting when we came over the wall. Get going. Cut your way through anything you meet and stop for nothing. It can't be helped. Inshallah, we can break contact and follow you." Jawara started to protest, and Abdu grabbed him by the shoulder and shoved him backward hard. "Go! Now! We'll hold them as long as we can and then retreat. You can cover us from the water with their ship's catapults. Go!" What in Shaitan's name happened at the wall? "Volley! Forward 6 paces! Volley! Forward 6 paces! Volley! Forward 6 paces! Pick your man! Volley! Volley! Wholly together! Volley! Forward 6 paces!" A Dane had the bowmen well under control. 24 longbows bent and spat at the sparse line of Corsairs opposing them in the gap of the shattered wall. A third of them fell, and the rest wavered as the heavy-armed band around Rudi came up behind the thin line of archers. He knocked down his visor with a hard snick-clack. "Moragoo!" he shrieked, as the world shrank to a slit. "Charge!" They ran forward in a wedge with him at the point. The archers slung their bows, drew blades or axes or mallets, and followed. A curved sword swung at his head as he leapt up the body-littered slope of the broken wall, agile as a great steel-skinned cat, screaming like a panther in battle heat. He ducked beneath the stroke and stabbed up at the man above him. The point of the western longsword went in behind the chin and punched through the thin bone that shielded the brain pan. Rudi wrenched it free. Maddie's shield knocked aside a spear point probing for his face, unseen until the last instant. His own shield blocked a slash, and he cut the man's legs out from under him with a chop that severed a thigh bone. Cries rang out, battle slogans where they weren't just raw shrieks of rage or of pain. "Moragoo! Moragoo! Allahu Akbar! Jesu Maria! Harrow, Portland! Holy Mary for Portland! Hola, Odin! Face Gervais! Face death! Artos and Monteval!" There was a long moment of slipping, scrambling fighting on the uncertain footing of the broken wall. Rudi felt an arrow hammer into his knight-style shield. 6 inches of it showed through the inner felt lining just beside his forearm until he broke it off with the hilt of his sword. The Moor's bows hit hard. The man was behind a balk of timber, fumbling another shaft onto the string, when Rudi's lunge punched the point of his longsword into his throat. It didn't sink deeply. The lunge had also slammed Rudi's shield and chest against the pine wood, but it was enough to send him back, both hands scrabbling at the wound. Rudi vaulted over into the place he'd occupied, landing with a grunt under the weight of his armor and dodging a stroke from a curved, slashing sword in the same instant. A big Bjorning named Hrolf followed Rudi, roaring, one of their newcomers from Eriksgarth. His blow met and snapped the sword in a shower of sparks, then crushed the Moor's shield hand right through the thick leather with a swing of the hammer side of his axe.
"A Dane! That one!"
Rudi pointed with his sword as the wounded man dodged beneath the return stroke that would have taken his head off, turned and sprinted into the town. You could tell when a man was running to something, as opposed to just away. The younger clansman sprang up on the balk of timber behind him. The pirate staggered as two shafts thudded into his leather armor, then ran on and vanished behind the corner of a building. His comrades ducked and backed, wavering on the edge of panic as Rudi stood ready with dripping sword and shield up under his visor's beak. Arrows showered down on them as more and more of the attackers came over the ridge and put their bows to work. Garb paced the rubble at a Dane's feet and bared blood-dripping red teeth.
"There they go,"
Mathilda said breathlessly as she scrabbled over to join him. The last few pirates broke and ran, down into the smoke-fogged streets. Rudi looked over the town, recalled what descriptions and maps had said, made a quick decision.
"We need to put a lid on the kettle," he thought. "Otherwise they'll squeeze out, if they've their wits about them. But I wish I had more men to spare." "Odard!" he called.
The Portlander noble looked at him, mouth a grim line beneath his visor, and sword dripping crimson dark.
"Take 6 men and block that road there, the one to the south gate. Hold if anyone comes at you. Push onto the square in front of the temple if nobody does." "Your Majesty."
That's actually starting to sound more natural and less like a joke, some corner of Rudi's brain noted.
Odard dashed off. Rudi led the rest down the ruined wall and into the town. There was a clear strip inside the defenses, and then houses.
"Come out!" he shouted. "Kalkthorpe folk, come out and fight!"
There were probably a lot of dwellers still inside, waiting to sell their lives hard when their doors were beaten in. He filled his lungs and shouted again, a great bass sound like a trumpet in the foul street, overriding the sound of boots and the growing clamor of combat.
"Come out and fight!"
The folk of Kalkthorpe came out of their homes to join them as they loped down the street, with sword or axe, spear or smith's hammer in their hands.
"We're not going to make it to the south gate," Abdu al-Nari knew. "Maybe we should have tried for the water in the boats. No, it was fated. I shouldn't have listened to that so-called holy man."
He could have been content with what he'd found in Miami and Baltimore, and been halfway back to home by now with a good, if unspectacular, cargo. The knowledge was bitter on his tongue as the wormwood tea the Hakims brewed for fever. The last knot of his crew formed up around him, their backs to the blank log wall of a warehouse or workshop. The newcomers surrounded them, in wildly mixed gear that didn't look like Norheimer equipment at all. The leader of the strangers came at him, leading the rush. He was a tall young man, in full armor that showed through the rents in his winter coat. A crescent moon cradled between antlers showed on his shield. But he moved like moonlight on water under the weight of steel and wood and leather, his long, straight sword trailing red drops as he whipped it in an effortless figure-8. A taut grin showed beneath the beaked visor of the odd-looking helmet, with light stubble the color of sunset along the jaw. Behind the vision slit were eyes as blue-green as tropic seas.
"This one is trouble,"
the pirate captain's experience told him. Then,
"No. He is the shadow of Azrael's wings. He is death."
Abdu called on God, or croaked, and cut at the unbeliever's knee. The kite-shaped shield twitched into the path of the slash and glanced the blow, leaving him off balance. The Corsair twisted desperately and tried to get his own tattered hippo-hide shield up as the return thrust came for his throat, driving like the strike of a cobra, faster than any man had a right to move. He succeeded just enough to keep his windpipe unslit. Instead, it plowed into his shoulder like the kick of a horse focused behind a narrow point of steel, breaking the mail links and tough leather, nearly breaking the bone. Agony ran through his body like rays of sunlight. His sword fell from nerveless fingers, and the captain of the bow El Mogdad looked death in the face as the blade rose again. He dropped his own shield and grabbed for his enemy's, snarling as he tried to wrestle it away while his hands scrabbled for his dagger. The effort sent ice spikes into his wounded shoulder. Another, slighter figure attacked beside him.
"Ahmed, no!"
he cried. The straight longsword beat the boy's scimitar out of his hand with a snapping backhand slash and plowed on to cut flesh. In the same instant, the green and silver shield smashed into Abdu like a collapsing wall in an earthquake, hammering him back against the logs behind him. The impact of his helmeted head on the wood had him seeing flashes of light for a second. There was no more room to retreat, and his sword arm hung useless.
"Surrender!"
The man who'd wounded him shouted, his blade poised to pin the rover captain to the logs.
"Surrender, and sure we'll spare you all."
There was a brief pause, as men panted and glared hate at each other from arm's reach. Ahmed was alive, rolling on the dirty snow and clutching at his twice-hurt arm. His father looked to either side. A dozen men were all that were left on their feet, though more of the fallen might live if they got help soon.
"I surrender,"
he growled thickly in the English tongue, and threw down his dagger and raised his hands.
"We not fight more. No kill."
Or at least he raised his left, which still worked. The weakness and nausea of blood loss made his vision swim, and his lungs sucked at the cold air. His men did the same, all except one gone battle-mad, who charged instead. A spear cut off his war cry, and an axe came down on his neck. Abdu kept his hand up, but for a moment he thought it would do him no good, as the killer's weapon went up for another smashing strike. Then the stranger flicked his sword out. Even awaiting death, Abdu blinked at the casual speed and precision of it, faster than a shrike, and more delicate than an artisan's graver tapping patterns into a silver dish. The sharp point rested in the bushy thicket of the axeman's brown beard, and the Norheimer froze motionless, his eyes rolling down to look at the length of blood-running steel. Behind him was a ring of his friends and kin and neighbors, looking on with interest. A Norheimer even bigger than most barred their way with a gruesome hammer-axe weapon, held parallel to the ground, leaving him isolated among the odd-looking company. He had courage, though.
"Who are you to stop me avenging my folk?"
he asked. The man with the sword at the axeman's throat used his shield to push up his visor. That revealed a face that was beautiful in an alien way, though red and running with sweat. His breath puffed white in the chill air. When he spoke, the harsh English language held a lilting music, but the words might have been hammered from iron.
"I'm Rudi Mackenzie of the Clan Mackenzie, and High King of Monteval, the which you couldn't know by looking at me. I'm the man the gods have chosen to save the world, the creatures, the which you couldn't know either. But I'm also the man who saved your piss-pot town boyo, the which you should know by the evidence of your own eyes."
He prodded, very slightly, and the Coxthorpe man swallowed.
"But be telling me now, do I look in the least little bit like a man who'd let you break his oath for him?"
"No,"
the Coxthorpe man whispered. His eyes locked on Rudi's like those of a rabbit on the very last wolf it ever saw.
"I promised these men quarter if they'd throw down, and throw down they did."
"Sorry," the Norheimer muttered, as the sword withdrew. "See to their wounds as you would those of your own folk, and then lock them up. Swear to it." "I swear, by Forseti who hears oaths, and by my own honour in the sight of my kin." "Give them food and water, too." He turned to Abdu. "Wait. Pork is geasa for you, am I right?" Abdu nodded, dazed as the pain started to push through the fading blaze of urgency. He bent to lift his son. "Haran, unclean, yes," he said. "Then give them something they can eat." To his own followers, "Move! We have work to do yet." "Are you sure they won't harm those prisoners?" Father Ignatius said as they trotted southward. "Reasonably, yes," Rudi said grimly. "And I have a use for them, I think, too." Mathilda snorted something that was almost a chuckle. The Coxthorpe folk were getting themselves organized with surprising speed, tending their hurt and putting out fires and scouring for enemy stragglers. He didn't think any such left within the walls would survive the next quarter hour, however hard they tried to surrender, except the ones he'd given quarter. "You!" he called. The man was in late middle age, with dark, silver-shot hair receding from a high forehead and even darker eyes. He threw another bucketful of water on a smoldering wall and turned. "Yeah," he said, nodding in friendly wise. "Is anyone down by your boats? If you can get men out, they might be able to seize those enemy ships, or at least one of them, before they're crewed and away." "I'm Thorleif Heidvigsson," the man said, picking up a spear. "I'll see to it." "Ordenleif, Thorvin, Freyaris, with me." Bodies lay thicker as they approached the gate. Thick enough to be worrisome. He'd sent Odard to do some flanking, not fight a major battle. Rudi hissed softly as he saw two of the Southsiders he'd sent with the young Baron. They were the only ones still on their feet, and they were both badly wounded. The hiss turned into a curse as he saw what they stood about. The most senior of them looked up and went almost limp with relief. "Rudi, man! Chief! They hits us hard! Too many!" Mathilda gave a little sound, like a cat's, then clamped her lips shut. She didn't dash forward, but they all stopped around the figures on the ground, scattered where they'd fallen in the melee. Two near the end were in the armor of the Sword of the Prophet. Another pair were the dark-faced Corsairs. One of those was a near giant, with his wiry black hair and long, knotted locks, and a great brass-bound club lying by his hand. His dark eyes were still open in a stare of astonishment, and one leg was slashed to the bone just below the hip, with all his life's blood spilled from the huge wound. The fifth was Baron Odard Liu de Gervais. He lay limp, his head propped up against a sack of something someone had dropped, with two trails of blood leaking out of the corners of his mouth. Battered shield and broken sword were near his limp hands. He opened his slanted blue eyes as they approached, and smiled slightly. Father Ignatius went down on his knees beside the fallen man. Rudi signed quickly, and the others dragged the bodies aside and helped the Southsiders. For a moment, he was chiefly aware of relief. He'd nearly sent a Dane on this errand. That brought a stab of shame, and he moved forward to kneel. "I need you, Father, but not for that," Odard said, in a breathy whisper as the cleric started to reach for the latches of his armor. The priest examined him through the gear instead. The injured man bit back a gasp at one gentle touch. Ignatius looked up at Rudi and Mathilda and shook his head very slightly. Odard saw it and nodded a little. "I can feel the bones grating. The big one caught me full on. Please, things to say first. Taking off the hauberk would do it quick. Got to keep still." "No," Mathilda whispered.
Not after we've come so far.
Dice don't fall sixes forever. Had to be someone, Odard said. Mathilda, I do love you. Didn't at first. Then I really did. Sorry I ever lied to you.
She took one of his hands. Tears fell on it, but she raised it to her lips.
I love you like a brother, Odard. Like the brother I never had. I always will.
Rudi could see how hard Odard tried not to laugh, and felt a sudden upwelling of emotion in himself he recognized as close to love indeed.
May I face the huntsman as boldly, he thought, and to be sure, I've never yet met a woman who understood why saying that drives men crazed.
Odard's voice was light.
I don't even feel mad at hearing that bit about being a brother, your height, Mathilda. So I must be dying. Look after my family. This one is not a perfect man, Rudi thought. Who is? Not myself. But he's a man indeed.
She nodded and clasped the hand in both of hers.
I will. I'll try my best for your mother. And I'll take your brother and sister and ward myself. They'll always have my protection and my favor. I promise it before God.
Tell them I died well.
Then she leaned closer and kissed him, very gently, on the lips.
You are my knight, Sir Odard Lew. Valiant and true as steel, with honor as golden as your spurs. I think I am, at last.
His eyes turned to Mary and Ritva and Rudi.
Mother wanted you dead because of my dad. I didn't. Not ever, really. Took a while to see it.
Rudi leaned forward and, very lightly, touched Odard's shoulder.
You've been a true friend, brother, he said. I'll miss you. For yourself. And because you've been a right-hand man to me. One I could trust with my back. To quote your father, this sucks.
Odard sighed, and then a sudden effort not to cough made sweat spring out on his face. When he spoke again, there was a gurgle to it.
I would have followed you, Rudi. And I just get my head straightened out, and I die. Shit. Goodbye to all of you. It's been fun.
He moved one hand. Mathilda helped wrap his fingers around the hilt of his sword and move it, so that he could kiss the cross made by that and the stub of blade.
Father,
he said, weak and breathy now.
We'd better get started. There's a lot to confess.
They all moved back, and the priest leaned forward, opening the boiled leather box across his back, taking out a long strip of cloth, kissing it and draping it about his neck. Rudi took another step backward when he heard Odard struggle to say,
I confess to Almighty God, to Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, and to you, Father, that I have sinned exceedingly.
Some things should be private. They all turned, making a wall between their friend and the world for a long set of moments. Nobody spoke as the murmured words sounded behind them. The twins looked the most stunned. They'd known Odard as long as he had, if not so well, and had always played a half-serious game of verbal feud with him. But even Virginia had been with him for most of a year now, and a damned intense one at that. Ingolf leaned close to Rudi and said very softly,
I never liked him all that much, but by God, he's game."
Rudi nodded and murmured,
"I thought the same."
The priest's voice rang a little louder behind them. "Paradisi porta saperiat, et ad gaudia sempiterna perducat. Amen." Odard's
"Amen"
was thready, barely perceptible. "Benedicat te omnipotens Deus, Pater et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen."
"Amen."
"Quickly now, my friends," Ignatius said. "The death angel comes." Odard's face was very pale now. The oil gleamed on his eyelids as they fluttered. The eyes moved as those he'd known best knelt around him, a greeting and farewell. After a few labored breaths, he smiled. It should have looked grotesque with the blood on his teeth, but it didn't. His face lit, looking past them somehow.
"So beautiful,"
he said, coughed blood, and died. Chapter 20. Coxthorpe, land of the Cockings Norheim. Formerly Robinston, Maine. January 10th, change year 24, 2023 AD. "You are the man, Abdu?" Rudi asked, leaning back in the chair. That put his back to the window, which would make him an outline against the daylight, and his face less readable, always an advantage. Mathilda sat at his right hand and Father Ignatius on the other. The Sidecona's sprawling household had found Mattie Norheimer woman's garb, while their own was repaired and cleaned. A dark blue wool dress, headscarf and long apron of embroidered white linen, and shoulder brooches of silver and jet. The pale winter light shone through the broad stretch windows and on his captive. This was an upper chamber, with a loom pushed up against the wall. The Moor wasn't bound, but a Dane stood behind him with his bow slung and his hand on the hilt of his sword, his square face wary and grim. "I, Abdu, and I commander of fighting men, just same like you." The pirate captain was a tall man, as tall as Rudi himself, though more slender. Stripped of armor and outerwear, he had a long robe-like blue tunic embroidered at the shoulders, and loose white pantaloons, both filthy and stained. There was stubble on his cheeks apart from the tuft of chin-beard, and straws in his wiry hair beneath his skull-cap. He smelled of sweat and dried blood and general misery, but he stood like a prince, his dark brown hawk face calm despite the bruises and scabs. His injured right arm was in a sling. "Why did you come to make war here?" Rudi probed. "Because I think I win. Just same like you." Rudi laughed. The least shadow of a smile touched the corners of the prisoner's mouth for an instant. The clansman spoke. "I am Rudi Mackenzie of the Clan Mackenzie, also called Artos, High King of Monteval." "I, Abdu al-Nari al-Kaulaki, Lord," the man said. "You say with English, Abdu the Moor from Kaulak." "You're not all Moors?" Rudi asked, curious. "No, Lord. The peoples of north to the Senegal River, you call it, are Moor. Beni Hassan. Many come to south after the change. My father be one more. Commed Kaulak, commed sailor. Most there they Wolof, Serra tribes." "The world is so wide. Its folk and their gods and ways so many," Rudi thought. Wistfully, "And one man's life not enough to learn them all, even if he had no other business." The Corsair's English was understandable, as long as he spoke slowly. Besides the thick accent, Rudi thought he'd learned from someone who spoke an English dialect unlike any used in Monteval. Now and then it reminded him a little of the way Sam Aylward sounded. Occasionally he spoke first in a liquid, pleasant-sounding tongue that was probably his own, and then translated. "You are well," Rudi went on. Again, the slightest smile turned up the corners of the man's mouth. He moved the fingers of his hand in the sling and touched his temple with the other. "Sumabapte miti," he said. "A headache, wounds, pain little bit. My father is fighter for Emir. Myself, too, captain of the Bu el Mogdad. Hurt not big new thing." "You were a captain," Rudi said sternly. "You are pirates who came here to plunder, and you were taken in arms. So your lives are forfeit, and by right of battle, you and your ship and your men belong to me, who spared you and took your surrender. You are mine to deal with as I will. Is this not so, Abdu al-Nari?" "Inshallah," Abdu said. "All things as God wills. No God except God. Mohammed is prophet of God. What you do to me, that is will of God too. If you kill me, I am martyr for faith and go to paradise, sins forgiven."
That little speech was partly a bargaining gambit, he thought, and partly what the man actually believes.
It wasn't that a brave man was impossible to threaten. You just had to do it carefully. "Who spoke of killing?" he said, spreading his hands. "Have you been treated well? Do you have what you need?" "There food and straw and blankets and fire. Medicine for our hurt. 2 die, maybe 1 more soon. Others heal. My son Ahmed heal." He shrugged. "Inshallah. Need more water to wash and, soap." "You shall have it. And now, why did you come here, Abdu al-Nari? This place in particular, I mean." "Marabu, holy man, say he have, how you say English, see in head thing far away. A vision. Yes, vision from God. Say followers of Prophet need help, Muslim like us. Also rich plunder, and worshippers of many false gods."
"Pagans,"
Mathilda said helpfully. Abdu nodded without deigning to look at her. "Pagans, Norheim men, fight our people many time. Fight on sea, fight in dead cities. We teach lesson."
"The men with the sun sign on their chests met you near here, led by one in a red robe?" Rudi asked.
"Yes. Marabu say, them men believers in prophet." His voice sounded dryly skeptical. Father Ignatius leaned forward from Rudi's other side. "Followers of a prophet, Abdu al-Nari. Not of your prophet. Of a living man who claims that title." Rudi could see shock on the Corsair leader's face, and for the first time there was heat in his voice. "Mohammed is last of prophets, peace upon him. Some before. Isa. Jesus, you Nasrani call him. And Ibrahim before Isa. They prophets with message from God. No more after Mohammed. Is haram. Unclean thing from shaitan." "Blasphemy," Ignatius said helpfully. Abdu nodded vigorously, winced, and repeated the gesture despite the pain. "Blasphemy," he agreed. "Is that word."
"And he believes it," Rudi noted with interest. "This one is no fool. Even a short acquaintance with the Cutters would have shown him they weren't really of his faith. And this holy man, he must be also a servant of whatever power the Cutters follow." "The folk here would kill you," Rudi said, "for vengeance, the which you have earned by falling on them without cause or warning. And they don't keep slaves. But I have a use for you and your ship." Abdu's spine stiffened a little further.
will not aid you against believers, my friends, he said. Kill us all first.
Rudi shook his head.
I wouldn't ask you to fight your own folk, he said, and added to himself, nor would I trust you if you said you would. Loyalty to clan and tribe and one's own blood isn't the only call on a man, but it's the foundation of all else.
He believed that with all his heart. There weren't many people alive a generation after the change who didn't. Aloud he went on.
I need a ship to take me and my followers to an island.
They talked back and forth for a few minutes. Abdu had never heard the word Nantucket, or seen it except on old maps. His eyes went wide as he realized what his captor meant.
Isle of the Accursed, he said. There's magic there. Sorcery. Strong magic. And to be sure, there is, Rudi said implacably. Yet there I need to go. And my hosts here can spare neither crew nor ship, after the damage you did them. So it is to there I require your service. There and back again.
The Moor thought for a moment.
You give back ship of my... I do this thing for you?
Rudi threw back his head and laughed. The man might be a shameless saltwater bandit, but he had courage to bargain so, alone amongst angry strangers and with a sword hung over his neck.
You don't lack for stones, that's plain, Abdu al-Nari, he said. No, what you get for this service is your lives and the clothes you wear, no more. The ship and its cargo and gear goes to the folk of Kalksthorpe as compensation for their losses. As their guilt, Heidvig said sternly. Blood price. Count yourself lucky that our friend Rudi Mackenzie needs you, and that he's a man of honor, and that we honor his wishes because of our debt to him.
The Moor looked at her. The black cat in her lap added its golden stare. The pirate captain blinked and nodded silently with wary respect, making a furtive sign with his good hand. Rudi went on.
Once we're back, you and your men will be held until an English ship puts in, and the Norheimers have agreed to not ask them to hang you as pirates and enemies of humankind. They'll say you were shipwrecked here, which in a way is true enough.
Abdu winced slightly.
Big money English make our families pay, he said. Ransom. Ransom, yes.
Then he shrugged.
Money come, money go. Maybe come again. Inshallah. Dead men dead always. We do. Go to Sorcerer's Island. Take you.
He looked down at his arm.
I can navigate another day, 3, 4, arm strong enough to hold sextant. Not enough my men able to work ship goodly. Only 10 not hurt bad too much. Wait. More ready with more days. Crew big to sail ship with you.
This time Rudi's smile was thin. He didn't think Abdu al-Nari was stupid, and the Moor probably didn't think Rudi was stupid enough to entrust himself to a crew composed wholly of his Corsairs, though he also probably thought there was no harm trying. And while Rudi couldn't navigate, he did know enough to keep an eye on the compass and the stars, so al-Nari wouldn't be sailing them off to Dakar or the Saloum Delta.
I have some men who've sailed, he said. I have sailed myself a little. More who can pull on a rope at need. I'll be bringing all my warband along, 32 of us. With your 10, that should do nicely for a short voyage of no great difficulty on a schooner. The others can stay here and heal from their wounds.
Al-Nari made that almost smile again. And be hostages, especially your son, went silently between them. It was good when men understood each other. The dark, aquiline face was wholly grave when the book they'd found in his cabin was borne in, unwrapped, and placed before him.
"And you will swear on your own holy things," Rudi said. "Let your own God hear your oath." A week later, 2 ravens swirled around the masts in Coxthorpe's little harbour on a day that dawned with bleak brightness in the east and a brittle cold in the wind out of the west. Rudi cocked an eye up at the dark forms. This was a natural place for the birds to congregate. The Norheimer were a cleanly folk, but a fishing haven always had something for the birds. That tang of fish and fish guts was there, and silt, cold seawater, a faint reek of smoke even this long after the raid. There were plenty of gulls, too, though the great black birds ignored those. They perched for a moment on the foremast, and then took off southward along the coast. The Bou El Mogdad rose and fell slightly at her mooring at the end of the long T-shaped pier. She was a bit bigger than any of the Coxthorpe ships. Cock Shipwright himself prodded at her railing near the wheel and binnacle with his carved staff.
"I don't like this squared stern," he sniffed. "Weakens the stem, to my way of thinking. But the wood's sound. We don't have timber like this. The way it's worked, some is good, some's strange."
Rudi nodded gravely. Cock was old, nearly bald save for a fringe of white hair, stooped, his scalp and gnarled hands liver-spotted. His face reminded the Mackenzie of a turtle's, ready to snap out from beneath its shell. But his pale eyes were still keen, and so was the mind behind them. As far as the Mackenzie could see, the Bou El Mogdad, it was bad luck to rename a ship, was in fine condition. He'd seen ships often enough in Astoria and Newport, sailed up and down the coast, and studied the art of their making a little in shipyards he'd visited. The Corsair vessel was a 2-master, and rigged all fore and aft, which made her a schooner technically, about 110 feet long, and 30 at its widest, a third back from the sharply raked bow. The poop deck was about 4 feet above the level of the main. The fantail at the rear held one turntable-mounted war engine, crouching like a dragon of coils and angles behind its sloped steel shield. Another like it was placed in the bows. Those 2 had been dismounted for the siege and were now back in place. And 3 more sat on each broadside on limited traverse mounts. He could appraise the murder machines with a true expert's eye, if not the ship. They differed from the ones made in Monteval to be in 100 details, but the laws of the mechanic arts knew no boundaries, and they had about the same performance as a 6-pounder Scorpion, though they were marked for 3 kilos instead. A net full of barrels swung by overhead, with one of the ship's spars used as a crane, then dropped smoothly into the hold. That was stores for the voyage, though mostly they'd added rock ballast to keep the lightened vessel stable. Folk swarmed about, working at the last touches to make her seaworthy. Even the dark-grained wood of the deck shone. Ashore, a gang were singing as they dragged a long bundled sail down the pier, like a great beige snake with many legs. The tune was a good one to work to, and it had a fine, stormy rhythm. "North to the coast of Iceland, south past the shores of Maine, out with the whaling fleet, and north to the pole again. Over the world of waters, 17 seas I've strayed. Now to the north I'm sailing back to the trawling trade."
"And there's more mortise and tenon work in the hull framing than I like. Bolts hold better with a shearing strain," Cock went on, after a pause that made Rudi think the elderly Norheimer might have dozed. "Easier to replace."
Abdul al-Nari had his right arm out of the sling, though it would be a while before it regained full strength. He touched brow and lips and heart, and bowed to Cock as one craftsman to another. "You make a good ship here," he said. His English had improved perceptibly in his brief time as a prisoner. "But we Cowlack men, first in Emir's country, make more than big canoe after change. We know skill of hands. I help build this ship, draw plans, see all make.
Pick trees for her, too. The master of Coxthorpe glared at him, then nodded unwillingly.
She's he said. Good work is good work.
What is word Abdu asked. More barrels and bales swung on board. There was plenty of room. They'd sent ashore the cargo picked up as the Moors cruised north along the coast. Carefully selected metals, alloy steel, copper and brass and aluminum, lenses and telescopes and binoculars and microscopes, glassware, fine pre-changed cloth preserved as if new in sealed packages, wrought gold and silver and jewels, ball bearings, surgical instruments, springs and gears and light machine tools, circular saw blades and medicines and chemicals.
Is eager, ready, fit,
the old man said. Wealth couldn't bring the dead back, but the gold and gear would mean the Coxthorpe folk wouldn't have to risk any voyages of their own southward in the coming year or two. That would save lives in itself.
"I glad you like ship," Abdu said quietly and with obvious pride. "She good, fast, rides storm like bird. Like you say."
Cock gave him a hard smile from under tufted white brows.
"So, by Njord, we'll get good use out of her, now that she's ours, Blauman."
Abdu winced. He'd seemed to grow an inch when he trod his ship's deck again. The song grew louder as the work gang approached, mounting the forward gangplank and feeding their burden down into the hold. "Back to the midnight landings, back to the fish dock smell, back to the frozen winds, as hard as the teeth of hell, back to the strangest game that ever a man has played. Follow the stormy rollers back to the trawlin' trade." Cock looked around, nodded once more, then headed down the gangplank himself, his staff going thunk, thunk, a hollow sound on the boards.
"And I do think he's envious of us,"
Rudi thought. He sniffed the air with its sense of pine and pitch and salt.
"Not that I blame him. I've done deeds of some weight, but this will be the strangest of all my farings."
Rudi and Mathilda followed. The side Kona and a small group of her townsfolk waited on the dock. The rest had said their farewells, and the day's work didn't wait with the repair and rebuilding added to the usual labors. Thorland looked at Rudi.
"You haven't taken all my vengeance yet, Artos King." "I will, lady,"
he said soberly, with a slight bow.
"It's not a peaceful voyage I'm sailing on. Earth must be fed, and the sea, too, is always hungry. If I come back hale, you'll know the tale of it."
As if to comment on that, the last of the chanty came from the hold.
"And it's home with the harvest wind, and back to the grey flood tides. Run to the starboard rail, and leap to the water's side."
Heidvig raised a hand in blessing. Rudi bowed in acknowledgement, and they went back on the waiting ship. The others waited for them, most on the main deck, which was a few feet down from the low poop that held the wheel, binnacle, and compass. Rudi took his stance by the wheel, watching carefully. 2 of Abdu's Corsairs held it. That was skilled work. The Norheimer skipper acting as harbor pilot was ready there too, arms crossed on his chest and dark hair flowing free in the cold breeze. Other Moors stood ready on the deck, each with 3 of Rudi's folk close by, ready to help and under orders to learn all that they could. The pirate bosun looked up to his commander. Abdu spoke, in his own language, and then English.
"Cast off!"
Townsfolk unlooped the hawsers from the bollards on the pier, and the sailors pulled them back on deck, coiling them neatly. A Coxthorpe boat was already secured to a towing hitch forward. The upright oars swung down, 10 on a side, and dug into the blue-gray water. A deep chant echoed to time the stroke.
"Tyr, hold us. ye Tyr, ye Odin. Tyr, hold us, ye Tyr, ye Odin.
The pilot pointed silently as way came on the ship with a jerk that made some stagger. The two helmsmen spun the wheel to keep the ship in the tugboat's wake. The underwater obstacles were intended to keep hostile ships out, but they'd do just as well to rip the bottom out of a ship that was leaving. Beyond the last of them, the movement of the Bu El Mogdad changed, longer and harder as her bow turned into the swells. The little galley came alongside after it cast off the tow rope, and Rudi shook hands with the pilot. It was Thorleif Heidviksson, who'd captured her on Rudi's urging, and he grinned at the younger man.
"Now we'll have to rearrange some of them," he said.
He nodded overside to where one of the outsized spearheads was just below the surface.
"Cold work," Rudi said, "but a warm greeting for rovers. I'll see you again, Thorleif, and the Lord and Lady willing, it won't be long." "Don't count any man lucky until he's dead," Thorleif said, and touched the silver hammer that lay beneath his jacket. "Thor warred you with his might, Rudi Mackenzie." "And yourself, my friend. Merry met, and merry part, and merry meet again."
The wind was out of the west. It contributed to the hard pitch and roll as the waves took the ship under the quarter. Abdu looked at the sky with its high lines of mare's tail cloud, at the compass, and then ordered in 2 languages,
"Make sail all! Up! Up!"
His bosun shoved teams into position. Ingel followed him, watching closely. A high screech brought both ready, and then they heaved, hauling the lines in hand over hand. Pulleys squealed. The long gaff sails slid up the masts and then swung out as the booms turned. A thuttering like snapping branches, and then the canvas snapped taut, swelling out into a series of curves and triangles, and the ship heeled to port until the dark planks sloped like the roof of a house. A fore and aft ship like this was economical of men, and the sails could be managed from the deck for the most part. The bowsprit dug in, then broke free in a burst of crystal spray that shot back along the deck to sting Rudi's cheeks with an icy salt benediction. The motion turned to a low, lunging swoop, and waves of white curled back from the sharp prow. Gray and white and blue, Mother Sea stretched ahead of them, the manes of her snowy horses running to the very horizon. A whale spouted in the middle distance, twin plumes rising from the water before its slate-colored length slid back below, and the flukes slapped foam into the air. "Glad to be back at sea, Abdu al-Nari?" he asked. The Moor looked at him. He was bundled in wool and felt until only his face showed. He snorted. "In Dakar, my lord the Emir has powerful machine, his hakims make. Wind turns, much thump. Pistons, makes ice come. Put in drink juice on hot day. Ice is very good there." Rudi felt his legs flex and turn to take the rocking motion of the deck. It was easier than a trick like standing in the saddle of a galloping horse. Mathilda smiled at him a little shakily, her face pale, but she faced into the breeze and breathed deeply and grew steadier. A Dane smiled as well, and then rushed for the leeward rail. Asgerd followed him and waited politely until the first racking heaves were over, then offered him a cup of water from one of the butts. When he'd spat and cleared his mouth, she asked sweetly,
"Feeling better, Master Bowman? Hunger weakens a man, they say. What you need is food. Please. Why not have some fried fat salt pork, nearly fresh, or cod cooked in cream with onions?"
A Dane gave a wordless cry and dashed back to the rail. Half the watchers laughed, except for a few hanging over it themselves. The rest mostly grinned. Even Maddie did, and she was usually tender-hearted and liked a Dane well. Virginia Kane, Virginia Thurston now, since Lady Heidvig laid the hammer in her lap at the hand-fasting ceremony 2 days ago, fairly staggered about, hooting with mirth. Fred Thurston was looking a little queasy himself, but not enough to join the fish-feeding chorus line. Seasickness was one of those things everyone found humorous beside the sufferer, who wished for death and wasn't granted it. The only one wholly sympathetic was Garb, who curled against Dane with whines and nuzzles and ears laid back above anxious eyes.
But it can be no joke if it goes on long enough, for weeks of sweat and misery. I don't think any here will. A Dane always runs to the rail and always recovers quickly, if I remember our boating trips rightly.
"We keep this tack," Abdu said to Rudi, after he'd cocked a tolerant eye at the sufferers and their audience. "Long tack, as long as wind is steady. Like so." He pointed southeast. "Clear Cape Cod. Then turn for Sorcerer's Isle. Maybe have to beat up into Sound. That take more time. More work."
And to be sure, his English is much better when it comes to nautical matters.
"How long?" Rudi asked. He could feel his skin itching with the need now. The sword glowed in his mind, brighter than the winter dawn. 7 days, maybe. Winds might come on storm. Then have to run for open ocean, get sea room. Inshallah. Rudi sighed.
Every man has a right to his faith. But I could come to hate that word, sure and I could.
In the meantime,
"All of you," he called. "Those who aren't tending the rigging. We'll drill with these deck engines. There's plenty of ammunition."
Or at least plenty of round shot, beautifully worked from heavy granite, which the Corsairs used for ballast. The 4-foot javelins and globes of napalm the engines could also throw were far too valuable to use here, where they couldn't be recovered. "And it's my thought the work will do us no harm." Edane and the other sufferers mostly staggered erect at that. Something to distract them from their miseries would be good. And somehow he doubted it would be a simple matter of sailing, this last league of his quest. Mathilda came to his side after the exercise was over. Most were set to sparring with individual weapons, but the two of them had done more than their share of the artillery practice. Sparring on crowded, shifting ship timber required learning new reflexes. Once again he noticed how Abdu and his folk ignored her and the other women. He wasn't sure if that was courtesy, scorn, or a mixture of both. Mathilda was beginning to notice it too, and in no kindly spirit.
"What do you think of our Norheimers, Akushla?" he asked her.
Quickly appraising people and how to get the best from them was the most basic of the ruler's arts, or a commander's. She turned to the matter seriously at once. The daughter of Sandra and Norman Arminger would always take the trade of kingcraft seriously. He felt a sudden rush of warmth as he watched her frown and wind a lock of seal-brown hair around one forefinger. If he was to be High King, there would always be someone by his side he could share all his mind with, and their strengths and weaknesses complemented each other. He was a better field commander, though she was far from bad at it, but she excelled him equally on the administrative side.
"Most of them were good enough,"
she said thoughtfully. They'd sworn 7 new recruits in Eriksgarth. One had died in the street fighting against the cutters and their pirate allies, and another had been too badly wounded to come along afterwards. They'd both been fair to middling youngsters, and too little known for him to feel any great personal grief beyond the regret a lord had for any follower who fell. Still, leading men into battle meant accepting that some would die. That was the cost of doing business, and he didn't ask anyone to risk what he would not. 3 of the remainder were promising beginners, luckier than their fallen friends rather than more skillful. 2.
"Hrolf Homerson is the best of them,"
Mathilda said, watching the exercise.
"Remarkable, in fact."
Rudi nodded. The man gave a guttural shout as he leaped to the rail and back, and again, swinging his great axe against a target dancing on the end of a pole and turning the great weapon as if it were a willow switch. The light on the honed edge made sparkling patterns, cold as the wind that keened and whipped bits of ice from the rigging.
"He's as strong as I," Rudi said. "Maybe a bit more, in fact."
He was about 3 inches taller than the Mackenzie, and considerably heavier, too. Not as fast, but not a lumbering ox either. More of a swift enough, and thoroughly agile, too, which wasn't quite the same thing. He had a mouse-brown beard that he wore in a braid that reached halfway down his chest, and his long axe bore a war-hammer's serrated head opposite the curved blade.
"Though I wouldn't have thought even a man that size could use that thing effectively," Mathilda said. "He can, though. Blasted right through a lot of parries, and he never had to hit the same man twice."
She winced slightly. Some of the wounds it had dealt had been grisly even among the usual butcher's shop horrors of a battlefield ruled by edged metal driven with desperate strength and savagery. Speed let you dodge or block a blow. Weight and strength could make it count even so, crush a shield or brush aside or snap a parrying blade.
"I wouldn't care to stand and take a blow from it, even in a suit of plate," Rudi agreed. "Ulfhild the Black there is next on that list, I think."
She was not actually very dark, black of hair and eye, and with skin of a medium olive. Back home you'd have thought she was Hispano, with a fair dash of Indian, and nothing remarkable. But those looks were much rarer here, and the Norheimers thought beauty in a woman meant fairness. All their songs and legends spoke of women who looked like Asgerd, or Rudi's half-sisters, or their mother Signy and Aunt Astrid. That must have been a burden to her. That, and the small-eyed, heavy-jawed looks that were 3 notches down from Mathilda's pretty plain features, even in the flush of youth. She was about Mathilda's 5'8" and a bit, too, but 30 or 40 pounds heavier. Not fat, but solid and meaty, he thought. Ingolf stumbled back with a yell as her blunt, padded lathe practice blade slammed painfully under his mail-clad ribs in a wicked rising stroke before he could get his shield in the way. The narrow edge of a live steel sword might well have broken bone there, could possibly have severed the rings, and would certainly have hurt badly.
"Fast as a viper,"
Rudi said approvingly. Not as fast as he, but he'd only met 2 warriors in all the world who were. Both were women, oddly enough, Tifain Dath and Lady Astrid of the Rangers, though perhaps not so very oddly. Fighting women were less common than men, even among Mackenzies or Dunedain, and still more so elsewhere, but the ones who stuck with it as a trade and survived any length of time tended to be exceptional. They had to be, and the way for a woman to excel at weapon play was to be very quick indeed.
"Perfect balance, too, even on a pitching deck, and this the first time for her at that," Rudi continued. "Good technique, though there's room for improvement there. And plenty of fire in the belly. Ulfhild would be valuable, I'm thinking."
"Yes, you're right," Mattie said, while her lips made a moo. "But I don't like her. She's disagreeable."
Rudi nodded. That was true, too. Sour, in fact. Short-spoken to the point of rudeness, and sullen. Folk like that could be formidable fighters, but they could also breed trouble in a war band. Rudi thought there was a little more in Mathilda's expression of distaste. He wasn't vain of his looks, and the other sex were less affected by sheer eye comeliness than men anyway. But he could tell total disinterest when it flicked across him in a woman's gaze. He kept his thoughts there to a raised eyebrow, and did not say,
"The Grand Constable and Lady Delia don't make you frown that way now."
Saving things like incest or oaths of fidelity, Mackenzies just didn't care who lay with who or how, as long as all parties were of age and consenting. The goddess herself had said, "All acts of love and pleasure are my rituals." Catholics had more things that were gis, forbidden, sins in their terms. In his experience, they also broke their taboos more often than his clanfolk did, and were more likely to practice hypocrisy, and also to rack themselves with guilt.
Indeed, sometimes they're happier to wallow in guilt at a sin than to avoid it in the first place. I don't know exactly how the Norheimers arrange such matters, but they're more straight-laced than we, I think. How most tribes of humankind do make tangles for themselves.
A snort told him Mathilda had been following his thoughts with uncomfortable precision. That had been happening more and more. They'd always been close, but now they'd been so long in each other's sporrans it was becoming a little eerie at times.
"It just struck me," he said casually, "that if I'm to be High King of all Monteval, it won't do to be saying, 'Well, and how simple it would be if only a poor deluded fools would do things sensibly, as Mackenzies do.'" "I can remember how much doing that made everyone love you in association territory," she said dryly, and nudged him in the ribs. "A couple of times." "Well, I get on well enough with Father Ignatius," he said, "and Abbot Dimboski at Mount Angel." "That's not going to help you with all the Catholics," Mathilda said. "I like the Order of the Shield myself. They're mostly very holy men, and to tell you the truth, I think Father Ignatius is a saint, but a lot of the secular clergy and some of the other orders really dislike them. So you can't show them too much favor. You'll have to watch that." "I'll have you to watch it for me, praise the gods." She shook her head vehemently. "No, Rudi. Artos. You'll need to handle the church directly, and not just in Portland's territory. I can be Lady Protector there, but you'll have to deal with the Archbishop Cardinal. He'll be Rome's man to head the church in the whole realm. That's not just preaching and the sacraments. That's land. That's wealth and influence. That's power. It's the only 2 universities in Monteval apart from Corvallis, too." Rudi mock-groaned. "Next you'll be saying I need to think about taxes." "You do," Mathilda said bluntly. "A king needs his own revenues, that nobody else can interrupt, so he can reward his supporters, yes, and buy weapons, and make gifts, and give aid in times of disaster. Matty, I'm not altogether gormless." She flashed a smile. "Sorry, darling. You'll have the Lord Protector's lands and dues and tithes through me, and so will our heir." He winked at her, and she blushed and continued doggedly. "But that will make its own problems. Portland already weighs heavier in the realms of the Meetin than many like, true. But there's Fred." They both looked over to where the son of the first president of Boise was testing his long saber against Asgard's sword and shield. "When he's president there, he's promised me that the U.S. of Boise shall be part of Monteval. It was his father's dream to reunite the lands. And if this is a bit of a different way to do it, he's content with that. And he doesn't insist on being the one ruling the whole, unlike his elder brother," she said. "I'm glad. I like him, but I wouldn't risk our children's inheritance just on that. Fred keeps his oaths, though. He'll be a good vassal." "There is that. He hasn't decided how to settle the succession there." Mathilda smiled grimly. For a moment she looked very much like her mother, though in face and form she took more after Norman Arminger. When she spoke, her voice was definite. "I've come to know Virginia. Unless she's childless, it's settled. He just doesn't know it quite yet." Rudi shrugged. It wasn't all that important. Fred was a young man yet, younger than Rudi. Any reasonable length of reign would make things solid. "And Boise is smaller than the association lands, but it has more than twice the population and wealth," he said. "That'll keep things in balance. That, and bring in Pendleton and the rest of the eastern plains into the kingdom. For the future, there's all the lands to the south of Ashland, empty." She chuckled. "Mom's Westria project." They shared the joke, and Rudi went on airily. "There's just the little matter of beating the Prophet and Martin Thurston of Boise, the creatures, before we set all in order." She nodded and took his arm. "No great problem." He looked out to sea to hide the bleakness that rested in his eyes for a moment. I calculate our odds is about even, when we have the sword. And even then, how many will live to see the victory? How many will lie for the scald crows? There are victories that leave you with wounds that cannot fully heal, and not just in the histories of the Dunedain.
Well then, that's the fate of the High West settled, Rudi said. Now let's keep our fearless followers from recalling their stomachs by working them a bit more. You take one half, I the other, and we'll play at storming and defending the poop deck by turns, eh? He leapt lightly down to the main deck. Despite his 200-odd pounds of bone and muscle and armor, he landed lightly as a cat. All of you, we have to learn to fight with a ship as a battlefield. We'll divide into 2 teams, and each into 3 squads. Hrolf Bloodaxe and Ulfhild Swiftsword, you'll be with me. The big Bjorning grinned, setting aside his murderous weapon for the practice version. Ulfhild nodded silently, but her face flushed with pleasure at the new use name. Chapter 21. Corsair Schooner Bu El Mugdad. Approaching Nantucket. January 16th, Change Year 24, 2023 A.D. Dawn made shadows across the moving deck. Rudi stretched and drew his sword, saluted the glow where the rising sun was about to break over the horizon, and began a slow routine that gradually quickened. There was enough space on the main deck just behind the foremast to work out if you were careful, and being careful was part of the training. A long sword and a tall man's arm had a great deal of reach, but endless practice had given him a reflexive grasp of where every bit of edge and point would go. It wasn't quite as certain on the pitching deck of a ship, and he needed to do better with that. A little like horseback, but not entirely. It's fortunate indeed that I enjoy the sword, he thought, for I'd have to spend just as much time at it if I didn't. Also, I wouldn't be as good at it, and would die. Die sooner at least. When he finished, he was sweating despite the cold that bit at nose and ears and made the inside of your nostrils stick occasionally. He steamed a little, in fact, and not just the deep puffs of white breath. That warmth wouldn't last more than a few seconds if he stayed still, with a wind out of the northeast that lashed his shoulder-length mane backward from his face beneath the headband. He sheathed the sword on the belt hung from a belaying pin and the collar around the mast, put his waterproof parka back on, and buckled on the belt over it. Nobody else but the deck watch was up yet. This was the day they expected to make landfall, and the hold was stuffy and crowded, but the others preferred it to early rising. Or most did. Someone was standing on the fantail by the war engine. He recognized a Bjorning voice, and a woman's, not Asgard, but deeper and rougher. Ulfhild Swiftsword, then. And she was chanting softly, facing northwards along the white track of the schooner's wake, with arms raised at either side and palms upward. There was a dreamy yearning in her tone that made him blink surprise. Skadi, shining goddess, hear me, ice-bright beauty. Your winter white wards Midgard, as Ulfhild sails the whale bath. To Drighton lord is oath-bound. Ring-giver fares to Utgard, and Skadi's shield-maid follows. Yea am I for battle. So Skadi, stand by Ulfhild. She will fight 'gainst trollcraft. Holly Huntress, help me. People will always surprise you, Rudi murmured very softly to himself, for their minds turn upon themselves in coil and countercoil. We do not ever know ourselves completely. How can we know another? He waited until she was finished to walk up the short ladder staircase to the poop. The 2 men at the wheel nodded to him. One was a South-Sider, the other a Corsair. Ulfhild had already turned.
She gave him a short, dignified inclination of the head, and then met his eyes, standing proudly with her left hand on the hilt of her sword. He liked that. Norheimers didn't truckle to their gods, or to their chieftains either. "Good morning, Ulfhild Swiftsword," he said. "Today we make landfall."
"Good morning, Lord," she said. "I am ready."
Which was about as many words as they'd exchanged since the oath she'd sworn, apart from orders. She hesitated, and he waited patiently, withdrawing the edge of his self. There was a trick to that, almost like hunting, which drew folk out. "The others are awake," she said. They turned the captain's cabin over to the women folk of the party. A little inconvenient for the two wedded couples, but on balance, the best way to handle the crowding of the ship as a whole.
"May I ask you a question?" He nodded, and she went on. "Why did you arrange the quarters that way, Lord?"
"Princess Mathilda's folk have different ways from mine. They're—" He hesitated. Modest wasn't exactly what he meant. "Much more shamefast about their skins, I think you would say. You can't always take account of that when men and women are together on campaign, but there's no harm in doing so when you can."
"I understand," she said. Then, more hesitantly, "I don't think your betrothed, the Princess Mathilda, likes me, Lord. Have I offended her?"
"No," Rudi said.
"Or not by doing anything in particular,"
he thought, which was what she'd actually meant. Aloud, he went on. "Some people just don't take to each other. I have no ill of you to say. You fought well at Coxthorpe, and you've worked hard and obeyed orders without complaint since. And you are sworn to me, not her. Tell the princess that we'll be having a conference in there as soon as it's clear. Her, myself, the Moorish captain, Ingolf, and Father Ignatius." She hurried off, with an air of relief. "We just nearly there," Abdul al-Nari said 20 minutes later. The captain's cabin of the Beau El Mogdad had touches of lavishness. Inlaid wood, mother of pearl and traceries of alien script, thick cushions of butter-soft red leather, hanging lanterns of intricate metal fretwork wrought in brass and silver. Rudi admired the workmanship. There were few things Mackenzies valued more highly, and the neatly compact folding tables, chart case and cupboards for instruments, racks for weapons and armor. There was also a shelf of books, mostly older works on navigation and geography in French, pre-change guidebooks for travelers giving details on cities of the western side of the Atlantic, and several volumes of poetry in language he didn't recognize. Besides leather and cloth and lamp oil, the room smelled surprisingly of some faint, flowery scent. Right now, 5 tightly bound bedrolls rested against the walls, or against the cushioned couch below the slanting stern windows. Rudi and Adane had the little cabin to the port. Ignatius and Ingolf the one to starboard, and the rest of the crew had the hold and forecastle, carefully arranged so that the Corsairs were always shadowed by at least one of his warband. The lanterns glowed, dispelling the last of the dawn twilight, and Rudi's closest stood around the table and looked at the map, with the dividers and set square atop it. More and more cold, bright sun spilled through the skylight as the night died, flowing clear as diamond. They all held bowls in their hands and plied spoons as they thought. The Beau al-Mogdad had a well-fitted galley, but she'd been down to dried dates, dried salt fish, a little rice, and weebly sorghum by the time the Corsairs reached Coxthorpe. Rudi had restocked before they sailed, and this was steel-milled oats cooked with dried blueberries and honey, welcome for stoking the fires. Nowhere on a wooden ship was completely dry, or less than cold on these seas in this season. He hadn't grudged the Moorish captain a monopoly of his coffee set and beans. It was a rarity for the very wealthy in Monteval. But the man came from a land where it was common, and he was used to it. Abdu sipped at a cup as he indicated the map. Rudi had to admit the scent was intoxicating,
though the Moors brewed it thick and strong enough to melt a spoon. "We sight Sorcerer's Isle today, if this wind holds," the rover captain said. He traced their course, southeast down to just below the hook of Cape Cod, and then across the wind west and south towards Nantucket. That had been a little more tricky, a shorter leg, but needing more time. These were shoal waters, and the shallows had shifted unpredictably since the charts were made. "And that fast sail. No troubles," Abdu said. There had been one ship flying the white ensign of Greater Britain, but it had simply come close enough for King Emperor William's men to hail them and check that they weren't Moors. That conversation had taken place with the Imperial's 24-pounder catapults pointing at them out of open firing ports in the steel hull, and a team at the pump handles of a flamethrower. Rudi had prudently sent all the hostage seamen below before the warcraft reached speaking distance. "Really should give me ship back for such goodish sail working," the Corsair went on, his voice elaborately reasonable. "And then you awaken from the pleasant dream, Abdu, weeping for the fading beauty of it in the cold light of dawn," Rudi said dryly. "We'll never be friends," he thought. "If I hadn't needed him, I wouldn't have sworn him safety. And then the Coxthorpe folk could have hung him and dedicated the sacrifice to the High One for all I cared." It was a king's duty to see pirates dead without excessive formality, and a very needful one. What was a king for if not to see that his folk could sleep sound in their beds and know they'd be able to keep what they grew and made? Still, "But he's a brave man and no fool, and a likeable rascal, though doubtless I'd feel a wee bit less charitable if it was my coasts and folk he and his kind threatened. Best to approach from the north," he said aloud, with an uncomfortable feeling that Abdu had followed the thought. His finger showed where the harbor entrance opened between its breakwaters. "Though from what the guidebook says it may have silted up," he added. "We may have to go in with a longboat." "It's not just more ruins from before the change," Ingolf said. "I don't know, but I don't think we'll just walk in." He set his bowl aside and wiped his mouth with the back of one big hand, elaborately unconcerned. But his battered features were tight-held. One thick finger rested a little to the west of the town's thatch of streets. "This is where I landed back, 4 years ago. There's a village there. Partly refugees from the mainland who came after the change. A couple of families. But Injuns, too. Injuns who'd never heard of white men or seen iron or corn. We walked through the woods to what the map said should be the center of Nantucket town, on the harbor there, and that's where it all happened. But it wasn't anything like what the books say. No houses, no open fields or recent scrub. Forest. Old, old forest. Oak trees that had been growing 200 or 300 years. And chestnuts. The books say all the chestnuts in this part of the world died of a blight nearly a century before the change." Abdu nodded impassively, but Rudi could see his Adam's apple move. The Moor's voice was calm when he spoke. Like anyone who dealt with extreme danger routinely, he knew that the best way to tame fear was simply to ignore it, refuse to admit it even, so that it couldn't build on itself. If you kept the body calm, it calmed the mind. "You to understand, we would have use for island there. Good, safe place within range of dead cities to water ship, take on wood. Not be possible, many savages. Eaters, you say, like are in dead cities, near dead cities. It would make a good base, you mean?" "Yes, base, but we not try many year from now." You say, for many years now? "Only one harbor, and when ships get close, crews say many things, lights, head hurting. Sometimes just find they far away again, and—" He reached out to his chronometer where it hung on the wall and slid one finger across the glass, as if moving the hour hand ahead. "Time is gone. Maybe rest of island better. Maybe not. Not try. I've reason to believe we'll be allowed in, Rudi said, and a cry came, and the ringing of a bell. Sail ho! Abdu almost jostled him in the doorway. They all leaped up the stairway to the poop. The ocean reached crisp blue to the horizon, with a wind out of the north that chopped icy spray from the running whitecaps. The lookout was a Dane, long since past his illness. He scrambled down the rigging, harder than on a square rigger's ratlines, and pointed westward. "To Master Chief! Looks a lot like this ship." Rudi's brows went up. "All hands on deck!" he called. "Battle stations!" He noticed how the Corsairs' bosun, Falalu the man's name was, gave a quick glance at his skipper and received a nod before obeying. Whistles and bells called the crew. Metal shields went into prepared slots in the rails, giving the defenders a rampart against boarders. Nets were rigged above that. Folk helped each other into their armor and set out garlands of stone shot for the catapults, sheaves of arrows, and javelins for humans. Long boarding pikes were ready to hand. The rover crew weren't armed, but they helped with the labor. He turned his head to Abdu al-Nari as the rushing drumbeat of feet and cries subsided. The last sound to cease was the crink, crink, as the war engines were cranked to full compression, and the multiple click, click sounds as their triggers engaged. Abdu had been allowed to keep his binoculars, if not his sword. They were needful for his work conning the ship. He leveled them now, and breath hissed between his teeth. "Is ship Gizandu," he said, when the oncoming vessel was still doll-tiny. "Shark, English word. Jawara, captain." "Why would he be here?" Rudi asked. "I do not know," Abdu said, and then hid his distress under an iron calm. "How know we come here?" "I did not until you say. Jawara no think me dead. No Kerlaki captain come here. And Gizandu short supplies. Have cargo, not want to meet Empire ship. Makes no sense, not go home. Would your Jawara try to rescue you?" Yes, my wife his sister. We be like brother. Sail, fight side by side years. But how rescue me even if he knows? Sea fight, most likely everyone die. Better pay ransom. That right fashion of doing. Dead man not bring back good thing for children, family, town, tribe. Not responsible is the word? Rudi nodded. When both ships could throw globes of napalm at wooden hulls, death was the most likely outcome of a slugging match with no restraints. He knew these Corsairs were proud and brave, good fighting men, but they were in business to make a profit and not to die. Salvaging was a dangerous trade, but a trade still. So was outright piracy in a way. "Then from what you say, I think it most likely that your friend does not command that ship," Rudi said. "The false Marabout does, or the High Seeker, or both. And Graber should still have 20 or so of his men, and some of his Bekwa. If they escaped to the Gizandu with your friend's crew and struck without warning..." Abdu hissed again and raised the binoculars. "Maybe. If those two evil sorcerers, like you say. Now I want rescue Jawara. We'll talk to him." The Gizandu came closer with shocking speed. Both vessels were sailing with the wind on their beams, a good angle for their rigs. She looked much like her sister ship, save that someone had painted a toothy mouth on her bows at the waterline. He leveled his own glasses. Most of the crew tending the sails were Corsairs, but he could also see the reddish armor of the Sword of the Prophet and Bekwa. More might well be waiting below decks. "Land," Abdu said. "Nantucket."
Rudi started slightly. He'd put it out of his mind. When he looked over his left shoulder, it was there. A long, low, bluish-green line, marked with white where surf pounded. Just as Ingolf had said, the high bluffs were marked with a tangle of low, thick forest. None of the trees were over 50 feet or so, between the sandy soil and the salt sea breeze, but it was plainly old established. "Jawara at wheel," Abdu said. "Shields up, catapults ready. They closing us. Want come alongside." "Don't come too close," Rudi warned. He didn't put his hand to his sword. Abdu had had personal experience of what Rudi Mackenzie could do with a blade, and confirmation watching him practice since. Strain showed on his face, graving the lines beside his dark eyes that a lifetime of squinting over water had produced. The deck was silent now. Rudi looked behind him for an instant, and Mathilda gave him a cheerful-seeming smile and a thumbs-up from beside the murder machine on its turntable. For one mad instant he imagined telling the Corsair, "Turn back," and sailing away over the horizon, ignoring the place he could feel calling him as northward drew a compass needle, going somewhere peaceful and
just saying, "No, thank you very much, O powers. You never asked me what I thought of the idea of being the foredoomed hero now, did you?"
His mouth quirked upward. He could imagine that. He could imagine strolling barefoot over the waves and into Nantucket. And both were about as likely. A spire showed there now, white and beautiful like a Christian church. A squat lighthouse beside the narrow entrance to the harbor. No wrecks or obvious impediments in the channel. He blinked. Was that a spire? Or buildings? Or was there a ship, a metal ship of oddly towering squared-off shape in the channel itself? When he blinked again, the water was empty of all but a few wild fowl and a curious seal that reared its forequarters out of the water to watch. But there seemed to be a shuddering in the air. His mouth felt dry, and he swallowed several times.
"Let's get by this man, so inconvenient and obstructive as he is, first," he muttered.
"Close," Abdu said. "They on starboard. Safer for us." The Gazandu was heeled over against the same norther that was making the Bou el Mogdad bound forward at a good 12 knots. That put the rail the shark had towards its sister ship, sloping down, and its counterpart on Rudi's own ship, point up, which meant that the Bou el Mogdad's war engines would bear on the other Corsair vessel, while the enemy weapons were pointing down into the water. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at Abdu. Just opening fire was not going to be a good idea if he wanted this man's cooperation, and he'd promised not to try and force him to fight his own people. On-rushing speed, the shark's bow was dark with men. Soon he'd be able to see their faces. Closer, well within range, closer still. Abdu had a speaking trumpet. He used it to shout across the diminishing distance, through the whine of wind and rigging and the endless slapping white noise of water along the hulls of the ships.
"Jamiga Fanan!"
Rudi had learned that much Wolof in the last few days. It was a greeting.
"Nanga Dev Chawara!"
The thick-set black man at the wheel of the other vessel didn't reply. Not in words. Instead, he screamed, a long, desolate sound like a prisoner's cry from deep within some dungeon. Almost at the same instant, "Tung!" A globe flew towards them from the bow engine of the other ship. It trailed smoke in a low, flat arc. There was a crack as it struck near the Bou el Mogdad's own prow, and the on-rushing bow waves scrubbed its load of liquid fire off to float oily orange-red on the ice-blue waters.
"Shoot!"
Rudi shouted. He hardly needed to.
Arrows lifted in a rushing cloud from the Bou el Mogdad at Adain's bark of "Holy together!" A like volley came back, and every one of the broadside engines on the other ship cut loose. Most of their loads struck the water harmlessly. Even at maximum elevation, their angle was bad. The arrows were another matter. Rudi swept his night shield up, giving the Corsair shelter as well. 3 shafts stuck quivering in it, and one banged off his left greave and skittered off across the deck. More rattled like metal hail on the sloped shield of the engine Mathilda commanded. The tung of its discharge sounded very loud, and all the starboard broadside machines and the bow chaser shot in the next half-second. Sheet metal shields rang and distorted and collapsed as the heavy granite balls struck. Some of them went over the barricade, or through it, plowing gruesomely through flesh and sending snapped rigging and wood splinters flying. Abdu was screaming orders at the crew on the rigging lines and at the helm. The men there crouched and spun the wheel. The schooner paid off suddenly and heeled southward. Booms swung out as it turned to run before the wind, and Rudi ducked as the thick timber swept by overhead. The Gazandu turned behind them. The world swung with disconcerting speed, and suddenly he could look over his shoulder and see the other vessel appallingly close. Another globe of napalm snapped out. There was a crash below, as of glass and shutters, and a wisp of smoke billowed up. "Falleloo!" Abdu barked. The bosun led a rush of men with buckets of sand and water. Then the slim Moorish captain shook his head in amazement. "He not talk. Just try to kill me. His brother." "He is not his own man, Abdu al-Nari," Rudi said grimly. "His mind and soul are not his own." "Now, I believe," the Corsair said grimly. "Not before. But now, yes." Mathilda jerked the lanyard as the stern rose. Rudi could feel the deck quiver a little beneath his feet as the force of the throwing arms was transmitted through the turntable. The stone ball skipped twice, plunked through the very top of a wave, and then caught the Gazandu's bowsprit at its base. There was a cracking sound, loud enough to hear, and Abdu winced even then. He must love these ships like his own children. Falleloo came back upside. There were scorch marks on his clothing. He spoke in rapid Wolof, moving his hands in a fashion that left no doubt as to what he was saying. "Old pagan dog not get use of Bou el Mogdad after all," Abdu said, with grim amusement. "Falleloo make fire slow, not able put out. Ship burn to waterline. Soon now. Soon." "Tongue!" They both ducked, but the bolt from the Gazandu's bow catapult hit the steel protection of their stern chaser and pinwheeled away and up in fragments. Shields were raised, and men ducked across the deck against that hail. Father Ignatius came to the wheel, wiping off hands bloody from field surgery. "2 dead, 5 wounded," he said. Rudi thought swiftly and spoke to Abdu. "Take her straight in and to the dock." "Dock?" "That dock," Rudi said. Abdu blinked as if he were only then aware of the tangle of quays ahead. Rudi realized with a chill in some distant part of his mind that the Moor hadn't seen them until that moment. "Ram it! We'll leap off! The ship is doomed anyway. Ignatius, see that the wounded all have someone to carry them." Unexpectedly, Abdu spoke. My men not fight. We carry hurt, though." Rudi nodded grateful acknowledgement as the Corsair called orders in his own language. "Ingolf," he went on. The Richlander swallowed. Rudi didn't think that was the dangers of battle that brought the sheen of sweat to his face, despite the cold. "I came in the other way, but right up that street from the harbor, the one the maps call Center, and then left where it forks. The house with the pillars on your right, I think. It was mixed up there at the end." That's what we'll do, then. You lead and—" Ignatius shook his head. "You and the princess must go first, Your Majesty," he said. "I will hold the rear guard with the rest." He smiled when Rudi started to object. "What have we made this journey for, if not to get you to the sword? And the princess is my charge. If you would save us, accomplish your mission swiftly." The smile grew broader as he patted his own hilt. "Gain your lady's sword, Your Majesty. I also have a sword blessed by a lady, and a mission laid upon me. I will fulfill it." "Right," Rudi said tightly. More smoke was coming out of the stern windows, trailing along on either side of them as the wind that pushed the ship took it. It gave a little cover, and the Gassandu had to turn slightly every time she fired. The bow chaser couldn't shoot directly over her own bowsprit. The stern chaser on their own ship could, but—
"The deck's starting to get very hot here,"
Mathilda called, not alarmed, just reporting. She jerked the lanyard. Tung! This time there was a splintering crack almost immediately as the shot caught the other vessel at the waterline. They were gliding southeast through a narrow passage now. A broadside of incendiaries came flying at them as they came about to head directly south, and the harbor opened out around them, a broad, shallow lagoon. 2 globes smashed against the steel shields and hissing fire ran down. Their own replied, and a sail came rattling down on a Gassandu as a stay was severed. Corsairs worked frantically at a deck pump to wash the napalm down and into the sea before it started another fire. A Dane and his picked archers crowded onto the poop deck. He was firing like a machine across the 100-yard gap. Draw, aim, loose, knock, draw, chanting under his breath.
"We are the darts that— Gotcha, bad bastard! Hickty cast!"
Rudi made himself turn. As he did, he realized that something had been inhibiting him. Something besides his natural desire to keep his eyes on the men trying to kill them all. He blinked and shook his head, but there was nothing wrong with his eyes. It was as if he saw multiple images laid one upon another, like paintings on layers of glass. A festival where men and women danced through snow. Tall-masted ships tied at the docks. Something smooth and silvery and massive that floated above the water, then turned its nose skyward and rose with impossible speed. Then, a very solid dock and roadway, wharves on barnacle-encrusted tree trunks, what looked like a street of low brick buildings, interspersed with white-trimmed gray shingle shops and leafless winter trees, with church steeples rearing beyond. No dwellers. Or was that a band in oilskins with duffel bags over their shoulders? No, they were gone. And the dock was there. "Brace for impact!" he shouted as it loomed before their bowsprit and looped his elbow around a line. Crack! His feet skidded out from beneath him. A long, crunching, grinding sound, and the bow reared up as the huge momentum of the 200-ton vessel ground into timber and stone. Nearly everyone else fell, too. Mathilda went sliding past him as the impact pitched her off the gunner's seat of the weapon, and he snagged her with a leg. She clung to his sword belt as the long, echoing crash continued, and the deck canted more and more steeply beneath them. Their helmets rang together as the foremast broke with a sound like thunder and came down on the shattered dock. Silence except for snapping wood and the growing burr of the fire beneath them. "Go, go, go!" Ignatius shouted. Rudi hauled Mathilda upright, as if her solid weight and the armor were nothing. They ran along the side of the buckled rail, up to it, down onto the crazy quilt mess of the dock where the schooner's weight had struck. His leg went through a broken board, and he wrenched it free. Then they were running, up past a dry fountain and onto a stretch of cobbles. His weight pounded down through his boots, but the sound was too deep, as if he were walking on a drumhead. An arrow went past them, but it floated past. His run turned to steps in a dream, one where you floated. He floated, past primeval forests, past a rough hamlet hacked from the woods where folk in rust-colored coats and high-steepled hats and long dresses gaped at him, past the street he'd first seen, but dense with the cars and trucks of the ancient world, past the same with ox carts heaped with fish.
"Here! We'll hold them here!"
Ignatius shouted. The stone basin of the fountain blocked part of the street. Shields locked on either side, and the archers fanned out in two forward slanting wings from side to side of the roadway. The Bou El Mogdad was burning like a pillar of fire now, delaying the men the Gassandu carried and making it impossible for her deck engines to shoot. They came staggering out of the smoke anyway. The first was a man in a tattered red robe the color of dried blood. His hands were held out before him like claws, and his eyes were windows into negation.
"No!"
The endless wail was as much shriek as word, and less a protest than a single long scream of what he was, or what the thing that wore the man like a glove was. Ignatius raised his sword and brought up his shield, but behind the visor of his helm he shouted for joy as his gaze met those wells of night without end.
"Yes!" he cried. "Eternally, yes!"
Behind him a Dane barked,
"Let the grey geese fly! Wholly together! Shoot!"
The bows snapped. The men went down in the ragged mob of Bechois and sword troopers and Corsairs who rushed forward as the arrows sleeted into them. But they were too many, far too many. 3 punched into the High Seeker, but his body simply flexed and came on.
"No! You shall not pass, hollow man!"
Ignatius cried. And then Knight Brother Ignatius snatched at his sword. It wasn't there, nor was his armor and gear. Instead, he wore the simple Benedictine robe and cowl. After an instant, he was conscious that he sat on a bench. Before him was a cloister, slender white stone columns supporting arches on 3 sides of a garden and fountain, where water played before an image of the Virgin. The shadows within the walk hid tall doors. Behind them was a hint of bookcases full of leather-bound volumes. Within the court, the sun ran dappled on the water that lifted and fell in its basin, shifting in spots of brightness through the leaves of tall beeches. A few flower beds stood in troughs between walkways of worn brick, shimmering in gold and silver and hyacinth blue. The day was mild and dry and warm, with scents of rock and wet and warm dust, and somewhere a hint of incense. It was very quiet. The sound of the splashing fountain, a few coo-coo-roos from doves that stalked past, perhaps very faintly a hint of chanted plain-song in the distance. He smiled. It wasn't Mount Angel, but it was as if it is the distilled essence of everything I loved about the Abbey, he thought. Peace, beauty, wisdom, God. Beside him, another monk sat. The man threw back his cowl and smiled. Ignatius's eyes went a little wide. It was Abbot Bishop Dembosky, but as he'd first seen him as a postulant, the square, hard face amused at his earnestness, but in a way that was kindly, not mocking. "Am I? Is this?" "No, you are not, my son," the abbot answered. "Then you—" Dembosky laughed. It had been a rare thing on Mount Angel, but it lit the warrior cleric's sternness like a candle through the glass shutter of a lantern.
Not yet, as your life thread is drawn. There I am currently fighting the sin of despair, and grappling with a sea of troubles. Time is different here. Or rather, we're not entirely in time as men understand it.
I always thought you would be a saint, Ignatius blurted. Dimboski frowned.
All human souls are, potentially. I have been allowed to progress.
And this is... Another chuckle.
And yes, this is where you think it is. Or as much of this, one of the many mansions, as you can currently understand. Think of it as a metaphor, but a true one.
Such peace, Ignatius breathed, wondering. He drew air into his lungs, and then glanced behind him. A long table reached into dimness. Someone was turning the pages of a text, and the bright colors drew him even through the glass and across the distance. Yet, he said, it does not feel in the least static.
Never. More like an endless high adventure, or rather, what an adventure should be. We cannot fully know him, yet we can know ever more of him, and in that is the completion of our natures. Come, walk with me, my son.
They rose and folded their hands in the sleeves of their robes. A bell rang somewhere as they paced through the cloister and out the gateway, a great bronze throb that seemed to scatter brightness through the air. Why am I here, then, Father?
Partly as a reward. I flatter myself that I was a good judge of men, and choosing you for the mission to the east was perhaps the best decision I ever made. And you met one who was a far, far better judge, one who laid a charge upon you. Both of us are very pleased with you.
Outside, they walked on a country lane. Land rolled around them, green field and wood and orchard. It was like and unlike the land of little farms around his birthplace, like the summers of his remembered boyhood when the chores were done and he lay watching the clouds and dreaming vast, formless dreams until his mother called him in for dinner. Far distant mountains climbed steep and blue, their peaks floating like ghosts of white. He thought the silver towers of a city rose in their foothills, tall and slender, and crowned with banners.
And partly you are here to give you heart for what is to come. Much depends on you.
Then he looked around. Victory is not assured, even though we have reached our goal. Dimboski shook an admonishing finger.
This is our common goal, my son, and no victory is ever assured until the very last. We are made in his image, and so we have freedom, which must necessarily include the freedom to fail. Adam and Eve walked with him in unimaginable closeness when time itself was young, and they failed their test. Yet even their failure was redeemed, for mercy is infinite, and grace fills all creation.
But, forgive me, Father, but if you are here, don't you know whether we succeeded or failed?
No. That I am here is sealed in eternity, as it were. But how I arrived at this is still, from your point of view, contingent, because it is in time, not in the eternal now. Did I die defending the altar at the last against a tide of triumphant darkness? Did I die of old age in bed, with you among the watchers, contented and tired and longing for this with hope and confidence? That, my son, is up to you.
And where are my companions?
They also are being told as much truth as they can bear, in the words that will mean most to them.
As am I, Ignatius ventured. Dimboski laughed again.
"There is one God, maker of heaven and earth," he said. "Start with that, my son, for it is absolutely true. But you must build your own faith. That is something only you and God can do together."
A bird flew from the hedgerow by them, caroling and trailing colorful feathers. Their sandaled feet scuffled through the thick white dust of the road. Insects chirped. Beyond the hawthorn barrier, apricots glowed like little golden suns in their world of green leaves. Ignatius shook his head in rueful acknowledgment. "You still reward work accomplished with yet more work, Father." They laughed together. He stooped and picked up an acorn. "I remember, Father, how once you lectured my class of novices and used a seed like this as a simile for the soul. How every stage of the tree's long life was implicit in it, yet never guaranteed before it came to pass."
"I'm glad you remember. I taught you as best I could, and what I taught you is true. Very true, I find, but not complete."
"How could it be?" Ignatius said. "Didn't you tell me also that truth is a ladder of many rungs, and that from each we gain a new perspective?" The abbot rested a hand on his shoulder. It was a light touch, but the younger monk felt a sudden shock at the depth of the contact, as if he was a ghost, a figment, and the contact had revealed him as unreal, a dream within a dream that strove to wake itself from illusion.
"I tried my best," Domboski said. "I sinned as all men do, and sought forgiveness, and sinned again despite my wishes. Yet perhaps the most important thing I accomplished in my life was my part in forming you, my son."
"That is a humbling thought." Domboski snorted.
"It should be. I merely had to be the best possible version of myself. For every day of your life you must strive to be the chosen knight of the Immaculata."
"Yes," Ignatius said, and was elsewhere. Rudi Mackenzie made another step, and another. Arrows drifted past him, and he could see them turn as the fletching caught the air. He cast away the world-huge weight of his shield and knocked the sallet helm off his head. Their clatter on the cobbles was distant, like the beating of surf on beaches a world away. Mathilda staggered beside him, then slid to the ground and crawled, dogged and brave, and her love like a force behind him, pushing him forward into a world of resistant amber. A building loomed, handsome and simple. 3 stories of red brick with white pillars beside the door. The door swung open, and light blazed from it. His hand went up before his eyes, but the light shone through it, through him, as if it were real and he a shadow. Within it was a shape, straight sweep of tapering blade, crescent guard, long double-lobed hilt, pommel of moon opal grasped in antlers. Pain keened into his ears, his eyes, his mind. A lifetime of it passed in each step. His foot touched the first step, the second, the threshold.
"Mother?"
Rudi Mackenzie said, walking forward. The 3 figures around the campfire looked up at him. His eyes flicked back and forth. The fire killed some of his night vision. He could sense huge trees rearing skyward, like the Douglas fir in the Cascades above Dun Juniper, but grander still, and with more deeply furrowed reddish bark. Scents like spice and thyme and flowers drifted on air just cool enough to make him glad of his plaid. He glanced down for an instant. He was in shirt and kilt and plaid. The short, slight, red-headed figure in the middle wore shift and arcade, and leaned on a rowan staff topped by a silver raven's head. On her left was a tall, thin woman with black skin and broad features scored by age, her cropped cap of white hair tight kinked, wearing unfamiliar clothes that had the look of a uniform. On her right was a not-quite girl of a little less than his own age, long-limbed and blonde and comely, in a strange outfit of string skirt, knit tunic, feathers, and necklace of amber-centered gold discs. "Mother?" he asked again. Then the wholeness of what he was seeing caught him. 3 women, youthful and matron and aged.
"Yes,"
the one who bore the countenance of Juniper Mackenzie said.
"I am."
"Are you—" he hesitated. "Are you my mother? Or her?" His hand moved in a sign. She answered it.
"And the answer to that, my lad, is yes."
Impish amusement glinted in her green eyes for a second. The black woman snorted. There was something about her that reminded him of Sam Aylward, though there was no physical resemblance at all. When she spoke, there was a soft drawl to her words.
"Call me a crone and you're toast, Bookra boy."
Rudi didn't know what a Bookra was, but he suspected the word, she pronounced it as Bookra, wasn't a compliment. He brought the back of his right hand to his brows.
"As you wish, wise one,"
he said, which was just another name for the eldest of the 3.
"Damn, but it's annoying to be just a person again when you're used to being an archetype. Or vice versa. I suppose we had to. I feel like someone has squeezed me down into a can of Coke."
She looked at her own hands, flexing the fingers as if the sensation were unfamiliar.
"Marion, how long have we known each other?"
the blonde girl said, a soft, purling lilt in her tones.
47 years. Or untold billions, depending on how you define we and no. And either way, you're still a grouch."
She smiled at Rudi.
"And they called me Deer Dancer in my day. I died 3,000 years before your birth, on another turn of the wheel. I was the maiden sacrifice, and I was the mother who loves. And in my age I tossed silver hair to dance down the moon. Now I wear this face of her once more, for a little while."
2 ravens soared down from the branches and landed on one of the logs that flanked the fire, preening and grooming themselves. Somewhere a wolf howled. Sparks drifted upward, into boughs underlit by the flames, toward stars larger and brighter colored than any he'd seen before. Yet that paled beside the shining glory of a full moon. Despite the darkness, what he could see was hard-edged, somehow more definite than any vision by the light of common day. If the trees had spoken, he would not have been surprised. He did not feel as if he dreamed. Rather, that he had woken, as if he had been drifting beneath the sea all his life, and now had plunged upward like a leaping dolphin into the shock of air and light. Rudi made reverence. Then he stood erect, his arms crossed on his chest.
"Why am I here, ladies?" he asked bluntly. "When last I remember, I was on a task of some urgency." "You are here to understand a little," the mother said. "We have come towards you in forms you can grasp, so that we can talk at all. But that limits us."
"Of course," he said. "How can a man tell all his mind to a child, or a god to a man?"
"What can you tell me?" "What did I tell you about magic, child of my heart?"
"Many things," he thought. "But that it doesn't stop being magic when you understand it?" She nodded.
"Then see."
Darkness. A nothingness in which he floated. Nothingness so complete that even emptiness was absent, and duration itself had not yet begun. A point of light. an existence twisting as it expanded, and the arrow of time sprang from the string, soaring upward. Darkness that swelled, dense and hot and pregnant with being, and then a flash of light as suns fell in upon themselves and lit. They burned with a glow that illuminated curtains of red and yellow fire, structures so vast that worlds would be less than grains of sand amongst them, stars and galaxies flying apart from each other. Darkness again, as they dwindled into distance. Suns turned swollen and red and guttered out, or exploded in cataclysmic violence that faded into cankered knots of twisted space. Those boiled away in turn. Darkness more absolute than imagination could encompass, as the stuff of matter itself decayed into absence. Darkness without end, for nothing was different from nothing, and nowhere was any place and everywhere.
"What does that remind you of?"
his mother's voice asked. He blinked back to something like the waking world, where light flickered ruddy on tree bark.
It's like the way Sandra Arminger sees the world, from what I picked up over the years in what you might be calling her unguarded moments. Dead, in a way. Everything moving on its own, without spirit. Grand and glorious and wonderful, but empty. And we gone like a candle flame when we die.
He blinked alarm.
"You're not saying that's true, are you now?"
She smiled gently at him and indicated their surroundings. He nodded, taking the point, and she spoke.
"No, but once it was, until it was made to be different. What did—"
She looked up at the ravens.
"A certain old gentleman tell you once about history and time?"
He blinked again. That night on the mountainside was far distant in miles and months, but it wasn't the sort of thing you forgot. Even if you'd been dreaming a vision while your wasted body lay on the edge of death. He repeated what those deep tones had so cryptically revealed.
Fact becomes history. History becomes legend. Legend becomes myth. Myth turns again to the beginning and creates itself. The figure for time isn't an arrow. That is illusion, just as the straight line is. Time is a serpent.
After a moment he went on.
Was that truth? The whole truth? Yes. No.
The figure who bore his mother's semblance smiled sympathetically as she denied him certainty. The blonde maiden spoke.
"It's so hard to say this in words. But hey, you'll give it a try, Dappa,"
the black woman said sardonically. The maiden tossed her fair head and said,
"Then see again."
His body dropped away, and once again he floated in nothingness. The point of light and the same eon upon eon passage from light to dark. But this time a light was born in the last darkness, and it looked at him.
"That is mind,"
the mother whispered.
"Wisdom. Wisdom itself, that brought together all knowledge of all that ever was. Hope,"
the blonde maiden added.
"Love." "That's us,"
the black figure of the wise one said.
"Including you. Many times removed. More removed than you can imagine. More than we can say in words."
"You keep saying that, but you speak in words nonetheless," Rudi said, exasperated.
"And it's more ignorant I am afterwards than ever I was before." "Then see,"
the three said together. This time the perspective was different. More abstract. He strained to see pattern and meaning, but for a long moment all was chaos. Then order appeared. Instead of the point of light, there were two great sheets of being, rippling through spaces in which whole universes of stars would be less than one kernel of barley in an ocean, like the banners of divinity flying on the ramparts of the western gate. The sheets drifted towards each other, and in that contact was born the light he had seen at the beginning of his twin visions. But there was a difference. Something passed from one cycle to the next. Something tiny, yet containing everything, and from that all changed as existence spread out again.
Mind,
his mother, all mothers, said.
The universe births life. Life creates mind. Mind encompasses that which bore it blindly, spreads through all the stuff of matter, and makes a new heaven and a new earth. One in which from its beginnings through all time life is no accident, and is not doomed to death forever, but instead is transformed, to return upon itself once more, and give itself birth.
And now there is a God, the wise one said. He fell through singing veils of light, struggling with awe and an anger at himself, that he could not grasp the concepts roaring by him like dragons. Then he stood before the fire again.
Is Godhood many or one?
The mother said. Both, Rudi replied. Both at once.
She is all things,
the maiden nodded. A sigh.
And so he is divided.
Your friend the Padre would say there was war in heaven,
the wise one added.
He's not wrong either. Don't mistake this you're seeing for the only truth.
The cutters, he said suddenly.
As above, so below. Sure, and if there's war here, there must be so above.
The three nodded. The mother spoke.
Not exactly. In the stuff of mind there is... It's more like arguing with yourself than a fight between good and evil. Would you say a tilled, tamed field is best? Or a wilderness unbound and unguarded, living only by its own law?
Rudi blinked. Why, both, of course. How could either be best?
Both are needed for the wholeness of things. Humankind are there to be the guardians of it, to tend, to take what they need, but not to take all.
Yet some long for order, for the hedged garth, for the tame-bred kine, for the richness of the grafted fruit. Some long for the wolf's howl. Some would have the universe unfold as it will, and run to its ending as matter itself decrees. Others would take matter up into the stuff of mind. Submission against structure, the maiden said.
Not a fight for us, unless you mean inner conflict and that happy therapeutic horse shit, the wise one snorted. But it's sure enough a fight at your level, boy. One between good and evil, or us and them, which is close enough for government work.
You need have no doubt I'll fight, Rudi said grimly, whether I may win or no. The cutters and the power behind them claim all humankind and the world as well, and say none of us may breathe or believe save as they permit. If a god said that to me, a god with the sun in his left hand and the moon in his right, I would dispute it by the sword, or my fingernails, if they were all I had.
Good man, and it's a fight you'd better win, 'cause we can't do it for you. Not without undoing ourselves and more worlds than this.
Rudi nodded his head, a single brief jerk. He wasn't sure of much, but he was suddenly certain that the person whose appearance that power bore had also been a warrior once.
"You've shown me matters great and terrible, ladies," he said. "But one thing I do know, and always did. This earth of ours, however bright and dear and grand to us, is but the smallest fleck in all that is. And you've shown me that all is vaster by far than I knew. Yet here, the powers are contending for our allegiance, as if we were the sum of things. Why us?"
The three looked at him. The maiden spoke gently.
Because here is where mind begins. There has to be a one first place, and this is that one. From it, all else springs.
Fermi, the wise one added, not to be too paradoxical. The mother cast an exasperated sidelong glance. Don't stray from the issue just because you're limited enough again that you can be distracted, Marion. To Rudi.
It nearly didn't happen here either. Mind is a weapon as well as a blessing, and its power is terrible even when newborn.
The Wanderer spoke of a child with a knife, or with fire. She nodded.
Terrible especially when newborn.
They faded from before his eyes. For a moment he saw the island, but with no cover save a few crumbled ruins of brick and stone, a bank of sand that glowed with heat. Hills of salt lay where the ocean should have been, save for pools in the distance that seethed in a bubbling roil that would end only when they were gone forever. The air lay thick, hazy, hot, and motionless.
1,000 times, 10,000 times that was the end, the maiden said. Or others that were worse.
What could be worse than that? The same landscape, but the very air was gone somehow. Sea had turned to ice, that sublimed outward into the outer dark beneath a sky that crawled with steely energies and strange, powerful engines. Then another vision, where water still curled on the sandy beach beneath a clear blue sky where birds flew, but their patterns were mathematics precise beyond his comprehension. A man walked between buildings that were perfect and empty. He turned to look at Rudi for an instant, and where his eyes should have been were silvery tendrils that waved and sought.
We could agree on stopping those histories,
the mother said, as the campfire returned.
Edging them out, cycle upon cycle, until they vanish in implausibility. Yet the others would not let us do much more,
the maiden said, sadness in her voice.
What we did was something so terrible that only a greater terror made it possible to think it.
The mother nodded.
All we could do while mind was divided was take this island out of its year, so that it could then reach across the spiral and make the change. The change gives you time, no more, as the island was given time. Time to learn, so that when you regain the powers taken from you, they'll be used properly. How the future of this turn on the wheel is shaped, what we become, that is up to you. You youngsters. You are the seed of God. We can turn through time. We have traveled the endless coil, but we cannot do more than help and open possibilities.
The maiden scowled.
The others can. They take, because they care less for the damage they do, they who serve entropy. So we have made the sword for you, to sever their power and show humankind the truth of things. That much we can do in this turn of the wheel, without breaking reality asunder with our contentions. All the rest is your burden.
Rudi took a deep breath.
I will bear it.
There was a glint of tears in the mother's eyes as she spoke with a trembling tenderness.
Then bear what you must, O my child, my child.
The maiden's warmth, a scented flower meadow in spring.
Do what you must, beloved.
The wise one's sternness, like rock and iron.
Become what you must, to serve the world's need.
And he was elsewhere. The others saw him as he stumbled down the stairs, bleeding from nose and ears and eyes and mouth. The sheathed form of the sword lay across his palms. He met their eyes and choked out,
Remember!
Remember, all of you. Most of all you, Matty, and Amjara. Beloved.
Mathilda's voice was infinitely gentle.
Remember what, my darling?
That I was a man before I was king. Remember for me when I forget.
His hand closed on the black double-lobed hilt, and the moonfire in the opal glowed. He drew the sword, thrust it high, and screamed as pain beyond all bearing ripped through him like white fire, turning his body to a thing of ash and smoke. He screamed and knew. Epilogue. The Nemed, Sacred Wood, Cascade Foothills near Juniper, Monteval, formerly Western Oregon. Imbolc, February, change year 24, 2023 AD. BD breathed out and in, and out and in, her chest vibrating with the deep-toned sounds of the power raising, breath steaming in the chilly air. The air was full of the mountainside forest scents, the musty smell of damp earth and the spice of fir resin, wet wool and the sputtering torches. Every one of her 60-odd years ached in her joints, from today and from the hard travel south from the Kiklos villages. Mist drifted across the steep forests and the out-thrust knee that held the Nemed, merging into the clouds above. This Imbolc ritual had given her no peace. As many as could make the journey to the Nemed had come, and it was crowded, almost enough to jostle her. She was far from the only non-Mackenzie. The dim, late-afternoon sunlight slanted through the circle of great, bare-limbed oak trees in shafts, picking out people in hooded robes of many colors, though white and yellow dominated. It was Imbolc and the rising of the sun, the lengthening of the days that started the wheel of the year anew. Beginnings, she thought. Start of term for moon schools. Babes brought for wickening. Apprenticeship started. But not this time. On the roughly chiseled altar, a large sheep's milk feta perched on top of the huge round of braided bread. This was the only time of the year when sheep's milk was used to make cheese, for the ewes went dry when the lambs were weaned. The crackle of the Taina Eigen, the need fire in the bowl-shaped stone hearth, gave a little warmth. Sternly, BD brought her mind back to the chant and the purpose of the power-raising. It was possible to lose oneself in the chant, but once concentration was lost, so was power. And power was their need. The strength of the cut to influence people who were in any way corrupt had left every realm in the counties of the meeting. Monteval, she reminded herself. In Monteval exposed. Castles were falling through treachery. The cut's ability to defile was like tentacles of poison stretching into minds, like threads of mold in spoiled bread. Thank you, Athena, that some can detect their high seekers and fight them. Grey-eyed one, maiden of the spear, defender of the polis, aid. In her mind's eye she could see the spiral, the cone of power rising. It wobbled dangerously. She shook her head and took a deep breath, projecting the ah in deeper tones than the people around her. The lower sound caught, spread, humming through bone and blood until her very teeth vibrated with it. Folk focused on the task at hand. She hadn't been the only one distracted by fear. We are losing this war. Juniper was in the center. She held her rowan staff overhead, turning diesel. The staff, the distaff, taking up the power, revolving widdershins above her head. BD focused on the silver raven, perched on the head of the staff. Inwardly, she felt a sudden spurt of homely laughter at what a real bird would do, held horizontal like that. flap his great wings and go, "Grok," she thought. In her mind's eye, the power was stabilizing, the build-up almost complete. The air felt heavy with it, like the tension before a thunderstorm. She could smell the tingle in the air, feel it prickling the little hair along her forearms and on her neck. From her usual position in the east, as Apollon's Pythia, she shot a glance across at Judy, who also was watching. Judy caught her glance and nodded. They signaled the other two guardians and raised their hands. Voices soared from the deep tone of the "ah," rising to a banshee shriek as the Mackenzies followed their lead. Birds and small animals broke from cover, flew and ran, rustling the branches and tall grass around. Juniper twisted the staff in a complicated figure-8 pattern, raising it high and then bringing the heel to the ground with a thump that dug it in several inches through the yielding turf and soft earth beneath. She ran her hands up the staff, gathering the melded power, and flung them up, palms to the sky. "Light!" she cried. "Gods most high! Lu of the sun! Bridget of the healing flame! Give us light! Lu, help us see! Lu, help us see into hearts! Lu, God of light!" And Juniper's palms glowed. 2 shafts of light cutting upward through the wan afternoon. They rose and merged in a twisting column. The dim gray turned bright, just on the edge of pain, but turning every twig and blade of grass into a maze of glittering diamond for an instant. Not since the old world fell had she seen such brightness, but it surpassed those ancient wonders. A moan went through the crowd, and as one they dropped to a knee. A few went on their bellies and beat their heads on the turf. She could see. Into the hearts of trees, into the roots of the mountains, into herself. But nothing was dreamlike. It was more real than that, hard, sharp-edged, definite, each mote and lingering sere yellow leaf and fir needle so intensely itself that she could have wept for wonder. "That's not a vision," her mind gibbered, and she felt her body shake, commanded it to be still and her throat to let breath pass. The light was within her, but it was also without. "Not just a vision. It's not a metaphor. I'm not just seeing it with the inner eye. That's photons, by the gods, as real as sunlight or a burning torch. Apollon Helios, Lord of Light, be with us now." The light soared and spun, broadening into a wall that stretched into the clouds and moved eastward, fading as it went. Instant by instant it swelled, and then was gone. Gone from the body's eyes, at least. Juniper's head was tipped back, her mouth fallen open, her eyes black with the dilated pupils. Before BD could react, pain hit, a pain she had only felt once before on the day of the change, and a voice echoed, like the wind in crags, like the growth of flowers, roaring like a lion and as silent as the fall of windless snow. "Artos holds the sword of the lady. The Sun Lord comes, the son of bear and raven. The High King comes as foretold, guardian of my sacred wood and law, his people's strength, and the lady's sword." Fast and sharp, the pain was gone. Juniper brought trembling hands down to her chest level and looked at them, swaying and beginning to buckle at the knees. BD and Judy and the other high priestesses moved forward. Nigel was faster. His fox mask pushed up on his head, he snatched her into his arms, looking at the tears flowing down her cheeks. The staff cracked across his cheekbone, unnoticed. Did you see that?" she whispered. "Did anyone else see that?"
Or am I mad?
I saw, and I'm a confirmed skeptic, remember? Or I was. You're not in the least mad. It's far stranger than that.
She raised her hands to him, quivering as they touched his face.
They're just my own worn hands. That's all they are.
That's what they were, my dear, he said with tender denial. But that's not all they are.